are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, that Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight him all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the nation's coming from my eyes. Can't get it all.
Let's do it.
You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to a new episode of Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. It is summer, ladies and gentlemen, here on Long Island. It's been crazy. The weather's up and down. Over the weekend, it was raining a little bit. Then obviously got a little cloudy. And now today it was like in its 70s. We're hearing that it could hit about 85 on Wednesday. So it's been a crazy, crazy time for New York and especially Long Island. As we all know, New York basketball is not something that we need to talk about, but we will as the New York Knicks absolutely collapse in game number 6. Embarrassing. As we all know, Karl Anthony Towns had nothing to say after the game, but that's a whole nother story. I know Tyrese Halliburton couldn't shut up after the game, but that's just a whole segment that we're going to get into. But Jabba, how are you?
Good.
How was golf, by the way? You were playing golf over the weekend. How was that?
Yeah, it was good. We played well. We kind of flighted ourselves out. We shot a 58. So we didn't play bad enough to get in the second flight, and we weren't good enough to win the first flight. But beat my son's team, so that's all that matters. So that was the only thing going in, and he slept through his alarm because he may have had a long night before. I won't dine my own son out, but we're literally on the range, and I looked at his buddies, and I was like, I text Card, I seen he hasn't moved yet. Like they're like, yeah, we tried to call him and it doesn't answer. And then we're literally hitting balls, and they're like, yeah, he just woke up, said he slept through his alarm. And he went raw straight to the first tee. And I saw him like 4 holes passing him on the thing. And I go, how you doing? And he goes, I'm here. So it was good. The weather was great morning. It got to 91 here today. So
I don't like the weather here. I don't like the summers here because it's too humid. The bugs come out. You have all the mosquitoes that come out over here because we live right by the water. And if you have a pool, especially around 6:30 at night, those mosquitoes come out and they live right next to the pools. They drop their eggs or whatever the hell they do. And then you have to deal with the spiders at night. They set up their webs. You can walk right into a spider web. I can't stand it.
That's the worst feeling.
Yes.
Like walking into a spider.
Yeah, because you're trying to find the spider. You don't
know where it's at.
Yeah, because especially in the summertime, I wear these hoodies. I wear like these half sleeve hoodies. And I'm going in the hoodie because I'm afraid it's hiding in the hood or it's in my second shirt under the hoodie. It's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. And you see these spiders, they get so big. They're humongous. And
that's why I want to go to. I want to go to Australia, but I've seen pictures of the size of spiders that are over there, and I'm like, I got a buddy that we went to college. He played basketball, and I was just like, dude. First of all, the flight sucks. It's long. You gain a day and lose a day back and forth. And I'm like, man, but you got some animals over there, dog, that I don't know if I even want to come in.
Have you ever checked out the spider crickets? They're some of the ugliest bugs you'll ever see.
What?
A spider cricket? Yes. It's shaped like a spider, but it's a cricket. It jumps. It's ugly, man. It's like a cricket, but it's not a cricket. It's a spider. It looks like a spider, and it hops. And they're huge. They're ginormous.
Ew.
Yes. If you're afraid, yeah, they're really gross, and they're embedded here in Long Island. They're all over the place. If you have like a cellar,
do they make the cricket noise too?
Oh yes, they make a weirder sound, and they communicate in a different way. It's kind of like a click, like a clicking sound. They're ugly, ugly things, and this is the time of year when they come out, and when it gets really warm and muggy out, they're even worse. And if you get one in your house, they they double like in weeks. So you got to make sure. Oh, they bite too. Yes, absolutely. They do bite too. And they're bad too. So you want to stay the hell away from spider crickets. And by the way, if you kill them, it's like a green, like stuff, like that ooze that comes out of them. It's really.
Are they like too, like where if you kill them, like sometimes they drop their eggs and that's how they like.
Dude,
because they say sometimes that's what happens.
They're
to spiders.
ugly, ugly things. If you don't like crickets,
Kevin called them
sprickets, but they're sprickets. They're spider crickets, and you see a lot of them here on Long Island. And like I say, they double up. So if you find one in your house, that means you have about 20 of them, and they're hiding somewhere. Man. So if you have a spider cricket in your house, any Long Islanders or New Yorkers, you probably have a bunch of them, and they breed.
So do you spray for them? Like,
that's what they say. I mean, I've never had them in my place, but I've seen them before. And like I said, they multiply no matter where you are. And they do live outside, but they mainly live inside your house. So they like to be in dark places so you can't spot them. And at nighttime, they usually sneak out. They're under your bed or they're under your chair. And dude, they're the ugliest things. They're really, really ugly. So if you don't like spiders and you don't like crickets, you're not going to like them. And they do bite. You're right. I've never been bitten by one of them. I know Kevin probably has. And I'm sure people that you've known probably have seen them and bit you before. But they're not the nicest animal or whatever the hell they are, the insect, and whatever they call them. Anyways, that's a whole nother story. A little bit later in the show, for the first time on Job in the Mouth, we will be talking to 16-year NBA vet and former Atlanta Hawk, Cavalier. He's played on multiple teams.
12 different teams.
Yeah. Joe Smith will be joining us for the first time. Thank you to the old Nith, as our PR guy is doing his job, getting us some new and great guests. We're looking forward to getting Joe Smith on the show. I know he's got some interesting stories with LeBron James, as we call him. Oh, we call the NBA the LJ. So I think he's going to like that, as he probably is very close with LeBron. A lot of his ex-teammates love LeBron. I'm not a big fan of it. Speaking of not been a big fan of, the New York Knicks were eliminated by the Pacers in Game 6, losing 125-108. Pascal Siakam was named Eastern Conference Finals MVP, averaging 24.8 points per game, 5 rebounds, and 3.5 assists as well in the series. When Siakam was receiving the award, Tyrese Haliburton approached the podium thinking he was going to get it, but they gave it to Siakam instead. In Game 6, the Pacers shot 51.5% from 3, outscored the Knicks 23-6 on fast break points, and forced 18 turnovers by the Knicks, scoring 34 points off those turnovers. The Pacers had 7 different players score double digits in game number 6. Only 2 Knicks starters, OG Anunoby and Jalen Brunson, hit multiple three-pointers, both shooting 2 for 7. The Knicks shot 28.1% from 3 and 65.4% from the free throw line. Jalen Brunson said he is proud of the team and says he is super confident the Knicks will win a championship with this core of players. Now, first of all, I just want to give a shout out to Jalen Brunson. He's had a sensational season. He was everything you want from a superstar. He was a leader. He went out there and he played his guts off. And there's nothing you could say bad about Jalen Brunson. The problem right now with this team doesn't lie on Jalen Brunson's shoulders. What it really lies on with ownership and management, because Karl-Anthony Towns is not the guy. I'm sorry, he's not the guy. Karl-Anthony Towns, over the last couple of years, you saw him with the Timberwolves, and now you got a chance to see him with the Knicks. He doesn't show up in the big game. Now, everybody's going to say he didn't have such a bad Game 6. When you look at numbers are deceiving, because Karl-Anthony Towns cannot hit free throws in the important parts of the game, and he's had problems throughout this series shooting up threes. Anything from 23 feet or further, he cannot hit a lick. And it's been a big problem. This guy's one of the best shooting big men in the NBA, and he had problems throughout this series hitting a three-pointer. I sit here today, and I got some things to say about Tyrese Halliburton, and I'll say it very nicely in just a few moments. I look at this team, and if you're a New York Knicks fan and you believe that this team is good enough to win a championship, you guys are blind. Because there's a lot of problems with this bench, and there was a lot of problems with some of the starters that the Knicks have been starting all season long. Josh Hart is a great player. He's not a starter. He's a bona fide sixth man. Now, throughout the regular season, he was great as a starter. He really was. But that's because he was playing, talent that is not as good as the talent that you play in the playoffs. And when you play
would you trade Cat then? Or at least be open to it?
I think the Knicks are going to have to look at it. I mean, obviously, Karl-Anthony Towns is getting $50 million a year, a little bit more than $50 million. Mm-hmm. Now, making that kind of money, the Knicks are going to have to trade for a guy that's making somewhere around that money, or two guys that are making somewhere around that tier of money. Now, I do believe Karl-Anthony Towns is a good player. I don't know if he's a playoff player, and I don't know if he's a secondary player when it comes to winning a championship. He's more like a third guy. He's a Kevin Love, a guy that can do all the things that you want a big man to do. Kevin Love was obviously one of the best rebounders in the league when he went over there to the Cavaliers. Remember when he played over there on the West Coast side, and remember when he came from UCLA? This guy was one of the best shooting big men that came out of college. Now, when he came into the NBA, he transitioned when he played for Minnesota. And then, obviously, when he went to the Cavaliers, he became one of those elite two-way players that you want your big man to be. Karl-Anthony Towns is not a two-way player. Karl-Anthony Towns can't defend. And so when you have Jalen Brunson on the court with Karl-Anthony Towns, you have a lack of defense. And it's been a big problem in this series. And throughout the playoffs, you've seen it. When Karl-Anthony Towns is playing with Jalen Brunson, they don't have that two-dimensional type of game where they're going to be able to compete with a Pacer team that is going to have a starting five that are two-dimensional players. Now, you talk about Pascal Siakam. He is a great player. He really is. Now, is he a superstar player? No. But what Pascal Siakam does is he's a great all-around player. He's really traditionally changed his game. He's become a better three-point shooter. Remember when he went to the Pacers, he wasn't a good three-point shooter with the Toronto Raptors. As he's slowly, over the last couple of years with the Pacers, really developed a shot and has become a better shooter in the NBA. Also a better free throw shooter in the NBA. When you have guys that are multifaceted when it comes to offensive style of games, you see teams like the Pacers really give problems to teams like the Knicks. The Knicks are dependent on guys like Karl-Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson. If they're not scoring, and OG Anunoby's having a bad shooting game, or Mikal Bridges is having a bad shooting game, or Josh Hart's making many, many mistakes, and I know a lot of people are going to blame Josh Hart. This isn't all of Josh Hart. I know everybody wants to point their fingers. Oh, it's Josh Hart's fault. He made so many mistakes. He made a lot of mistakes. I don't think he should be taking all of the bad credit, and I mean bad. It's not even credit, just the bad, surplus of what happened in this series. What happened in this series really stood right there, smacking your face. It was coaching. Rick Carlisle is a better coach than Tom Thibodeau, and anybody that doesn't believe it, well, just look at the transition of one half to the other. Rick Carlisle just plays a different style of offense. And remember, Rick Carlisle was more of a defensive-sided coach. He's become more over the last couple of years as a two-dimensional coach. And he's really started this high-paced offense that the NBA has not seen over the last couple of years. The last time I've seen this high-paced offense, it was the OKC Thunder with Kevin Durant, Russell Westbrook, and James Harden, and Serge Ibaka. The league really traditionally plays a half-court game. When you watch this team play, they play full press offense all game long. Tyrese Haliburton, and then you have all these other guys, Naismith, all these guys. They're all fast guys, young guys that can go up and down the court. Even their bigs. Pascal Siakam is a fast guy that can go up and down the court. He's not very heavy. He's not dragging a load like Karl Anthony Towns is. And he's going to be able to compete with all these guys that the Knicks have because, look, OG Anunoby is a good He's a good 2 or he's a good 3, whatever position he's going to play, depending on the team that he's playing against. He's not a fast guy. Mikal Bridges is probably the most athletic 3 or 2 the Knicks have. But again, the Knicks were a complete mismatch to a team that had enough to beat them. Now, Tyrese Haliburton, I got to say something about Tyrese Haliburton. After the game, he said some derogatory things about the New York Knicks. First of all, he said New York's his bitch. And I understand he wants to be a villain. That's what he wants to be. He wants to be a bad guy. He wants Knicks fans not to like him. As we all know, Trae Young has done over the last couple of years. And he's been one of those guys that New York Knicks couldn't stand. But when you go out there and you have your girlfriend, your fiance, out there on social media saying, go home, New York, go home, and go New York home, or whatever the hell she was doing. And then Tyrese Haliburton cracking jokes and saying that the Knicks are not as good a team as everybody thought they were going to be going into the series, that they were the better team, that the Knicks are so overrated. He said a lot of interesting things. When he sat with Charles and he sat with Kenny and he sat with Shaquille O'Neal and Ernie Johnson, it was so disrespectful because he didn't say, congratulations to a great season for the New York Knicks. Jalen Brunson went out there. He congratulated Indiana. You saw all the Knicks. Josh Hart coming out and saying that they were the better team. They deserved to win. All the Knicks pretty much went out there and said what they felt. But Tyrese Haliburton's so unjust, just a piece of garbage, that he went out there and did whatever he could to throw the Knicks under the bus as a professional organization. And he really before this series even came up or even came to that point that they were playing the New York Knicks, he said that the New York Knicks fans were crap, and he said Madison Square Garden's one of the most overrated places to play in all of the NBA. Meanwhile, you have there was a lot of players over the last couple of years. Dirk Nowitzki, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James, all these guys, Tim Duncan, all these superstar players that have come out and said that Madison Square Garden is one of the best places to play in all of sports. You have this guy who, by the way, is one of the most overrated superstars in the NBA. I don't care what anybody says. You're going to look at his numbers. You want to say that in Game 4, I think it was, where he put up those ridiculous triple-double numbers, and everybody says, have we ever seen a player have no fouls and put up those kind of numbers? 30, 11, and whatever. It was 15. Whatever the numbers were, he had sensational numbers. The problem with Tyrese Haliburton is not his game. It's the way he perceives his game to be. He is not Jalen Brunson. He's not Shai Alexander. He's not as consistent as these players are offensively. He's either hot or he's not. What did he score in that final game against the Knicks in Game 6? What was it, 18, 20 points? I don't know the numbers right in front of me, but it was somewhere around those numbers. He didn't have one of his great games. He didn't put up the ridiculous numbers. As a matter of fact, he scored 8 points going into the fourth quarter. He scored 10 points with the last 8 minutes of the game against the New York Knicks. He didn't have one of those fabulous games, and I'm not surprised that Siakam won it because he was the better two-way player in this series. But you go back and you wonder what Rick Carlisle has said over the last couple of weeks with the New York Knicks and saying that the Knicks are flawed. They are flawed. The New York Knicks are a flawed offensive team. They depend too much on isolation basketball with Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns. If these guys are not playing at the top of the game, and by the way, I got to give a shout out to the Pacers defense on Jalen Brunson in Game 6. They shut down Jalen Brunson. They played so very well. They had two guys defend him throughout the game. They put a lot of pressure on him, and that put Jalen Brunson in a bad position where he was forcing up shots and giving the ball away because there was no pick and roll at the top of the key because they were playing the trap. They were too one-dimensional offensively, the New York Knicks. And once Rick Carlisle figured out how they were going to run their offense and how they were going to run their offense through Jalen Brunson, they shut down Jalen Brunson in certain specific parts of the game where it put the Knicks in a position where they couldn't put the ball in the nets.
Carl even says in the comment section the Knicks' defense was bad all games. Second half of Game 6, it was bad all game, Carl. And
their defense has been horrible for the last 2 seasons. It's been bad.
But that just goes what she said, Errol, was like Rick Carlisle saw how they were going to run it, and he made the adjustments in game. It wasn't like they had a plan going into it, and okay, well, now we're going to kind of see how they are running things. I think, and you hit the nail on the head, it's the way that Rick Carlisle, and you said in the coaching aspect of it, is where he made the adjustment, seeing how they're going to do it. And you just gave credit to the defenses because they made the adjustments of what they're going to do. I mean, he went 8 for 18. He still scored, what was 21 points, Brunson or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But, between those three guys, there was 18 shots for Brunson. Yep. It was 19 for Cat and 18 for OG. But he knew it's like, okay, I'm going to change our defensive schematic to be able to take that away. And you're right. Rick Carlisle made the adjustments in the game.
He's the better coach.
That Tibbs didn't do. Yeah, you're right.
And
100%.
Tom Thibodeau, and by the way, Tom Thibodeau should not have a job after this series. I don't care what anybody says, and a lot of Knicks fans have said, he deserves a second chance because he took them to the Eastern Conference Finals. I think this is the furthest Tom Thibodeau is going to take the New York Knicks. I don't see him taking them any further than this. He took the Bulls as far as the Eastern Conference Finals. I just don't believe this team has enough to get over the hump. They need more bench help. And I just think Karl-Anthony Towns isn't that secondary offensive player that's going to give you two-dimensional basketball. Giannis would be a perfect fit. I know a lot of people, and there are stories coming out that Giannis wants to come to a big market. As a matter of fact, the New York Knicks will be probably one of the top 3 favorites of landing him in the offseason. But the Knicks are going to have to give up a significant amount, maybe even Josh Hart or even Mikal Bridges in a trade with Karl-Anthony Towns and maybe McBride and maybe a draft pick to get somebody like of that magnitude. But I think they need more than just Giannis. I think they're going to need at least another bench help or another 2 bench help off the bench to give them enough consistency because it's been a problem. And Tom Thibodeau, I don't know if he's the guy because he really just ran 9 guys throughout this series. Finally, the last 3 games of the series, he kind of transitioned and he started playing different guys and added to the rotation. It was a big problem throughout this series. And he's not the guy. They're going to have to figure out, is he the guy that's going to take them to the promised land? Or has he taken us as far as he can, and maybe you move elsewhere? Maybe you look at somebody else that went to the Cavaliers, where their defense has been as bad over the last couple of years without him. Or do they bring in a guy like Malone that's been successful and won a championship with the Nuggets? Or somebody else? There are guys out there that are going to be available that are probably better fit for this team. And by the way, this rotation and the way he runs his defense, it doesn't work. And it's not going to work against a speedy, young Pacer team. And this Pacer team is going to be here for a long, long time. They don't even have another superstar. They're going to have money to spend. They could go after Giannis, even though after what Mr. Halliburton did to him in what was it, the first round?
First round, yeah.
The first round. I don't know if he's going to waive his no-trade clause to go over there, but Indiana's going to have the money to go after somebody like Giannis. Maybe somebody else. Maybe another superstar that becomes available. But Giannis is the big name. That's going to be the guy that everybody's going to be gunning for. But there are stories coming out, and I saw 2 writers, beat writers, very well respected in the game, that said that the Knicks will definitely be one of the top 3 locations that Giannis will like to play for.
Going back to what I was saying about the defense too, what that Carl was saying, the Pacers had probably 60 to 65% of their threes wide open. Like there wasn't even a defender like even 5 feet from them, and that's I think the biggest issue in that game. In addition to the transition defense that we were talking about, like they're not getting back on defense, and that benefits for the Pacers in what they like to do. And then on the other end, Jalen Brunson, I think what really hindered him was that kind of half press. It wasn't a full court press all the time. It was kind of a half press, and he got bracketed. He got double teamed, and I do think Rick Carlisle definitely deserves a lot of credit for that because he really made him uncomfortable in certain aspects. And Jalen Brunson, when he's not spacing the floor, the Knicks offense isn't going to get anywhere. And OG and Mitchell Robinson were the only 2 starters that played well. I agree with you on Towns. Even though his stats look sexy on paper, they're not. He was very inefficient throughout that game. Some of his decision-making with the threes was iffy. His defense was horrible all game, too. And Josh Hart disappeared. Mikal Bridges
He made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah.
Josh Hart made a tremendous amount of mistakes.
Yeah, I'm not willing to go after Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges chased Halliburton around screen, didn't come off the court.
I'm talking more on offense, not defense.
Well, the thing is, how are you supposed to be an offensive threat when your job is to chase around? Let's face it, the way that he's playing, he's a top 10 player in the world right now.
I disagree. I disagree.
I think you have to put him above Jalen right now because you just beat him twice. So I would put Jalen right behind Halliburton, probably at 9 and 10.
Halliburton disappeared in certain games in this series.
The reason why he disappeared is Mikal Bridges is a pretty damn good basketball player.
Well, guess what?
Mikal Bridges was basically his shadow, and in the second half, they started taking Bridges out for Shamet, and Shamet didn't work. And we could talk about Tibbs' rotations, but the thing that really bothered me, you know why so many of those threes were open? Well, every time they were on Karl Anthony Towns, that was a wide open three. Because Karl Anthony Towns decided to go underneath every single screen and not cover the guy and not even try to fight it after getting fouls trying to fight over screens earlier in the series because he's slow-footed and not good at important parts of the game that are necessary to run a Tom Thibodeau type of a team.
Plus, he banged his knee in the second quarter. They still left him in the game.
I don't want to effing hear about his knee. Everyone's banged up this time of the season. It was not bad enough that he couldn't walk. It wasn't that bad enough that he couldn't run. He's just making a lot of faces out there. And look, he makes interesting faces. He makes interesting movements. He's a free personality. We all know that about him. But on defense, he killed the Knicks. And I am not willing to say that the Thibodeau scheme is bad against the Pacers because in theory, it's the right type of defense to stop the Pacers. You're not fast enough to stay with them running. You switch every single time. And if you have guys that can switch and can rotate, then you don't have to catch up to these guys running you off the court. And it slows them down. Power to Rick Carlisle for making Brunson's life a living hell the entire series. Smart coach. But the other guys have to step up. They didn't on offense, and that's Karl Anthony Towns' department. They didn't on defense.
But you're blaming this all on Karl Anthony Towns. You have to because it's not just
like
Karl Anthony Towns.
Think about a 5-man defense.
It's not.
If your anchor is not rotating and not stepping up, it's like it doesn't even matter what the other guys are doing. And a guy like Josh Hart, it seemed like he didn't know where his help was. He didn't trust the guys next to him. And when you see Hart going well, he knows where everyone's going to be on the court. He knows all those things. He plays this type of mind game over other teams.
I think there's a lot of players that are very selfish when they get the ball in their hands. And you can see that with the Knicks. They take the ball down. They don't pass the ball. How many passes that we saw throughout this series, the Pacers were actually moving the ball around the perimeter until they found the open guy or the alley-oop. I mean, Obi Toppin was all over the place with the alley-oops. You didn't see that enough with Mitchell Robinson. He's so athletic. He finally got his feet under him. Why didn't we see more of that, the alley-oops? Why didn't we see more of that with Karl Anthony Towns? He's athletic. He's an athletic big man, and he's not as athletic as Mitchell Robinson, but he's athletic. And OG Anunoby is a great dunker. Why didn't we see more of OG Anunoby? He was hot and cold throughout this series. He wasn't really in it offensively. He played fantastic defense in some parts of the game and then disappeared when he was on the court. This guy...
He had a tough assignment, man.
Like, but that's an excuse. You keep making these excuses.
No,
it's
I'm
tough
just saying
or not. You got to go out there and play your game.
They had to take those two guys. The reason why they got those two guys is they're two of the best 3-and-D wings in all of the NBA. Because of their size and length and Bridges' ability to stay with a little bit faster.
Have you ever heard defense wins championships?
Well, look, if they just didn't have, like, they had to put OG on Siakam because they don't have a 4 because Towns couldn't do it when Robinson was out there, and then they played the smaller lineup where OG had to guard the 4. And OG's a 3 or a 2. And he can do it, but not against every 4. And Siakam is a great 4.
Kawhi Leonard could do it. We try to compare OG and Anunoby.
Like 36.
That's
now.
fine.
I don't know if he could still
I'm
do
just
it,
saying, when Kawhi was the same age as OG and Anunoby, he was defending a lot of 4s, the best 4s in the league. And everybody wants to
agree.
compare OG and Anunoby to Kawhi Leonard. Well,
he's not Kawhi.
I'm just saying that's what people want to do. So if you're going to go out there and say, well, OG's the new Kawhi Leonard, well, he's going to have to go out there and produce. Siakam's a good player, but he's not Tim Duncan. He's not those kind of guys. And I've seen Kawhi Leonard, when he left the Spurs, at some points he was defending Tim Duncan. At some points he was defending some of the best athletic 4s in the league. I've seen him guard Giannis and Joel Embiid at certain points. So that's an excuse. OG and Anunoby needs to show up in the big games and play shut down defense no matter who it is. Whoever he's facing in front of him. It's an excuse. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Knick fans got to stop making excuses for this team. This is not Josh Hart's fault. I know a lot of Knick fans on social media wants to say, well, Josh takes responsibility. It's Josh's fault. It's everybody's fault. And Jalen Brunson's got to stop doing certain things at the end of the game in the fourth quarter when you're trying to play catch-up. Why are you isolating yourself over and over and over again? Use your teammates. Use Mikal Bridges. Use OG Anunoby, Karl Anthony Towns, or Mitchell Robinson. And by the way, Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns cannot play on the same court together at the same time. Yeah. If that can't work, you have to trade one of them. And it's not going to be Jalen Brunson. It's going to be Karl Anthony Towns because he's getting paid $52.5 million, and he's getting overpaid because he's not a winner. He's never going to be a winner. Yeah, Knick fans got to understand that. And for the fact that Jalen Brunson came out and said that this roster can win a championship, he's lying to you because there were stories coming out that a lot of these players did not get along with Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, Jabba, did you see that came out, almost immediately? Like it was like a canned story just waiting for it to happen in The Athletic. And then they just added a paragraph on, and then the Knicks lost in Game 6. Like, they were ready to do the hit piece on Towns. You see any of that?
Yeah, I read, and I've seen scuttlebutt about it, obviously, just on social and then obviously articles. But I think it's 100% right because there was kind of I don't know if it was a battle, like who's the BMOC, the big man on campus, you know what I'm saying? You always have those type of personalities where sometimes it can work together, sometimes it doesn't. And I just think they're two completely different stars in their capacity where sometimes they just don't work, and we kind of seen it. And I think that's a huge part of it too. And especially, if they're making a point to write an article about it, there's obviously, you hear it once, you're like, then you hear it a couple times and then it keeps going. Then you're like, well, there must be some type of truth to it. Obviously, we're not in the locker room. We don't see it, but you can kind of see it out on the court. Like, obviously, they're both still getting their shots. They're still, doing the that they have done in their career. But I just think with what he does in the type of team that it is, especially if the articles were already created and now they're continuing to get legs.
Jabba, we've seen this before. And
yeah,
you played with two players that were best friends and hated each other after one got traded over there. And that's Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter. And there's no excuses because they had to figure out how to play together. Obviously,
it wasn't as bad as everybody said it was.
I'm sure it wasn't.
It wasn't. But that's what happens when you get to like the pinnacle and you have all of these alphas. And it's like, okay, I was a stud. Now I'm a stud. Now I'm a stud. Now I'm a stud. And you get all of them. It was at one point in, I think, when Kerry Wood came over in 2010, I think over half of our starting roster was first-round draft picks. So you got all these guys that have had created a great legacy for themselves, whether individually, whether team, all the other stuff. And you get all of them. It's kind of, it becomes a pissing contest a little bit, where it's like you're going like, okay, well, if he did this, I can do this, and if they did this, I can do this. And we've seen it on every platform, from basketball to football and whatever. And it's like the ones that become very, very successful and create legacies is they figure out a way. It's like, I may not invite you to my son's birthday party, but I damn sure want you next to me on the field or on the court.
Like, you want to be cool with the guys, right? You know what I mean? Like,
100%.
that's the thing. Like, you could. So,
that's
like,
not true.
I watched the roommates.
I
I watched
don't-
the roommates podcast about when they had Julius Randle on, and they seemed like they were pretty chill with each other. Like, it was like a thing where they didn't have any animosity. Maybe they didn't play all that well together, but they had the chemistry. There's no chemistry with Karl Anthony Towns. You could see it. It doesn't work. And I think I have
Kyrie
a trade
Irving.
for you, Errol.
Kyrie Irving.
I have the trade.
Well, let's hear it.
You want to hear it?
Yes.
So I thought about this a lot. We talked about some of this the other day. But you're trading Towns, and you have to trade OG Anunoby with Towns. It's going to be a lot of money, so you have to take back some shit contracts. But I think the two of them together, maybe you throw in a pick, and you get Giannis Antetokounmpo and the two shittiest contracts on the Bucks, Kuzma and Pat Connaughton.
I like Kuzma.
And that's
Kyle Kuzma's a good player.
Nobody else in the league likes Kuzma. So
I don't know why. He's a great rebounder.
He has one of the worst PERs in all of
He's
basketball.
still a good rebounder, and you're going to need that against an athletic team like the Pacers.
He's making $22 million
That's
a
fine.
year to be a backup.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with a lot of people that watch Kyle Kuzma, and they're going to not give him the
3
credit
years
that he
left.
deserves. Remember, he was drafted by the Nets. Remember that? He was drafted by the Nets, and then he moved
didn't know
around.
that.
Yes, he was
I
drafted
thought he
by
was with the Lakers. I only remember the Lakers.
No, he was drafted by the Nets. If I'm not mistaken, Speedy, he was drafted by the Nets, right?
It might be some draft right thing.
No, it was Kyle Kuzma. He was drafted by the Nets, and then check that out. I know Kyle Kuzma was definitely drafted by the Nets, and then he was a journeyman, but he went to the Lakers. And he really developed his game.
Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Immediately traded to the Lakers
Yes.
in the legendary Timofey Mozgov
Yeah.
and
Oh, God.
D'Angelo Russell trade.
That's right.
I have a lot of respect for guys like Kyle Kuzma because he hasn't played on rosters and teams that were really that good. Even that Lakers team that he played with wasn't really that good. Washington sucked everywhere he's gone. The Nets. He wasn't there that long, but you know what I'm saying? He's been on bad rosters. He's never played on a good roster where he has a game where he could put his game and play his game on that roster.
Well, how do you explain the Bucks then? Like, because he's on the Bucks.
I'll
and he
tell
can't
you,
get
first of
playing
all,
time
it was the
because
second.
He sucks.
He really didn't play until the second half of that season anyways. So he didn't really have a lot of basketball time over there with Giannis and Dime.
If the Knicks get him in a deal like that, I'd be stoked if he was just, like
Kyle
not
Kuzma's a
playing
good
well or
rebounder for
whatever.
his size. He really is. I think you're underrating the type of player that he is.
I think $22 million a year for three years of him is a little steep, and they're going to want to get off that contract though.
But
I would say half that for him would probably be about right.
I will say this for all you Knicks fans, and I know a lot of Knicks fans are upset about this. I was wearing a Knicks hat and a Knicks jersey the other day. All right, yesterday, and I was telling Fish and I was telling Speedy how many people came up to me and told me, "Oh, tough loss. Tough. What do you think?" and asking me questions. I actually were giving out show cards where some of these kids thought I was like a celebrity or something like that. Oh my God! Oh, are you gonna do? Who are you gonna? I was like, what the hell's going on with you? Are you gonna have a heart attack? Or but see, these kids don't understand that they're just Jalen Brunson fans and they're Karl Anthony Towns fans, and they thought, hey, the Knicks choked and this and that. The Knicks didn't choke. They didn't play their game, and they lost that series in game number 1, letting this team come back up 14 with 2 minutes left. That was the choke that really cost them this series. If they won that game, they would have went up 2-2. They would have went back home. And it would have been 2-2. They would have went back home, won that game. They would have been up 3-2, lost in Indiana, and then went home and possibly won in Game 7 like I predicted. But losing that first game cost the Knicks the series. And that was mistakes by Josh Hart. That was mistakes by Karl Anthony Towns not hitting free throws and OG Anunoby missing free throws. All these guys couldn't hit a free throw if their life depended on it in game number 6. How many did Karl Anthony Towns
6 for
miss?
10, yeah.
He was horrible.
It was terrible. It was terrible, the foul
You're a
shooting.
career 92% in the playoffs free throw shooter, and you missed 4 free throws in an important game 6. And yeah,
But his knee was hurting.
yeah. Here's another thing. I want to give a shout out to our boy over here. He's been speaking a lot, Carl over here, saying that Karl Anthony Towns was getting fouled a lot in this game and throughout this series. I've got news for you guys. The refs were not on the Knicks side in this series. And I'm not blaming the refs. This isn't the refs'
You're
fault.
not the beef.
I'm not. It's not the referees, okay? Here's the facts. It didn't go the Knicks' way. It doesn't matter if it was in Indiana or if it was in Madison Square Garden. A lot of the calls, and everybody's going to say, well, the Knicks had more free throws than the Pacers. But the Pacers got the important free throw chances at the end of games that kept them in the game when they were down or up a significant amount of points. So it was a big problem, and I think, again, the NBA or the LJA need to figure out how. I think there should be another referee on the court. It shouldn't be 3. I think there should be 5 referees on the court seeing everything go on. And you should be able to challenge at least 3 times in a game. 3 times. Not if you get one call. You should be able to challenge 3 times because you saw in this series, after you use your 2 challenges early in the game, you don't get one in the 4th. And even if you see it go off another team or another foot or another, finger, you can't get a chance to call. And the referees, they don't really call a timeout to look at every single call at the end of the game, which could cost the team a chance to get the ball back and tie the game. It was a big problem in this series. There are a lot of mistakes, but Rick Carlisle is the better coach. That is why the younger, faster, and more athletic Pacers team beat a better Knicks team. The Knicks were more talented, I believe, when it comes to 1-5. But the Pacers, what they did against the Knicks is they shut down the offense of Jalen Brunson and made the other guys try to beat him, and the other guys couldn't do it. And they got tired. If you saw in Game 5 and Game 6, the Knicks were much more tired. And everybody's going to say, well, the Knicks won by 16 or 15 in Game number 5. The Pacers were not working really hard in the 4th quarter. They let the Knicks run away because they wanted to win it in Indiana. And the Knicks had a chance to shut everybody up.
Buy that.
I do.
They
do.
kicked their ass in Game 5. They were winning by double digits
Dude,
the whole
the
way.
Pacers look like they stepped away in the 4th quarter and let the Knicks hit shots
I think
shots.
that
They had
energy
open
of
shots.
Madison Square Garden that Tyrese
This makes
Halliburton
my
was
pecker
making fun
hard.
of got to those guys because I think those guys can be shook. And I don't really, we're going to talk about them going into the next round in the next segment in a second. But before we get off that, I wanted to tell you, why I think they should move OG, because I don't think they should move McHale. It's really one of those 2 guys that would have to be included in the deal. And Giannis, look, the Spurs and the Rockets have a lot more to offer the Bucks than the Knicks do. But the Knicks might have the advantages. Giannis might want to go to a place where there's Greek people. I don't know if there are Greek towns in San Antonio and Houston. I know there are lots of Greek people in New York. I know I was driving by a Greek
His
festival
brother played
recently.
in New York. That's one. And number 2, his brother has a condo still here in New York. So it's
anything that pushes it towards it, I'd love it. So here's the reason why you use OG instead. You use OG instead because Mikal Bridges plays every single game, and OG is an injury risk like you wouldn't believe. And you have to get rid of the injury risk if they're going to be around the same price, because Mikal's going to get an extension around the same price. Now, if they don't bite on that and Giannis goes somewhere where they can get bigger return from Milwaukee, I can't believe – we got a new intern. Zach has been reading my mind. That's the second time. Kevin Durant for Cat straight up.
too much.
Is actually
Too much.
I don't think so, because
too
here's
much.
the deal. Durant only has 1 year left after that.
He's 38 years old or 37 years old.
Listen. It's for 1 year. But you get off of a contract that Towns is going to be making. He has 4 years left, 3 plus a player option. That last year is $65 million. If you're paying Towns in 4 years with the way he is now defensively, $65 million, that is danger zone Kenny Loggins type shit, Errol. You've got to get off of that.
Stop bringing Kenny involved with this. Poor
right
Kenny.
Into the danger zone.
I love Kenny Loggins. All his music, I listen to every single one of his tracks. I'm a big Kenny Loggins fan. I grew up listening to Kenny when I was a kid. He's one of my favorite artists in the early 90s. So I listen to every single Kenny Loggins. So I love – has anybody seen Over the Top with Sylvester Stallone's arm wrestling movie?
Wrestling.
Yes, that's a fantastic. He's got 2 hit songs from that movie. I love that movie, by the way. Top Gun, come on. Who doesn't like Top Gun? Dirty, what was it? Footloose. Footloose, too. I love all the 80s and 90s movies. Kenny Loggins was big in the 80s and the 90s.
I think he had one in
I
Caddyshack,
did that
thought.
musical in theater in my senior year of high school.
Yeah.
Who'd you play?
I was actually the dance coordinator for the men.
Oh, stop it.
Swear.
I love it.
Yep.
I definitely have to see Jabba get down one of these days. It's definitely
It was fantastic. Other than it was the funny story though. It was still on Broadway.
Pulled it out of my ass.
We had to call New York to get actually the rights to actually perform it.
Wow.
Because it was still on Broadway when they were doing it.
Hey, there's one last thing I want to bring up, and I wanted to ask Speedy this one. Speedy, does Halliburton exceed the hatred of Trae Young now?
No.
Yeah.
Not yet.
So.
Not yet.
To me, it does. That's
yet.
I
twice
think
he's
it's 2
eliminated us.
years now, yeah.
Not
Twice.
yet. Trae Young, he did some interesting things after that series against the Hawks, giving the Knicks fans the middle finger. I mean, he walked out. And
Well, Trae Young is a piece of garbage.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he's, we're relieving all of his sins or anything.
I
here.
mean,
No,
Trae
no.
Young.
But Halliburton, what kind of a douche? Let's face it.
We drove
Kind
the
of
Atlanta
bad.
Hawks down to mediocrity now.
Don't be surprised if Trae Young gets
think he's
traded
the
to
problem
Indiana
over there.
because Trae Young could be
Imagine.
available in the
Oh
offseason.
my God, I can't believe how much I would hate Indiana if Trae Young and
There,
Halliburton were on the same
I
team.
could see that happening. First of all, Trae Young and Indiana would be a perfect fit. He gives you that 3-point, specialist that they're
He
going.
plays no defense,
It-
though. I don't know.
But
if Carlisle could
everybody
stomach
else
that.
plays defense. So
True.
And Trae Young, I mean, you probably put Naismith and maybe somebody else in that trade. You get Trae Young over there to play with Halliburton. That would be a really tough offense to beat. And could you imagine those two guys in the backcourt? Oh my God, those big mouths yelling at the Madison Square Garden fans all over the country, all over the stadium. 15,000 people watching that game, and just they're absolutely giving them all the business. But speaking of the business, the Pacers will take on the Thunder in this year's NBA Finals, a battle of two teams that have never won a championship. That means one of them is going to win, obviously. It is the first matchup of first-time champions we have seen since the Heat and the Mavericks matchup in 2006. The Thunder are the fourth youngest team in NBA history to reach an NBA Finals with an average age of 25.33 years of age. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has 10 games of over 30 points, 5 assists during the playoffs, tied second most in NBA history. The Pacers have scored the most transition points per possession in the NBA playoffs at 8.5 and have also allowed at least at 0.96. The Pacers have 7 different players averaging 10 points per game or more, and 3 of those players are also averaging 3 assists per game. This is the first time in the NBA luxury tax era that both teams in the NBA Finals were under the luxury cap threshold. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a series of Shai Alexander. You're going to get a chance to see one of the best offensive players, one of the prolific offensive players we've seen in a very, very long time, go face to face with one of the biggest mouths in right now the NBA, and Mr. Halliburton, who I can't stand. What makes this series so fun to watch is Shai Alexander doesn't really speak. He doesn't really say much. He goes out there and lets his game do the talking. Halliburton lets his mouth do the talking, and sometimes his game actually works with his mouth. The problem right now in this series is pretty simple. The OKC Thunder has better secondary offense than the Pacers do. This is a young team. This is a team that runs and guns just like they do. This is a team that plays two-dimensional basketball just like the Pacers do, but their best player in Shai Alexander is one of their best defenders. And if he's sticking Halliburton or Naismith or any one of these guys at the perimeter, he's going to be able to shut these guys down. The Knicks didn't have that. They really didn't. Even though you had Mikal Bridges and OG Anunoby, these are the guys that don't rotate too. Shai Alexander plays one-on-one defense. If he's taking Halliburton the whole game, that's who he's taking the whole game. You're not going to see him, change up and play like Tom Thibodeau plays. This is a different kind of team. And OKC is very fast. They pass the ball. They share the ball. They all can shoot. And when Williams is playing at the top of his game, they're almost impossible to beat. And they're the hardest team to beat in OKC. Oklahoma is one of the hardest places to play in the NBA. I think they've lost in 2 or 3 years. I think it was like 15 games at home.
They only lost 6 games in the regular season so far. And
I'm talking about in the last 3 years.
Right. And last year I think they only lost 10 in the regular season all year. And then they've only lost once in the playoffs. That was game 1 against the Nuggets.
This is a team that has you have a very it's very hard to beat them in OKC. So Shai Alexander is a great player. He's going to go out there and he's going to put up 30 points every single game. It's going to be hard to stop him like you did with Jalen Brunson, because what Shai Alexander does that Jalen Brunson doesn't do is he can play every style of game. Now, he'll go through the pick or he'll go right through you. Jalen Brunson, Shai Alexander's a lot bigger and a lot stronger than Jalen Brunson. Jalen Brunson's small. He's 6'2". Halliburton's like 6'6", 6'5". Shai Alexander's like 6'6". So you're not going to be able to push this guy around. He can run through you. He's very strong. His upper body strength is unbelievable. He's one of the fastest guys in the NBA to the basket when he gets a lane. He's very hard to defend. And they're going to have problems throughout this series stopping him. But the secondary scoring, like I said, they're just so fun to watch. I'll say this. I was not sure about this team, but adding Hartenstein and Hartenstein becoming fully healthy in the second half of the season, this is a completely different team when Hartenstein is on the court. He's a great defender, he's a great rebounder, and he's the enforcer on that court. He doesn't let anybody push Shai Alexander around, and he's going to go out there and he's going to make sure that if Halliburton pushes him around, he's going to be pushing Halliburton around. So I think this is a great matchup. They're two of the more younger teams in the NBA. I think, obviously, it's a mismatch because I think OKC, if they play at the top of their game and the Pacers can't get in Shai Alexander's head early in this series, it's going to be a long series for the Pacers. But this is going to be a fun series. As much as everybody thinks this is going to be an absolute blowout, I do not believe this is going to be a blowout. This is going to go 5 or 6 games. It will. And I think some of these games will be a lot closer than you think. But if OKC goes up 2-0, which I think they could, because they have the home field advantage, I don't know if the Pacers are going to be able to play catch-up against them like they did against the Knicks.
It's interesting with Hartenstein, the effect that he's had, too. Like, defensively, they stay home defender. And Carl was asking in the chat, too, if the Knicks missed him in that series. Maybe to an extent, but, again, I don't think one player would have changed the Knicks' woes in Game 6. But nevertheless, like, you see
Not necessarily. If Hartenstein was there and he actually played, I think he's a better piece than Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, sure. Defensively, it definitely is.
I 100% agree with you, Errol, on that.
And
keep going, Speedy.
I was going to say, they've gotten the better version of Hartenstein from last year, too. And he's also the veteran leader that this team, a very young team, needed. You're talking about the 4th youngest team to be in the NBA Finals. Hartenstein was with the Clippers for a little while, and then he obviously went to the Knicks, was traded to the Knicks. So he has a lot of teams that have gone on at least to win playoff series, not to go to the NBA Finals, but have done well enough in that. And that's what they needed, the next step they needed. They lost last year to an experienced veteran Dallas Mavericks team with 2 of the best playoff players we've seen. Obviously, Luka Doncic, we talk about how good he is all the time, and then Kyrie Irving is a great playoff player too. And they needed that kind of adversity. They got that adversity overcome with the Nuggets, and I'm sure Hartenstein had a big reason for that. Now, what's interesting matchup-wise is the OKC defense on the wings too, because the Pacers have all this bench wing depth that can score.
The Pacers' offense is so overrated, and again, you just mentioned the wing defenders that have. They have Dort, they have Hartenstein, they have Alex Caruso. Right. This is a good all-around defense. They're not going to get easy layups like they did against the Knicks. They're going to make them work for every single point they're going to get in this series. And they're going to get tired. By the way, they played a longer series against the Knicks and a more gut-wrenching game. The Knicks did not let them have easy quarters. Right. I mean, these quarters were grueling. The Knicks pushed them around in certain parts of the game. Again, they cannot fall behind against OKC because OKC will run away with the game. They had more 110 or more point games in the playoffs than any team in basketball.
Right.
They're the only team that broke 135 points in the playoffs.
I think they're the first team as well to have 6 wins by 30 or more points as well, because obviously counting the first round, they had the sweep too. And then they had all those ones in the Timberwolves series where they were just blowing them out.
I didn't realize how important Caruso was. I remember him playing for the Lakers, and I remember when the OKC Thunder traded for him from the Lakers. I think it was the Lakers.
It was
right?
the Bulls.
The Bulls.
There was one in between. They traded Josh Giddey. Remember, he was going through all that controversy, and he was supposed to be their other point guard at the time to develop with Shai, and obviously he had the off-the-field, off-court issues. That
one of the more underrated players, Alex Caruso, in all of the NBA.
And I think it was you, Fish, that when they made that trade, really liked it at the time because it was like a missing piece for what they needed from the veteran off the bench perspective, and that kind of thing is something that OKC I don't think had last year either. I just want to respond to Carl's comment as well. This is not two mid-majors.
Well, why don't you breathe a little bit, because you don't breathe enough.
This is not two mid-majors, Carl. The Thunder are the best team in the NBA all season long. They're a 68-win team just because they're not a small market. Carl said in the comment, this is like two mid-majors making the NCAA basketball final. No, it's not the case, Carl. The Thunder, if it was a 7 seed or so like
what
that,
he's saying is they're very young teams. That's what they are. And like they said, the Thunder are, 25 or younger.
Right.
Their roster, and the Pacers are probably like 26 or younger.
Right.
They're two of the youngest rosters in the NBA. We might see this a lot in the next couple of years.
But Carl brings up a point, too, for the game of basketball. Do you think that's good? Because he brought up a point, too, in the chat. Do you think that this is going to be watched by a lot of people?
No, not this year. Not this year. I'll tell you what.
It's not going to get a lot of ratings.
Not this year. But if this is a good series, if this goes 6 or 7 games and it's back and forth basketball, high pace offense, yeah, I think if it happens next year, you see them play again in the next 3 years in the finals, it'll be a very watched series because of what they did. But right now, I don't think it's...
Are you going to get the casual fan to watch? Like, we obviously want to watch.
No, it's going to be a little harder.
New York fans are not going to watch this series because, to me, and if they do, they only want to watch OKC absolutely murder them. Yes, because
I want to see a massacre like Sonny on the Causeway in Godfather 1. I can't wait to see Shai. And by the way, I keep looking it up. We keep saying Shai. It's pronounced like Shay, so like Shai.
Oh, it's interesting. Zach was saying,
Canadian.
Zach says real basketball fans will watch. And I disagree. I disagree because
real basketball fans, like diehards, of course they're watching. Think about what type of game this is going to be. This is, I think, a terrible matchup for Indiana.
My friend is one of the biggest basketball fans in all out of all the sports. He's a big Yankee fan. He's a big Knicks fan. After the Knicks lost against, obviously, the Indiana Pacers, he says, I am not going to even put my eyes on that series because he was so upset. He didn't like the way – he blamed the referees, by the way. I'm not going to mention because he knows who I'm talking about. He blamed the referees a lot. It was a little bit of the referees, but it really wasn't. Karl Anthony Towns was not good. Even though his numbers would tell you differently, he loves Karl Anthony Towns, by the way. Karl Anthony Towns.
He's terrible on defense.
Well, he's a Knicks fan. What do you mean he can have
I think
him?
if Hardenstein was there on defense –
they win the series. I think they win the series.
It would have been a lot closer, I think.
I think they win the series. I don't think they
would have had that collapse in Game 1.
They would have never lost Game 1. They would have definitely never lost Game 1. If you had him and Mitchell Robinson in at the same time during the game with OG Anunoby and Mikal Bridges and Miles McBride, the Knicks win that game. There's no way. There's no way they come back.
Carl also says, is Shai that prolific or he just gets to the line a ton? No, he is that prolific, Carl. Like, I know the Timberwolves fans were chanting about the freaking free throw merchant and all that stuff, but he's electric dribbling the ball, and he's physical.
He outplayed Anthony Edwards. Everybody says that Anthony Edwards is a top 3 player really for the last 3 years. Shai Alexander was a top 5 player, top 6 player over the last 3 years. He became one of the top 3 offensive players in the NBA this year, and that's why he won the MVP. So, yeah, he outplayed Anthony Edwards, who went out there before the series saying that I'm the best player in this series, and I'm going to show why I'm the best player in this series. Boy, oh boy, did he not show he was the best player in the series. And Jalen Brunson, I think he took a step back because he knows Hal Burton played better than him in certain aspects of his game. And I think Jalen Brunson in the offseason needs to lose a little bit of weight. He looked, I'm going to tell you this, throughout this season, he looked like he put on a little bit of weight. And he looked like he got slower. He looked like he got slower later in the season. That's my
his
opinion.
game is in speed. He has those hesitation moves. He likes to get guys on his hip and then get the fouls. He wasn't getting the fouls in any of these postseason series the way that he got them in the regular season. That's frustrating because your game was built upon doing it that way all year, and now you're not getting those same calls. So I thought some of that was frustrating to him. He got a lot of foul calls called against him that maybe he didn't get earlier in the year. I don't really know what it was. He knows that he needs to be better than he was, and I expect him to come back guns a-blazing next year. That being said, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was a point guard who shot, I think, 52% and change from the field. Most guards don't break 40. I think Brunson was the next closest at like 49%. So as like a ball dominant point guard, the unbelievable shooting percentages from him, especially going to the line as frequent as he does. You can call him a free throw merchant. I actually have a stat that our intern Zach gave me.
You know what?
Today.
You know what? I'm gonna do these kids a favor.
Right,
why don't you put these guys in here? I want to hear quickly Jake's take, and then I want to hear what Zach's take is. I mean, they've been back and forth. They're big basketball fans. Let's hear what these guys got to say.
Sure, guys. If you want, you can come in on the audio, or you could just stay with the video.
I'd like to first, Jake. I want to hear your take quickly on this series, OKC and the Pacers. Why you think this series is going to be a very highly watched series?
Yeah, sure. I think it'll be pretty interesting for as me and Zach were going back and forth saying for basketball fans. I think it's going to be really respected and watched because both these teams are relatively young. They try really hard. They are in good basketball towns. I think one of the things that's been lost on it as well is if you look at the OKC Thunder's fan arena and they have all the fans in their T-shirts and they love their team and the passion in the stadium, similar to as you were talking about it, Errol, with the Knicks, they love their basketball team. So I think that fan.
So do the Steelers. What does that mean?
Sorry.
So do the Steelers. No.
That's back-to-back deuce of the day, Steelers.
I hear you. But I mean, they haven't, especially for OKC, they haven't been to the finals since I believe 2012 when they had KD, Russ, and Harden. They were a young team, and now they're a young team as well. Shea just won the MVP, and Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren. They've grown their team with young homegrown talent. They get to grow up with their team and all their players, and the Pacers as well. Even though Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam and Miles Turner, a lot of their players are, trades. I think that they've built a young or a pretty decently well-established core, and they love their team as well. Obviously Indiana for a long time, there was the curse. They could never really break through, having to deal with LeBron James a lot, and then Paul George leaves. It's
Michael Jordan too.
How
had to
Paul
deal
George
with
has
Michael Jordan
impacted
too. Yeah.
this finals as both teams have really been built, but. Yeah, I think this series is going to be a lot of fun. I think OKC is going to win, and they probably will win pretty dominantly. But I think it will be a fun basketball matchup to watch.
All right, Zach, let's hear your take on this series.
I think it's going to be a fun series. I think it's going to be well watched with a bunch of NBA fans because I don't see both of these teams as being that one-on-one type of teams. Like, they move the ball around. They drive and kick. They move the ball around. They pass a lot. It's not like you're watching the Lakers with Luka Doncic and everyone else just standing out in the or out on the perimeter. You have people driving the ball. You have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander driving the ball, looking to pass if he doesn't score, if he doesn't get fouled, obviously. And then on the opposite end, you have the Pacers who are a fast-paced team. They do the same thing. They don't have a player that just one-on-one on top of the key. They have players that are meant to pass and are meant to shoot the ball when they're open. I think it's going to be a fun series. I'm excited to watch it.
They're young, and that's why a lot of young kids are going to be excited to watch a bunch of young players go at it with one another. You
miss old man LeBron, Errol.
No, LeBron. First of all, it's the LJA, and I just thinking about the organization as a whole, that's all I have to think about. I don't want to see LeBron James in another finals again. I do believe, and I'll say this again, I think that the Lakers are going to be much better next year. I think they're going to have a chance to go after another superstar to play with LeBron James and the group of craziness with Luka. By the way, did anybody check out Luka Doncic? How much weight he's lost already? Luka,
this was coming after what they said about him.
Did you see what he
literally now it's just a bigger middle finger to them be like, yeah, if I wanted to do it, I can.
Yeah,
he should have posted on social media and tagged Nico Harrison.
He didn't go to the Knicks series, but he was at the OKC Thunder series against, I think, who did OKC play last? The
Minnesota.
Nuggets.
Oh, the Nuggets, yeah.
It was the Nuggets.
Yeah.
He was at that series. He was actually sitting in the audience, and they took video of him. He looked like he lost 25 pounds. Could you imagine? He lost 25
He probably
pounds.
spent like a week in like LeBron's hyperbaric red wine chamber.
I don't think it had anything to do with it. I think he
Secretly
realized
in the Blaze Pizza.
I think he realized that he has an opportunity to win a championship with LeBron. And by the way, for anybody that thought LeBron James wasn't going to opt into that $52 million contract, shame on you guys. He is absolutely, and he's going to opt into the year after because he's got 2 years left on that damn contract.
It's 2 on the buy-ins.
Yeah, he's absolutely opting into those contracts. Anybody that thought that it was all
I think,
about.
of course, he's going to try and do it too to hopefully like keep his son even on the team.
Well,
So, hey, Errol, we got one more
Yes,
intern over
yes.
here.
Let's hear what Aaron
that's
thought.
a New Yorker
Yes.
that I want to hear from. a little
Unmute
bit.
yourself, my friend, because there you go.
Well, I mean, looking at the series as a whole, I do think it's going to be an enjoyable series. Now, as a Knicks fan, I will only watch if OKC absolutely destroys the Pacers. That's what I really want to see. But if you really look at a stand-up point, OKC went to 7 games with the Nuggets. A pesky team. The Pacers are a pesky team. They really dig in on defense. They shoot a lot of threes. So if you're gonna compare these two teams, I feel like if it goes more than 5, 6, 7 games, it's gonna get a lot more views.
All
That's
right,
the way I see it.
I want to hear. Scoops deserves an opportunity. I would like to hear his take.
Let's get Tommy.
I
in
might
here,
as
too.
well get everybody's thoughts in this
This
series.
is the Hofstra connection coming up over here right now too.
He's not on.
What's
He's
up,
not on
Aaron?
the toilet.
No, he's not
Yeah,
on the
Not
toilet.
on the toilet.
Coming at you live from the toilet.
My honest reaction, I'm going to turn this on so you guys can see me a little better. My honest reaction, this series is going to be very boring. Now, I don't know about if it not being watched. It might be very watched. Like you said, I'm going to be watching it for sure.
This makes my pecker
For
hard.
the same reason as Aaron, of course. I would love to see the OKC dominate the Pacers. But that's the thing. Everybody knows that it's going to be the Pacers dominating. I'm sorry, the OKC dominating the Pacers. That is exactly the same reason. I'm going to bring this up, too, only for the fact of everybody knew going into the World Series, going into the NBA Finals 2 seasons ago when we had the Nuggets and Heat, as soon as we saw the last game between the Miami Heat and the Celtics in the Game 7 series where we let the Celtics come back 3-0 and everything, that was really the only highlight because we knew it was going to be Nikola Jokic running away with it and stomping over Jimmy Butler. So for this exact same reason, I don't have any reason why people are actually going to be excited for the Pacers. Nobody wanted the Pacers in the world, and I keep saying the World Series, in the NBA Finals. Nobody wanted them in the NBA Finals. So for that reason, it's going to be boring. Probably not why.
Yeah, because
The
you're
World Series is better.
yeah. Well,
That's why they
Java's
play
gonna
the
say
games,
that.
Tommy Scoops.
And to go back at what all you guys are saying, I know a lot of Knicks fans wanted to see the Knicks go to the finals against OKC. They wanted it didn't matter. It didn't matter who the Knicks were going to play as long as it was the Knicks. Now everybody that can't stand, obviously, Halliburton and this Pacer team that gave the Knicks no respect after the game. Even the only person, Pascal Siakam, actually said some nice things about the Knicks, that we played a good team and all that. I got to give him a lot of credit because at least he gave the Knicks a little bit of credit.
He's good, man.
He gave him
He's
a
a
little
good
bit of
player.
credit. But everybody else, including Halliburton, had nothing good to say. And I got to give the Pacer fans a lot of credit because they stood behind their team throughout this series. It didn't matter when the Knicks fans went out there in the first game. I think it was, Game 3 or Game 4 when the Knicks won in Indiana? What they were screaming and all the Knicks fans were staying at the end of the game and they were dealing with Barkley and Shaq and they were out there screaming, "Go New York, go New York, go New York, go." And then all of a sudden, we watched what the Indiana fans did after this series, and they stuck it to the New York Knicks fans. And you got to give them credit. They stood behind. I'll tell you a bunch of fans out there that didn't really stand behind their team. That is the 76ers. The Philadelphia 76ers did not stand behind their team throughout that series against the Knicks last year. And even when the Knicks won, they didn't stand behind their team. So it shows you the type of fans Philadelphia and the 76er fans are over there for their teams. And that's why Joel Embiid could be playing for another organization next year. So,
By the way, a bonus deuce of the day to our friend Austin Krell, who said the Knicks would be out in the first round.
Austin
Can I
Krell
throw,
said that,
throw a
yes.
little hate to the Pacers before we finish this?
Why?
Because I think they're going to get swept. And
No,
here's
I don't
my
think
case
so.
for them getting swept. I think they are worse at every position compared to the Thunder at every single position. I think the Thunder have 3 guards that they can throw at Halliburton in Shea, in Caruso, in Dort. That's going to make him miserable the entire series. And who's going to create offense if it's not Halliburton? I didn't see much of that whatsoever from the Pacers. It was Halliburton, high usage, driving that. And that's not even all of their defenders. Think about what Siakam was for them. Well, Siakam's going to be giving up 3 inches to Chet Holmgren. Siakam also then, if he gets into the hole, has Hardenstein, who's one of the best help defenders, coming on over at the center position. And Miles Turner was garbage against the Knicks, in my opinion. I don't think he's very good. And he's been an inconsistent player.
He shoots too many threes for a big man.
Well, when he's hitting them, he's a good player.
Yeah, but he shoots too many of them.
Inconsistent. Mitch gave him all sorts of trouble. So I personally
Bagel
think they're in a lot of trouble with their matchups. I don't think they match up well whatsoever. Jalen Williams, if he goes off on offense, he doesn't even really have much to do defensively because Nembhard's not an offensive player. Neesmith gets hot.
He's first of all, Nembhard he's like a flea. What he did to Jalen Brunson,
yes.
He is unbelievable defensively. And by the way, he got under Jalen Brunson so much in that game, he headbutted him in the fourth quarter. I mean, who didn't see that? I was very surprised there wasn't a flagrant foul called on Jalen Brunson.
Well, he didn't give him any space. So he just went straight forward, and he didn't move his head out of the way. Brunson, look, you said Brunson's not strong. I disagree. Brunson's very strong. He's like a bulldog out there. But he doesn't have, the length to affect people in the same way that a guy like Shea is going to affect Halliburton. Halliburton's not stronger than Brunson. But Halliburton is faster and longer, can get around Brunson and get a shot up over Brunson. And he's not going to be able to do that against Shea.
A lot of hot ladies.
Against Dort, and he's not going to be able to do that consistently in this series. And I think it's 4 or 5 games. That's it.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
I think they're minus 750 for the series, the Thunder, for the record in Vegas.
Well, I think it's going to be a lot closer than everybody thinks. It's not going to be a sweep. I think the Pacers will put pressure on OKC, especially in Indiana. I think they can win maybe 1 or 2 games in Indiana. I think it's going to be a hard take for OKC to go over there to OKC and beat them on their home court. They've been really, really good. I think the Nuggets were the only team that beat them on their home court.
And that was the adversity they needed, that type of series, because they've been just coasting after that.
And I'm going to tell you this, Dort is as good of a defensive wing defender in the NBA that we've seen in a very long time. So Dort's going to create a lot of problems on the offensive side of the ball for the Pacers because he's a great rebounder too, and he's tough, man. He's going to push you around. This is a very good all-around team. And by the way, OKC in the next 3 years have 6 first-round draft picks. 6. That's how good and young OKC is going to be for a very long time. This isn't going to be the first, and it won't be the last time we see OKC, the Thunder, in the Western Conference Finals. Before we get to our guest, and he's waiting calmly and carefully, we have our golf clap of the day.
This deserves a golf clap.
No doubt. Golf clap. Golf clap.
Ladies and gentlemen, our golf clap of the day goes to EA Sports Madden NFL 26 as they choose Saquon Barkley, his reverse hurdle. Do we remember that? That wonderful hurdle to be the front cover of Madden NFL 26. I want to tell you guys.
Did you see how they reenacted it to
yes,
get it?
Yes, it's unbelievable.
Cool.
It's unbelievable. By the way, Saquon Barkley this isn't the first time, and this won't be the last time I think we'll see Saquon Barkley on a front cover on a many, many different football games. There's 2 pictures that are going to be pressed for Madden football and Madden NFL 26. This is just one of them, of Saquon Barkley. Congratulations to Saquon Barkley. He had a wonderful season. Would have broken Eric Dickerson's record if he really played really played the third and fourth quarter of that game. I think he breaks the record. He's had a sensational year of football, and he's one of the more underachievers we've seen. I say underachievers because I just think that he would have been an overachiever if he stayed with the Giants. He's an underachiever because he played for the Eagles, if that makes any sense to you guys. Because I think he would have...
The Eagles. Why would you say that?
Well, because I think so. That's what I think. I'm an Eagles fan.
Do you think there's the Madden curse that still exists?
No, I don't believe in that.
He doesn't deserve that.
I know. I hope not.
It is cool that he's number 26. It's Madden 26. The year that he won. It just kind of lines up, you know.
He's an over-underachiever, if that makes any sense to you. But I love Saquon Barkley. I love that he was wearing an Eagles jersey this year, and I love that he won a Super Bowl with the Eagles and not with the New York Giants. Makes me very, very happy as I root the Eagles on. Go, Eagles, go. I'm not going to sing. I don't want to scare Joe Smith away. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting calmly and carefully. I remember him when he played with the one and only LeBron James. He also played on 12 different NBA teams. I watched him play many, many years. I remember him more as if I'm not mistaken, a Hawk. But
he was like the Hawks for 2 years, the Lakers, the Nets, like it was all over the place.
But I loved his game. He was a great player, and I'm looking forward to interviewing. We will be talking to 16-year vet NBA forward Joe Smith. But our Sports Minute with Coach Fish or Fisher Price or whatever the hell you call him. Just go to the Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys, Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. Got a couple of stories here before we get into the baseball scores tonight as everything else is off. Number one, the Royals call up top prospect Jack Caglianone Sunday from AAA. Caglianone has dominated the minors this season at age 22, hitting 15 home runs and 56 RBIs across only 50 games while hitting .322 with a .389 on base and a .593 slugging. That's between double and AAA. He's 6'5", 250, plays first, but he's going to start out in the outfield. He's just been working there in AAA, starting them with this week. He was a two-way player, pitcher and hitter at the University of Florida, was the 8th pick in last year's draft. The Royals have fallen back in the pack in the AL Central, are now only 31-29 in 4th place after a hot start, looking for some juice from the minors. Next story, going the other way, unfortunately, is Diamondbacks star free agent acquisition starting pitcher Corbin Burns. He was pulled in the 5th inning with an apparent injury to his pitching elbow. After the game, Burns explained he felt tightness in his elbow earlier in the game and explained his body told him not to push it any further. Burns will be sent for an MRI to determine the damage in what is a pivotal moment in the Diamondbacks season, as Burns, who signed a 6-year, $210 million deal in the offseason, is their ace, and they've already lost Jordan Montgomery for the season. Eduardo Rodriguez is out with a bad shoulder, and relief pitcher A.J. Puck is also out with a bad elbow. They've lost 9 out of their last 10 games. And last story, Deion Sanders came out today and commented about his son Shador's 5th-round slide in the 2025 NFL Draft. It did hurt, but the Bible says God uses the foolish things to confound the wise. There was some foolish stuff that went on, but that gave them something that they needed. This is what Sanders said on the most recent episode of the Say What Needs to Be Said podcast hosted by former NFL cornerback Asante Samuel. Like that edge that Tom Brady had, it gave them the edge that you had. It gave them the edge that I have. Folks said we weren't going to be nothing, but we had to prove that. It gave them the edge they needed, both of them. When you sit up there and say something like he went into a meeting unprepared, like, dude, Shador Sanders, who has had 6 different offensive coordinators, who has still functioned and leveled up every time we brought somebody new in, and you're going to tell me he was unprepared? You're going to tell me he had on headphones? Anybody who knows my son understands he's a professional. He's going to go into a meeting with headphones on. Y'all, come on now. Coach Prime might be in disbelief about the reports about his son, but unfortunately for him, the entire NFL let him fall to pick 144 because of it. Not out of the top 10, not out of the first round, not the second day, not even the top of the 3rd day. He fell to the middle of the 5th. While I have no proof myself one way or another, there was a lot of smoke for there not to have been a series of dumpster fire interviews that caused that slide. Guys, Jabba and the Mouth fans, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba and the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good. This makes my pecker hard. Pulled it out of my ass. You just made my nipples hard.
A lot of hot ladies.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the one and only Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Before we get our guest in, our show is brought to you by the one and only Ice Shaker. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's wonderful. It's white. It's red if you're a Nebraska fan, or any other color if you want to root for them. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official licensed collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Or go to iceshaker.com and check out all their great products and deals. If you want to get Jabba's ugly mug on your ice shaker, well, just reach out to Jabba and have him send a picture of him. He could be in his bed. He could be in his onesies. He could be in anything. If you want Speedy to show his furry friend, you can have him send a picture and we can put it on Ice Shaker if you really want it. If you want Joe Smith and a Hawks Ice Shaker, they can get it specially made to you and sent home to you. Anyone, if you're a Cavaliers fan or you're an LJA, LeBron James Association, we could get a nice, wonderful logo, put the LJA for the NBA, and you can get your one and only Ice Shaker. Oh, there. That was good. I'm a little out there. I'm a little tired today, but I'm going to try to give you guys as much of an outburst throughout this show. Ladies and gentlemen, he's been waiting calmly and carefully. We're now talking to former 16-year vet NBA forward, the one and only Joe Smith. Joe, what's up, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing tonight?
Oh, man. How are we doing tonight? Well, we're Knick fans. We got a chance. Well, I'm a Knick fan. Speedy's a Knick fan. Jabba's a Nebraska fan. He don't care about the Knicks. He don't care about the Knicks. He's all about his Nebraska Huskers. And they don't even have a basketball team, so good for him. I mean, I think the closest
it's been a
thing.
tough couple days for you guys then, huh?
Oh, yeah, man. I mean, seriously. You know what I want to do? I want to hang Speedy by his underwear. I was so angry about that game. So that's a whole nother story. I don't want to get into that. Joe, I don't want to scare you away. There's a lot to get into.
No, I understand totally.
Yeah, so let's get into your career first. And I know you played with LeBron James, and you got a chance to get to know LeBron James on and off the court. What type of player is LeBron James? What type of person is LeBron James? And what type of person off the court, when you get a chance to speak to kids that got a chance to meet LeBron James, what type of player did they say he was like?
I mean, first of all, LeBron, I got a chance to play with him 2 seasons with the Cavaliers. And when I got there, I played with a lot of guys. Like you said, I played with 12 teams, so I played with a lot of different guys. And a lot of guys in the NBA have this, these selfish qualities. But LeBron is probably one of the most unselfish guys that I played alongside of. That's on and off the court. On the court, he always catch a lot of flack about passing up, certain shots or, opportunities and giving it to his teammate. But, that's just the way he plays the game. That's how unselfish he plays the game. So playing alongside him, I learned a lot about the game of basketball. One of the smartest guys also. I played with him at a young age. So when we played alongside each other, the most surprising thing was how smart he was about the NBA game and knowing what defenses want to do to him, knowing where guys need to be on the floor in order for the team to be successful, for the offense to work. Defensively, probably one of the most active guys that I played alongside of at his position. So, I learned a lot. I learned a lot from LeBron, and it was a pleasure playing alongside of him.
So you played with another guy that was one of the most electric players in the game, one of the most fun players to watch, and that was Allen Iverson. What was he like on and off the court?
It was a joy playing with AI because our story goes back. Our story goes back to childhood. We're from the same area in the Hampton Roads, Virginia area, and we played AAU basketball together growing up. So for us to just have the opportunity to be on the same team was something special. In the NBA at that level was something special, and something that we talked about during our AAU days. So it was something that we always look forward to, something that we all wished would happen. So when it happened, man, it was like almost a childhood dream come true to be playing alongside somebody that you came up with, somebody from the same area, somebody that the trials and tribulations that he went through because you pretty much saw him up close. So it was a pleasure to be alongside of him, and like you say, one of the most electrifying guys for his size in the game.
Joe, well, first of all, thanks for joining us. It's our pleasure to have you, and thanks for taking the time with us. But
no, thanks for having me.
I only played for 4 teams, and I think what a lot of people don't know, and you can give them some insight. Like, we all have like a favorite team or whatever, but like people don't understand what goes into, okay, I'm here for 2 seasons, now I'm going somewhere else. Like, give a little feedback into, like, as you bounce around and try to continue, obviously your career and how you do it. Give a little insight to people on how, I shouldn't say difficult because we're getting paid to do something we love.
Right.
What goes into it of like, hey, we got to find a house. We got to, hey, what are my kids going to do? Like, what's this going to be? And you obviously playing for as long as you did with 12 different teams. Like, give a little insight on how that works.
The thing about it, I mean, it's like you said, it's we don't want to say it's difficult because we are getting paid, but it's difficult. It's difficult. I mean, I remember the very first time I got traded, I was with the Warriors, and this was when I got traded to Philadelphia to play alongside Allen. And we're playing in Portland, Oregon. We have the Trailblazers that night, and we have shoot around in the morning. I go to shoot around that morning with the team, with the Warriors, with the team. Come back, eat my lunch, take my nap, getting ready for the game. And I wake up from my nap, and across the bottom line of Sports Center, I see that Joe Smith has been traded to the Philadelphia 76ers. So it's like things like that that make it difficult. So now you have to pack up I'm in Portland, Oregon. I have to pack up real quick, get back to the Bay Area, to Golden State, where my home was, pack up some things in less than 24, 48 hours. And next thing you know, I have to be out and meet the team in Philadelphia. So, I mean, just things like that you have to continuously do, especially when you have a family.
Do they give you like a time frame of when you get traded?
Yeah, you have up to 48 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, you have up to 48 hours to meet with the team, whether they're on the road or whether they're at home. Fortunately, when I first got traded, Philadelphia was at home. It wasn't like I had to meet them on the road, and things would have been a little more difficult to pick up. But we were at home for a few days, so I was able to get a few practices in. But it can be tough, man, especially being traded midway through the season. Being a free agent is a little easier, a little easier process. But when you trade it midway through the season, that's almost like you have to change things and pick up and go real quick. Learn a new system when you get to the new team, and that's something that's always can take some time. Trying to pick up a new system, pick up playing alongside new players, pick up what they like to do and different things like that. So
they give you guys a moving stipend?
No, everything was on. Yeah, everything. I wish everything was on our own. So the flights that we had to get from, they did book the flight. They did book the flight. Whichever team you're getting traded to, they will book the flight to where they're located. But other than that, everything else comes out of pocket.
We are talking a 16-year NBA former basketball superstar. I got to give him a superstar. Joe the Beast Smith.
I appreciate it.
You were a good player. You averaged 10 points a game as an NBA player, and you had a chance to play 16 years in the NBA. That's a long time. So if you lasted 16 years...
Hey, let's not forget he's the first overall pick.
Yes, he was.
Let's just call it what it is.
Yes. So you had a really good college career, and you're a good player, man. You're a great player.
Right.
So I want to get into Nikola Jokic. Now, you're 6'10". This guy's one of the greatest big men we've seen in a very, very long time. Everybody compares, like, you look at all the great players that we've seen over the last century, really the last couple of decades. You talk about Tim Duncan, Karl Malone, all these other guys. What type of player? You've watched Nikola Jokic grow into his position as a 4 and as a 5. What type of player would you say he kind of reminds you of? And do you think he could go down as the best big man of all time?
Most definitely, most definitely. I mean, and the thing about it, everyone wants to try to find a comparison, but to him, I don't think there's no comparison. I think that what he brings to the table is something different than we've ever seen from any big man from at his size that we've ever seen in the NBA. His touch around the basket, his passing, his 3-point shot, the way he initiates the offense at times for the Nuggets, and I mean, he's just an all-around player. He's like a big point guard out there for him at times. So I mean, it's I can't see another big that's doing the things that he's doing ever in the game of basketball, and that's why, arguably he's one of the best to ever do it. And a lot of people, a lot of NBA guys, would agree that he's one of the best to ever do it because he brings so much different things to the table.
You look at Tim Duncan, and obviously they're different players because Tim Duncan couldn't shoot like him, but he was Mr. Fundamental. So do you look at Nikola Jokic and fundamentally you would say that he kind of reminds you of a Tim Duncan, just a guy that can shoot? Is that more of a comparison than a Karl Malone or somebody of that magnitude?
No, if you're going to find a comparison, Tim Duncan is one of probably the best comparisons you're going to find because, like you said, because of the fundamentals that they both played with. The footwork that they both use, the way they use their body around the basket to find angles and create angles to get their shots off. Like you said, Jokic, he can stretch the floor further than Timmy, but they both know how to use their body to find the right angles. Timmy was longer, and Timmy, obviously with those long arms, he was a little bit longer, but neither one of them were very athletic.
So you played for a team that is in the NBA Finals in the OKC Thunder. You actually played with them, I believe, in the first year in Oklahoma City.
Yes.
So what was that basketball culture like, both on and off the court, being a new team over there at the time? And what are your thoughts to the way Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's played all year, winning the MVP and having an unbelievable playoffs?
I mean, the excitement that he had in Oklahoma City was there from day one. When I got there I signed there as a free agent. The first year they left Seattle. So I was playing alongside Kevin Durant was in his second year. Russell Westbrook was in his first year. And, it was a tough season, kind of a building season. But at the same time, man, the crowd turned out the way you see it right now. In the playoffs, they were just as loud, whether we were winning or losing, they were just as loud. And they were excited about having an NBA team down in Oklahoma City. And that environment hasn't changed throughout the years. Obviously, they have more to cheer for now, but that environment has been there from day one. And what Shai is doing is incredible. Is incredible. I mean, we talk about fundamentals. His fundamentals as a guard is just pure. The mid-range game is part of the game that's kind of lost nowadays. And he takes advantage of it. He knows how to get to that mid-range. He knows how to create a space. He knows how to knock those shots down, whether pressure is on him or not. And as far as getting to the basket and drawing fouls and finishing around the basket, he's one of the best that's done it that I've seen do it in a few years.
And Joe, we all know this as athletes. You have a place to play, and everybody, we always get this question, where is it? And I'm like, I always look at it from 4 different standpoints, like the city,
right,
the locker room, clubhouse, food, and if I actually play good there.
That sounds about right.
And so, of all your years playing, where was one place you balled out, and where was a place that you loved to play? Like Anaheim, for me, I loved it,
right,
but I gave up the booty there. I always gave up the booty. But
what? You gave up what? You gave up the booty?
Yeah, I lost games there.
Oh, I was about to say, you gave up the booty. What the hell are you doing over there?
Nithin's dream.
Of course you would, right? Of course you would. Joe knew what I meant.
I am a legend.
Exactly
Butt plug.
So where was one of your favorite places to play because you succeeded, but where was another one where it's I loved playing there, but I just couldn't put it together?
My favorite place was Minnesota. Playing for the Timberwolves, I played there 4.5, almost 5 years. Like you said, it starts with the city. The city supported us. The city was there and almost like an Oklahoma City type environment for our games. Our team chemistry was great. The unity that we had on and off the court. Myself, Kevin Garnett, Terrell Brandon, Wally Zerbiak. I mean, we had a crew that was that played hard every night. We went out and won 50+ games every year, and it was a joy to play up there in Minnesota. Every year we came back more confident, feeling like we had a shot at winning the title because of what we've done throughout the offseason. But it was just a lot of fun and a big pleasure to play in Minnesota alongside those guys. Another spot, the other place I would say Denver, when I played for the Nuggets. Yeah, when I played for the Nuggets, because I didn't get a lot of time. It was a situation to where I got traded there midway through the season, and we were heavy in the forward position. They already had a bunch of forwards on the team. Kenyon Martin, Marcus Camby, Nene was on the team. So they had their rotation going already. So it was kind of tough. I only had, the second half of the season to finish out with them. So it was kind of tough for them to find minutes for me. So that's the place I would say I felt I could have helped the team, but didn't get the opportunity.
We are talking to 16-year NBA forward Joe Smith, the Beast, as they call him. Joe, you played at a time where in '95 you played against Michael Jordan, you played against Kobe Bryant, and you played against LeBron James. So tell us what type of player were all three of those guys, and who was the best player, athletically gifted, the best player out of all those guys, because they were all sensational. A lot of people compare these three guys as the greatest athletic basketball players of all time. You played against Michael, you played against Kobe, you played against LeBron. Who was better and why?
You're trying to get this man in trouble.
I'm just asking him. He played against all three of them.
Oh my God.
Come on, you know it. Just say it. Say it. You know who it is.
I mean, obviously, MJ is the greatest. MJ is the greatest. Jordan's the greatest because, a lot of people think that, if he wouldn't have walked away for 2 years, that they would have won 8 straight championships.
9. They would have won 9.
I'm sorry.
They would have won in '99 too in that short year. They would have won 9 championships in a row. 100%.
Yes. So I mean, when you look at it that way, I would say Mike is the best, probably definitely the most athletic. LeBron is just a freight train, man. He's just strong. He's physical. He knows the game. He's athletic, and it's just tough to say who's the best, man.
Well, you just said it was Michael Jordan, but who's the second? Who's the second?
Longevity that he's been playing with, the 40, playing at 40 the way he's playing, man, it's hard to say. I mean, MJ is definitely the best, but LeBron is right. It's like a close second. Kobe is Kobe, man. He was a monster out there on the floor. Guy that just would not be denied. One of those guys that, obviously you put the ball in his hands, he'd carry your team anywhere. And, he proved that year in and year out. And we knew he had that same attitude and the same determination that Jordan had. So, I think he got a lot of it from, watching MJ and learning from MJ. But he definitely was an animal out there.
He was a mimic of Michael Jordan. He really was. He was the exact mimic of Michael Jordan. That's why they were close. He looked up to Michael Jordan. So did LeBron James. LeBron could say whatever he wants. He wore number 23.
Of course.
Kobe Bryant said that when he was in high school, he wore number 23. Why do you think he was wearing number 23? It was because of Michael Jordan. So there's no lie to that. But first of all, I want to give a shout out to Nithin, because Nithin was the one that hooked us up with each other. And Nithin is our PR manager. How did you meet Nithin, and what type of guy did you like? What type of guy was Nithin when you met him?
We was at Fanatics Fest last year up in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my business partner Tommy, and we walking around, mingling with the crowd, and Tommy actually got his opportunity to meet him first. So I'm talking to a few people, and when Tommy get an opportunity, he tells me that he wants me to meet him, and so when I go meet him,
he's a little Oompa Loompa, right? He's like a little Oompa Loompa.
Was he selling his custom leashes?
I didn't want to say. See, because I don't know how you guys tease him. So
do you watch the show?
You can tell us how bad his outfit was though, because his fits are awful.
Oh man, I got the picture still. You got
archives.
There he is. There he is, Joe. Look at that. Hey, look at this.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Exactly.
Hey, we got some drops for him, okay? You want to hear some of his drops?
Smell my ass.
Yeah, let me hear.
Yeah.
Smell my ass. A lot of hot ladies. Breaking news. They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Steal Your Girl. I like anal.
And with that picture up there like that is perfect. Everything you just said with that picture sitting there is perfect. It look like he's saying it right now as he's sitting there with that picture.
I've got one for you. Here it is.
Jabba likes my shrimp cocktail.
And he was giving up the booty.
Oh my God.
What a threesome.
I know. Oh my God. What, you guys just put him in the studio, just let him go one day?
Well, I will say this. He's one of the nicest, kindest people you'll ever meet.
No question.
But he's one of the worst dressers I've ever seen known to man. He is horrible. He wears the same blue blazer. I told him, when you go to these events, you should have all these athletes sign that blue blazer. And once it's all the way signed, frame it or something. Because that thing is just like, it's like a rag doll.
Yeah, I didn't see the blue blazer. I have to look for it now.
Oh man, it's the blue. We call him the blue blazer. Seriously. And by the way, he wears these army pants, and he tries to it's so fun. First of all, I love Nithin. I think he's such a kind soul. But man, I got to take him shopping or something, man. This guy needs to learn how to color coordinate or something, man, because he's all over the place.
Did you see what he wore? He wore the other day. He had a polo on with basketball shorts. Yes.
He wasn't sure if he was going to a meeting or to the basketball court.
All right, hold on. I think Nithin wants to come in and defend himself here.
Joe, look at this.
There he goes.
What's up, Joe?
What's going on, bro?
What's up, my guy?
Not much. They over here killing you, guy.
Yeah.
They're killing you. I'm trying to save you. I'm trying to save you.
No, but the ladies love my blue blazer, man. All the ladies love my blue blazer.
Men in Black memory eraser.
Oh, okay. That's why it's always
a lot of hot ladies.
Okay.
Hey, this is the best sound bite. Joe, have you ever heard anybody talk about putting a leash on a woman and taking her out for a walk?
Well, is that one of your drops, or is that real?
Yeah,
I'm putting you on a leash now.
This guy, we were conversating on this show, and this crazy guy, I said, what is the craziest thing you would do to a woman? And he told me he would put a leash on her and take her out for a walk. I was like, what?
Man.
What?
Oh,
look at that.
That guy is on trial right now.
Oh my God.
Bagel hole.
Joey's on trial. We called the trial Unleashed.
Dildo.
That guy.
Keep him out of the studio.
You got to keep him. You got to keep him away from all the women, man. If you have kids, or you have a daughter, keep him away.
You guys Joe, you guys are going back to Fanatics Fest?
Yeah, we going.
Well, LeBron will be there this year.
Yeah.
You're
We went over the schedule earlier today, and we'll be there.
You're going to catch up with them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're planning on being there again because I'm trying to bring in. I'm working on bringing Jahan Dotson with me to Fanatics Fest.
Blow my back out.
Huh? Wait, what?
That was you.
Somebody get his back blown out.
Nathan's forgetting his own sound bites.
Oh, I've got one. I've got one for you. You ready, Joe? This is a good one.
My dog wants your pussycat.
Dude, this guy's sound bites are just as good as Speedy's.
No, way better than mine.
Hold on. I got one for you. This is Speedy. This is him.
I'm not doing any freaking tag team crap.
Hold on. I've got one. Hold on. Yeah.
I'm not licking anyone.
What was that one?
Oh, hold on.
I'm not licking anyone. Chocolate's a good flavor.
Chocolate's a good flavor.
Yeah, no, we're planning on going back, but we're trying to see if we can bring another player in there for Fanatics.
It's gross.
Okay, yeah, let us know. We got to link up again.
Well, just make sure you keep the leashes away from this guy, all right? Just keep the leashes away from this guy.
I'm going to make sure.
This guy.
I'm going to make sure I'm going to take the blue blazer this time, guys.
That's right.
Take the blue blazer from him.
Listen, what I want you to do, Joe, is when he's wearing that blue blazer, I want you to take it off him, and I want you to get a picture, and I want you to take a picture of you holding it up in the air. I want you to do that.
I got you. Deal.
Joe,
That's a deal.
Joe, grab the blue blazer, use it as a cape, and you could do a superhero spoof.
This nonsense about a bunch of random people.
Well, I will say this.
Really fly away with it, fly away.
No, Speedy won't fly away if he's next to Nathan because he'll probably be tied to a leash. So
I do have to be aware of that.
It's or you could be Juber. Jabba. Juber.
What? Be who?
Juber. That's a good one.
What are we talking about right now?
Juber.
This makes my pecker hard.
I've got good ones for Jabba. You ready? I got good ones for Jabba. Hold on.
Pulled it out of my ass. This makes my pecker hard.
I've got one. You ready? This is a good one.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two-hole, I'm good.
What?
Joe, the show goes off the rails every once in a while.
So she's in the bathroom with you while you doing that?
Oh, she's wiping his ass.
Make sure she's taking care of it.
Wait, with a pack of dude wipes?
Slap that ass. Spank it. Willy Whoppers, Speedy! Willy Whoppers!
I'm going to lose myself, man.
Yeah, I got a whole show of those.
Oh, we got a lot of them. I mean, we got this one.
It's good for both of us. Good for me or good for you? How thick do you like the beef?
Oh, hold on. We got one right over here. We'll get one right here. Hold on.
Spread his cheeks.
Anyways, Joe, before we let you go, and I know you're a busy guy, and you could one of these days you're going to have to take Nathan out for an ice cream. Just like I said, keep the leashes away from him.
I got him at Fanatics.
There you go. Just buy him a nice little Ralph Ices.
You got to hook me up with LeBron. I got to connect with LeBron, man, at Fanatics.
All right, if I see you when I catch up with him, I got you.
What are you going to do with LeBron? Get a picture? You see Nathan? Nathan's
for business opportunities.
Oh, business opportunities. Well,
why don't you want to work with LeBron James Association?
Blue jacket.
Yeah, that's. You know what we got to do? We got to get LeBron on this show because
we have to get LeBron on this.
All right, listen.
No chance. That'll never happen.
That's not true. Why wouldn't LeBron come on this show? We'll have a lot of fun.
Yeah, but you don't know the power of the blue blazer.
Well, Joe, by the way, I was with last weekend. I was with Allen Iverson.
Yes.
At the Shop Dynasty Sports, we did a grand opening. And,
yeah, he tied him to a leash.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Sean Jackson was there.
Really? That was in Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Joe,
I farted.
Joe, by the way, we also Errol and I do an FM show, and we had a former co-host, Eric Coleman, who's an ex-NFL player, that said James Harden was better than Allen Iverson.
Yeah, he's on drugs. He's on drugs.
What?
Yeah.
He literally said that.
He's out of his mind.
No, not even close. Not even close.
Joe, before we let you go, I would my son's a sophomore in college, and he's playing baseball. But I wanted to get your take from somebody's point of view that, played a long time and played around and with some of the greatest to ever do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think kids now, when they become so sports specific, it either hurts them, or do you think it helps to play multiple sports to actually be better at what your sport is? Because I see so many now, it's like, okay, if they don't go to this camp and only in this sport, and
Right.
don't do multiple sports where it can help in, footwork and, just understanding. Do you see that kind of how it's turned from back in the day? Because we played everything back in the day.
Exactly.
And now they're sports specific. So have you seen that kind of change in the game a little bit?
I've seen a little bit of change with it, but I really encourage all parents, because I have my basketball academy, but I encourage all parents to let their kids play multiple sports. I mean, I played football and basketball growing up. And after I got into the NBA, I wish I would have played more soccer, just to play some soccer as well. So, I mean, it's for, like you said, for the footwork purposes. But I mean, I encourage all parents to let you play multiple sports, and kind of use those sports to either figure out which one you really love, or use those sports to get better with the sport that you're finally going to go for.
Joe, I got something for you to hear.
Breaking news. I gotta go back off now.
You gotta go back off what?
He's got to go whack off now.
Do you want to jerk me off?
Breaking news.
Breaking news. Do you want to jerk me off?
Joe, sorry if we scarred you, dog. Sorry.
It's going to be really breaking news if she breaks it.
Butt plug. Butt plug. Yum yum.
Anyway,
where's the gin and tonic one?
Oh, I got one. I've got it here. Here's the gin and tonic.
I need a gin and tonic.
I'm gonna have a heart attack, man. Oh my god.
Man.
Anyways,
Oh,
Joe,
man, that's hilarious.
We got to get you on the show again. We had a lot of fun with you. I hope you had a
I would
really
love to
good
come
time.
back.
And we like to have fun. But before we let you go, your agent is a big fan of Jabba's. Am I mistaken?
Yep. Yep. So Joe, Tommy said he's a big fan of Jabba. So when I told him that we're bringing you on the show, and I told him that Jabba works for the show, he got excited. He's a big Yankee fan, and Tommy's a big Yankee.
How about
fan.
this?
Yep.
How about this?
He told me.
How about
he told me that he's a big Jabba fan too.
How about
Oh yeah,
this?
he's been a Yankees fan for years.
How about this? We'll get something set up, and we'll have Jabba send you a signed jersey for your friend. For your friend.
Oh
Thomas.
man, that'd be awesome. I would appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'm quite sure he would love that. Yeah,
Jabba,
for
is that
sure.
cool?
Appreciate
Is that cool? Joe, you can send us a signed basketball and Jabba, and we'll.
I got a jersey I can send as well.
All right, there you go. Jabba gets a jersey. He can hang it up in his
I got a
beautiful
jersey.
home.
Look at this, man. Look at this throwback right here.
I see.
Yeah.
He's always
I was
looking
young.
down. He's always looking down. I wonder what he was looking at.
Oh my god.
I was young, dumb, and full of cum.
I'm sure he was.
Maybe he was looking for some shrimp cocktail.
No, he was looking for this.
This makes my
I've been
pecker
there,
hard.
Job. I've been there.
This makes my pecker hard.
Oh my god.
You give a 19-year-old $1 million, you can go ahead and go do some dumb shit. You just made my nipples hard.
Oh,
All
man.
right, Joe. I don't want to
That's
scare
right.
you off any further. We really
Oh,
appreciate
man,
the
I
time.
enjoyed
You're
myself.
fantastic.
You want to bring Tommy in here real quick or no? Too late, right?
Is he on? I don't know. Is he on?
Should I text? Let me see if he's available. Is Tommy available? Do you think he's available?
He is available.
Okay.
He might be listening. I don't know.
Old Thomas. Oh, Thomas, come on. Oh, Thomas, boy.
Hey, but Joe, before if we get him on, like, let us know what you're doing and how we can get involved, or our listeners can get involved in the stuff that you're doing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So right now I have my basketball academy, Joe Smith Basketball Academy, and where I'm right now in the Norfolk, Virginia area, but it's something that I've been doing around the country, as many places as I can, just coming, mentoring, training, working with skills and development with our youth, and giving back to the community that way. We talked about fundamentals earlier, and I think that's something that we're losing a lot of with the game of basketball over here. So I'm kind of taking it back to the fundamentals with the kid and really with the kids and teaching them how to play the game the right way, mentoring them on what they need to do and you know, how to work the ins and outs of life, you know, pretty much, you know, some of the stuff that I've been through, you know, just to tell them the stories and trying to teach them the things, what not to do, what to do and what not to do. Tommy's my business partner. He has an IT company, and, you know, we're business partners. So we're bringing sports and IT together for the community. He has a software development company, you know, and they do all types of stuff with software development and things like that. So we're bringing, and that's obviously for the kids that may be interested in sports, but may not feel like they have the talent to actually play, but still want to be a part of it and still want to be around sports. So we're using that as well to teach them how to be broadcasters, how to be commentators, cameramen and women, how to do different things around the sport. So we're not trying, but we're bringing a total project together where for all the youth and we're doing it right here in Virginia right now. Have a camp coming up in July at the Virginia Beach Sports Center.
July? Well, why don't you let us know? Maybe we'll take a ride over there and we'll do something live over there for you guys.
Yeah. Oh man, that'll be awesome. You have July 7th through the 11th is the first session, and then the second session is July 21st through 25th at the Virginia Beach Sports Center, Virginia Beach.
Is there Joe? Is there a website where they can look and go for people in the area?
JoeSmithBasketball.com. And you give you all the information right there where you can register, you can sign your kid up. If people are looking to sponsor kids, you can sponsor kids right there, and we'll get kids out there to the camp.
We have something in August, right?
August, we have the ACC Celebrity Golf Tournament, and we're also looking for sponsorships and that we can partner with for that. It's pretty much about ACC legends, guys that played in the Atlantic Coast Conference. We have guys from Maryland. We have guys from North Carolina, Clemson, Virginia, Duke, from all different schools. And we're doing. Last year was just basketball. This year is basketball and football, but it's a celebrity golf tournament and looking to raise money for a good thing there.
Yeah, well, we really appreciate the time, Joe, and we'll definitely get you on again. We'll reach out to you, and we'll have some fun, man. We really appreciate all the time, and again, anytime you want to come on, you're more than welcome.
Oh, man, I appreciate it. Have fun, guys, man.
I got one more.
Keep them up.
I got one more for you. I got one more for you.
The link, but that's I don't know.
I got one more for you, and then we're going to let you go. You ready? This is
Let's go.
This is a good one.
I like anal.
Yeah, that might be a good night.
left him with a head scratcher.
Joe, it's very nice. It's very nice talking to you, bud.
Man, good talking to you guys too. Good meeting everybody, man. Hope to see you guys soon.
Absolutely. Joe Smith, ladies and gentlemen. Golf clap. Golf clap for Mr. Joseph. Joe Buttons. I love that. I love that track, by the way. I love Joe Buttons. He's a little out there, but, you know, some people are a little lost, like the old speedster who's trying to figure out if he's got his finger in his ass. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Save Your Tears.
Mom, what's one thing that you can't talk to me about?
My sexual fantasies.
No! Say you're sorry!
It is not ideal, but if it's what me, it is not ideal, but if it is not ideal, but if it is what me,
You can't triple stamp a double stamp. You can't triple stamp a double stamp, Lloyd. You can't triple stamp a double stamp. Lloyd, you guys, enough.
And now, it's time for Save Your Tears.
Spank
All
it.
right, guys. Welcome back
Ball
to
bag.
Save Your Tears, everyone's favorite tier-based fantasy game. So for this one, we're going to try to get everybody on, including our interns. If they want to play, you guys can
Ram
jump
jam.
on and play this game. It's a very simple one. You see it on TikTok all over the place. You're going to get a $15 salary cap, and you got to make your team pick one player from each column. Today, it's going to be a little bit different than we normally do it, though, guys. The big thing is we don't have enough players to play it if it was just basketball. Right? You need 25 players to fill out the
Duty
grid, and
Dodger.
they're not going into 13, 12-man rotations. So we're going to combine hockey and basketball into our Save Your Tiers. So take a look at how it's going to go today. A little bit different than normal. Here's your list, and I'll read it off to people listening just on the audio. We're going to have a really point guard and shooting guard over here on the first column. So guards in basketball, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, $5 player, Halliburton 4. Then we have Lou Dort at 3, Nebhard at 2, and TJ McConnell had a little bit better stats than Caruso last series, so we put him in at 1. Going to forwards, we got Siakam leading the way, followed by Jalen Williams. Then you got Chet, Aaron Nesmith, and Obi Toppin, everyone's favorite $1 pick at $1 again. And then this is where it got weird. There's only so many centers, and there's only so many goalies. So I put them together. So let me just tell you how the goal for the hockey scoring goes. For goalies, you get 5 points for a win. You get points. You know what? I covered up. You get 5 points for a shutout. You get if you give up a goal, you lose 3 points, but each save is 0.6 points. So lots of shots on goal benefit you if he's not giving a lot of them up, and obviously a win is a big deal. Not a lot of shutouts going to happen in this series probably. But we have Bobrovsky ahead of Skinner because Florida, defending champs. Then we have Miles Turner at center, followed by Hardenstein, and Thomas Bryant was probably the best center left after that. Then we're going straight hockey defense. Evan Bouchard, $5 player. Ekblad for 4. Seth Jones, 3. Ekholm for 2. And Jake Wallman for $1. And then centers and wings. Connor McDavid's got to be the top guy, followed by Draisaitl, Sam Bennett, Matt Tkachuk, and Barkov. Round it out. So again, if any of you guys want to come in, interns, and play, you can. If not, that's fine too. But we're going to get started. We're going to pick our teams. So Nathan, you're here. Why don't you start
My
us off,
pinky
Nick?
is bigger than yours.
All right. So, let's see. For point guard,
Go ahead.
pick
somebody.
I'm gonna do Gillis Alexander.
Okay.
For small forward, Aaron Naismith. Center. Let's see.
Center or goalie. Yep.
Oh, center goal. Okay. I'm going to do Matthew Tkachuk.
All right, Matthew Tkachuk. Okay.
Yeah.
So you're skipping goalie. You're going all the way to the end.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you have the two middle ones. You have center and goalie.
All right, so how many? So what does he have? $6 left.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm going to do Miles Turner.
Okay.
And then.
So you can go Seth Jones or any of the guys under him.
I'm going to go Seth Jones.
All right, so there it is. We got Jones. Over there, so
Interesting.
I'm going to show you your roster.
Nathan, are you
Real
a little
quick.
lost with? Is that blue blazer getting in the way of that brain of yours?
So Nathan's got Shea, Nesmith, Turner, Seth Jones, and Matt Tkachuk. All right, moving on. Let's go to Tommy.
All right. Let me see this list again. An automatic is going to have to be Shea Gilgeous-Alexander for me. Taking him as my point guard. Then, Chet Holmgren or I'm gonna have to go Jalen Williams for small forward, power forward. Then I'm going with Hartenstein, Wallman, and Kachuk.
Make sure that math works.
Yes.
Speedy.
Yes.
Yeah, I should have like
All
what,
right.
$1 left too.
Wallman.
You always have money left when you do this, Tommy.
He's
Yes,
just
that's
saving
all
it
right.
for a rainy day, you know.
All right.
Yeah, he's saving 2 with that.
All right, that's interesting. Okay, let's move. Let's show you your team. Right here, we got Shea, Jalen Williams, Hardenstein, Wallman, and Kachuk. All right, I'll go next, and let me just put it back up. All right, I actually haven't thought about it whatsoever. I am also going to go with Shea in that column because I think it was prohibitive favorite. So that's 5. I am going to go then with... Ooh, this is a tough one. I think I'm going to go with Chet at that point. So that's 8. I'm going to take Hardenstein. So I got 5 left, right, Speedy?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go a little different than everyone else, just to be different. I'm going to take Ekblad, and I'm going to take Barkov.
Damn it.
All right, so let me show you my team. So here it is. We got Shea, Chet, Harden going heavy with the Thunder, Ekblad, and Barkov. All right, boys, moving on to Speedy.
All right, give me McDavid.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah. I'm also going to go Chet as that, so that gives me 8. I will do... Give me Ekholm on defense is 10. I'll do Dort and Hartenstein.
All right, Dort and Hardenstein.
So wait, that's 6, 11. Oh, I know. Did I do that wrong? No, I have 2 left.
Oh, you're right.
You good with that, or you want to?
No, wait. I think I miscalculated. No, I can
so you
do
got 3 with Dort, 6 with Chet, 2 with Harden, so 8 with Hardenstein. Ekholm is 10, and McDavid is 5. That's 15.
Oh, it is. Okay. I had to do it right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, you're good. All right, so just to show it to everybody, again, just like we said, Dort, Chet, Hardenstein, Ekholm, and Connor McDavid. Over to Jabba.
I'm going to go Halliburton.
Screw that guy.
I know, but it's going to give me points. I'm not going off of head. Then I'm going to go Naismith. I'm going to go Skinner.
Yeah, I was waiting for someone to go goalie.
So that's 10. Now I'm going to go... Oh. So I got 5 left.
Yep.
Golly.
It all comes down to this. One shot, one chance.
I'm going to go Draisaitl, and then I got to take Wallman.
All right, so I like that pick. So we got Wallman and Draisaitl. All right, let me show you the deal here. And there it is. Halliburton, Neesmith, Skinner, Wallman, and Draisaitl. All right, I think Jake said he wanted to pop in, so Jake's going to give us his grouping before we go to you, Errol.
Okay.
Right here. What do you got, Jake?
All right, so starting off, I'm going to need a big guy, team leader. I'm going to go with my center. I'm going to go with the leader, Connor McDavid. Last year's Smythe winner, despite being on the losing team. He's out for blood, going to be on a revenge tour this year, so Connor McDavid's going to lead my team. I'm going to try to bulk up my defense here, so I'm going to go with Seth Jones and Isaiah Hartenstein, some big guys who, maybe don't get as much of the shine, but are going to be grit and grind and, give a lot of effort. And then for my small forward, I'm going to go rock with J-Dub, Jalen Williams. He's going to be my backup help for scoring, and take that pressure off McDavid a little bit. And then to round it out, someone who can handle the ball and pass the rock and need it where it is, current Indiana Pacer, but Sixers legend, TJ McConnell.
All right.
Don't hate
that.
that.
Was a very confident pick by Jake. I like it. We got TJ McConnell leading him off, Jalen Williams, Isaiah Hardenstein, Seth Jones, and Connor McDavid. All right, over to Errol finally for our last one.
All right, I'm going to go Tyrese Halliburton. I'm going to go Chet Holmgren. I'm going to go Isaiah Hardenstein. What do I got now?
That's 9.
I'm going to go Connor McDavid, and I'm going to go Jake. What is it? Wallman. There you go. That's where I go.
And Wallman.
Yes.
All right, and I'll just show it to you before we finish up with the music.
That's
right here, and there's your team: Halliburton, Chet, Hardenstein, Wallman, and Connor McDavid. So again, guys, if you haven't played before, the winner of this game receives the compliment chorus from all of the losers. It has to be at least 51% honest compliments.
My
So you
pinky
have
is
to be
bigger than
positive.
yours.
All right? At least 51% of the time. Errol gets to like 27, 28% on a good day. But he's won a lot recently. So we'll see if someone can knock him off. Guys, and if you lose and you can't complain about it, you got to save your tears.
Yeah, you got to save something.
By the way, Joe Smith said it was a pleasure and he enjoyed the interview.
Well, we had a lot of fun with him. He was really, really cool. Really nice. And, he had a lot of fun with us.
Could you imagine, like, all of our careers and what but he got to play against
LeBron.
and with MJ, LeBron, Kobe, like
Allen
that's
Iverson.
Pretty crazy.
That's crazy.
He had a great career, too. 16 years in the NBA is a great career.
Yep.
That's a long time.
If you're averaging double digits over your career, I don't care if it's 10, 20, 30. Like, dude, that's awesome. And to go on the fact that you're the first overall pick, like there's some shit that comes with that.
Speaking of nice garbage coming out of your ass, the Oilers and Panthers will face off in a Stanley Cup Finals rematch from last year, a series the Panthers won in 7 games. It is the 12th time in NHL history that there is a Stanley Cup rematch, and that the first time since 2008 and 2009 when the Penguins faced off against the Red Wings, placed in back-to-back years. Connor McDavid leads the NHL playoffs with 26 points, 6 goals, 12 assists, including 9 points in 5 games in the Western Conference Finals. The Oilers have 7 different players with 10 or more points in this postseason, and 9 different players who have scored 4 or more goals. The Panthers have 2 players, Alexander Barkov and Sam Reinhart, that are Selke Trophy finalists this year. The Panthers have the best penalty kill in the playoffs at 87.9% and lead all teams in the playoffs with 812 hits, over 100 more than the Oilers have had. The Oilers will have home ice advantage in the series and are the betting favorites at -130 to win the Stanley Cup. Obviously, they're going to give Edmonton the little nudge because Edmonton last year fell short in 7 games. And you look at it, and I want to say something about the Florida Panthers. They're built to win championships. They added Brad Marchand at the trade deadline. Now you have a healthy Matthew Tkachuk. They have one of the best older veteran goaltenders in Bobrovsky. I mean, this team is built. And then you just mentioned you have Barkov and you have Reinhart. Reinhart, who was one of the best goal scorers last year and was a really big-time goal scorer this year. And Barkov is the captain of the Florida Panthers and one of the more underrated centers in all of hockey. This is a stacked team with a tremendous amount of talent. And they have one of the best defensive players in all of hockey. So it's not like you sit here and you say, well, the Florida Panthers don't deserve to be here. They absolutely deserve to be here. But as good and as talented as the Florida Panthers stand out to be, the best player in the world is Connor McDavid. It's not even an argument. He's the fastest. He's the strongest. He's one of the most talented players all around we've seen in the NHL. Reminds me of a faster Mario Lemieux. That's the type of player he is. Strong, upper body strength, can put the puck in many different ways in the net. Uses his speed to really block defensemen or block defensive, offensive players to get to the puck. He's a sensational player. Draisaitl, I think, is one of the top 3, top 4 players in all of hockey as well. He is a sensational player and obviously one of the best German players we've ever seen come out in NHL history. He is a sensational talent. The team, the Edmonton Oilers, with Knoblauch as a young coach in the league, he's been sensational since he's taken over for Edmonton. Back-to-back championship games, and obviously Western Conference championships and Stanley Cup championships. And this team is so good, up and down offensively. And if Skinner's playing the way he has been playing throughout the Dallas series, they're going to be a hard get. I really think Edmonton's going to play a lot better than he did last year. And how could you play a lot better than you did going to a Game 7? But I think Skinner was not as good last year as he has been this year. He's been sensational, and I think the Florida Panthers are just loaded. They're absolutely loaded, even more loaded than they were last year. Maybe a little bit less defensively, but when you have Bobrovsky, who's 100% healthy, and he's playing as well as he's played, especially against Carolina, they're going to be a hard out too. This is probably the last time we're going to see Edmonton and Florida here. And the reason why is there's going to be a lot of Panthers that are going to be free agents at the end of the season. And Edmonton, as good as they are talent-wise, if they don't get over the hump this year, I could see Draisaitl or one of these other players. I think it's what's his
Ryan Nugent-Hopkins?
Yes, who could be traded in the offseason. Quite a few players that could be moving to other teams and other organizations if they can't get over the hump this year. So there could be a lot of movement for both of these teams. And again, Florida has a tremendous farm system as well as Edmonton. So both organizations are set up very, very good in the future. But this might be the last time we see these two teams face off in probably the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, there's also a fatigue factor that's going to set in Florida 3 straight cups, Edmonton 2 straight cups. That'll eventually, especially with the veteran players, wear them out. What's interesting with this matchup, I think Edmonton, in terms of the depth types that they have, are built a lot differently than they have been in years past. Now, a lot of the players are the same, but they actually have their own physical wingers of their own, too. Obviously, Evander Kane's been there a while, but you have a guy like Victor Arvids, and like Johnny was mentioning last week, Corey Perry coming back, too. Corey Perry's played in a lot of Stanley Cups recently, including one with Tampa. Ended up winning.
He needs to keep his hands away from women. That's what he needs to start to do.
Yeah, true. And I think that kind of veteran leadership against...
How does he have another job? I was very surprised any organization took him on.
I don't think they were able to find enough of the charges.
Evander Kane, too. He's a crazy
Evander Kane,
too.
he got involved in that whole gambling scandal. It was in 22, I
believe. But what
he
does on the ice and what he does off the ice, he's crazy.
And it's interesting because I think that's the matchup you're going to have to play against when you're playing against these bigger wingers with Florida, too. And I'm curious to see with Knoblauch, especially, too, if he's going to be able to rotate that the way he is, because I think obviously McDavid and Draisaitl are going to play a lot in terms of the ice time, but rotating which wings go on Tkachuk is going to be a very interesting matchup, and Marchand as well, because they could play physical in their own rights too, and that's why I think this Edmonton team is a little bit different than last year. They're not as power play and finesse reliant as they have to be, and they still have really good center depth, like you're saying, with Nugent-Hopkins, and defensive depth too is a lot better as well. Darnell Nurse is kind of a second pair defensemen now, and as I was talking about Ekholm and Xavier Tiers too, these are good depth pieces that I don't think they had as much of last year to a higher level. So I think this is going to be a very interesting series. And the reason I didn't pick any
last year,
last year was weird because it was Florida won the first 3, then Edmonton won the next 3.
Bobrovsky did not play well in the finals last year.
No,
and if he doesn't show up in the finals this year, it could be a long, long series for the Florida Panthers. They have tremendous amount of talent. They really do. And Matthew Tkachuk, who's been up and down throughout the playoffs. Last year, he was sensational. This year, he's been up and down. He hasn't been as good. I think Matthew Tkachuk has to show up in this series. He's going to have to hit. He's going to have to put pressure on Connor McDavid. And we saw what Connor McDavid did to Team USA in that Frozen Four, or whatever the hell they played. Nations, 4 nations that they played. He was upset at Connor McDavid scoring the game-winning goal against Team USA. And I think he's got a lot to prove right now. United States hockey is growing, as we've been speaking about. And Connor McDavid and Matthew Tkachuk, you can argue, are the 2 best players from their nations. So it's going to be fun to watch.
The other matchup that I think Edmonton has to figure out is Zach Hyman's injury, obviously. So who's going to take over that kind of role? I think he was 2nd or 3rd on the team in points this postseason as well. So if they can if they can't get that depth scoring, it'll be very easy for Florida to be able to win this. But the second and third lines are really going to define this game because Florida could play many different combinations on the line, especially with the versatility too, with a lot of guys that could play forward and center and wing. So Edmonton has to get those matchups to work. But I think they have a much deeper built team. They're not finesse, it's a lot like Tampa. Like Tampa used to be all finesse, and then it took a while to get those depth pieces. Then they got them, they won a cup. But I think Edmonton is in that same kind of boat.
Yeah. So
Speedy, why don't you give yourself a breath, okay? I don't know why you have to go with like a million words a minute. That's why you always lose breath, because you're like, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's Speedy, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only. Okay, I'm sorry. I just had to do that. I had to add that. Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, for me, the depth of the Panthers, it might be better this year than it was last year with Marchand as a third-line winger. You realize that's what he is for them? Like, that's crazy. And obviously a penalty killer. Their defensive lines, Ekblad and Forsling. We don't talk about Forsling a lot. He's not a big points getter necessarily. But that guy is incredible. He is great on the puck. He's great moving the puck. And then you have these assassins on the other side, whoever they put with him, whether it's on even strength or the power play. I'm really impressed with them defensively. Now, the thing is, you have the highest elite talent with McDavid and Draisaitl on the other side. And last year, they didn't have enough depth to stay with Florida.
I don't think
Their
they
depth
have
is
enough
better.
depth this year. I really don't.
Without Hyman, I don't think they have enough depth again. I think that's the problem. They can't, unless they have, McDavid and Draisaitl just take over, and Bobrovsky has another bad series. I don't see it. I just don't. I think Florida is the better team overall. But you never know. When you have these superior
So
talents,
was Dallas.
Sometimes they do special things.
Dallas had the best team throughout the season. Besides Winnipeg, with the talent that they have from the first line to the fourth line, I was shocked that Edmonton threw him around like a rag doll. It really, Connor McDavid, when he takes over games, it doesn't matter how much more talented the other team is. He stands out from everybody else. And that's the thing about Florida. Florida has a tremendous amount of talent. We forget about Alexander Barkov or Sam Reinhart. These two guys are great offensive, talented players. But you forget Matthew Tkachuk's there, Brad Marchand's there. This is a loaded hockey team. But that's how much better Connor McDavid is to everybody else on that team. And again, this is really, I think Matthew Tkachuk is going to be matched up against Connor McDavid. And you're going to see that a lot. This matchup is going to be connected because we saw that in the Frozen, whatever the hell it is.
Four
whatever.
Nations.
I don't care about what it calls it. I call it Frozen 4. It doesn't really matter. The fact is that Matthew Tkachuk really was upset about losing to Connor McDavid and Team Canada in the overtime. They were so close to winning that game, and they choked. And I think this is more important than that. And we have the Olympics, the Winter Olympics next year. I think if Matthew Tkachuk wants to prove himself, he comes out a winner and beats Connor McDavid and outplays Connor McDavid and takes Connor McDavid out in some of this series. If he does that, Connor McDavid showed you why he's the best player in the world. Dallas is a good defensive team. They have one of the best goalies in the league, and the guy scored 6 goals in that series. If you let Connor McDavid, seize the series and play as fast as he played against Dallas, you don't stand a chance against Connor McDavid and Draisaitl, because Draisaitl and Connor McDavid are two of the best power play players in the league. So
you said it right there, power play players, right? Mm-hmm. And that's going to be the story of this series. Can Florida stay out of the box? Mm-hmm. They have guys that like to mix it up. Tkachuk likes to go in the box. We know that about him.
Panthers are 87.9% throughout the playoffs. So defensively,
I know. Mm-hmm. I know. Look, they're the two best teams, right? This is what you want to see. This is going to be fireworks, just like it was.
I thought it was
last year.
I would have liked to see Dallas versus Florida, because I think Dallas has the talent that can compete. I mean, Dallas has the talent that can compete on all 4 lines against Florida. I just think that you look at Draisaitl and McDavid, they play on 2 separate lines. They only play together on the power play. Sometimes they move them and they rotate them on the line. If they're down by a significant amount of points, you'll see Draisaitl and McDavid play together. Very rare on a 5-on-5. But the problem with them is they're limited offensively after the first two lines. And they get tired. You see it later in the game. Connor McDavid, if you look at his scoring, he scores in the first and the second more than he does in the third because he's playing a lot of minutes.
Ton of minutes.
Yeah, he's playing tons and tons of minutes. And now you're playing against Florida. They have guys that are going to beat the hell out of you, and you're going to have to withstand that beating. Brad Marchand, he is a pain in the ass. He's like a flea. So you know he's going to get under their noses, and I think it's going to be a hard task to beat a Florida Panther team that's better than they were last year. Better. They are better than they were last year.
And the thing that made them so good, so last year they knocked the Rangers out on the way over to the Cup. And the Rangers had a similar problem where their first two lines were really good, but then they had to face those third and fourth lines of Florida, and they got just destroyed by the depth of Florida. Now, the Rangers aren't anywhere close to what Edmonton is.
And they're also bad in 5-on-5 compared to most other good teams.
We don't need to talk about the Rangers more than the one mention.
Yeah, let's get off that. We got a lot more to get into. I don't want to talk about the Rangers.
But that's what I'm saying is that kind of grinded out with all four lines over 7 games. That's a lot to put up with if you're doing so many minutes like McDavid and Draisaitl are going to be doing. It's just a lot. The two of them are going to be, double shifting all the time just to be able to be competent. And then we get late in the series, we're going to see them kind of fade. And that's what happened. And I think it's going to happen again.
I'm not going to count out Connor McDavid, but I think Florida is a heavy
I
task.
think 6. I think 6.
I think it goes 7 again. I just think Florida has the more depth, and I think it's going to eventually catch up to Connor McDavid. But I'm not going to count on Connor McDavid, and don't be surprised if Draisaitl has a better series than Connor McDavid. I wouldn't be surprised.
1990, last Cup for Edmonton, Mark Messier.
By the way, if you look at Edmonton and you look at Draisaitl has more goals in the playoffs than any player in the last 6 years. So that's all I'm going to say about that. And we haven't seen Draisaitl yet explode in the playoffs.
Lost his father a couple of weeks ago.
Yes, he
right?
did. Yes, he did.
And scored the game-winning goal like that night. This is one of the greatest players in the world. I don't think enough people know about him.
German, and he's German. That's the crazy thing. He's not even Canadian.
He gets overshadowed a little bit, obviously, with McDavid there. But what would you say, top 5?
Oh, easily.
Easy?
Top 5, top
3.
You can argue top 3. Yeah. You can argue top 3.
So
you could.
So this is a team with two. Like this is like back in the day with Malkin and Crosby, when they had 2 of the top 3.
I think
Ovechkin,
I was arguing with Jeff today. The 3 best players in the league right now, and you can argue it. It's Connor McDavid, Austin Matthews, and then I would say Draisaitl. So I would say those are the 3 best players in the league. Austin Matthews is special. So big, strong, fast. And you can argue, even though Austin Matthews was the captain of the United States team, I think Matthew Tkachuk is the leader of that United States team. You can see that. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call the next segment, Tic-Tac-No.
Morris, right in the butt.
What?
We get the prizes cheap because they're stolen. No.
Now here's your host.
Fish wears panties.
Owen the Tick Rickner.
Fish wears panties. That's a good one.
Not true, but
do you wear
boxer
panties?
Briefs, bro.
You sure?
Boxer briefs every time.
Because Speedy caught you wearing panties.
No, I didn't.
Yes. When we were out at the Super Bowl, he said you were wearing panties.
Fish, I wouldn't stare at your.
What are you talking about? You fell asleep. You were falling
asleep. To be fair, he did fall asleep like Frankenstein.
I was about to say
in my bed
Yeah, you
the first
did.
night.
Yes, you did. So you saw him undressing, did you not?
Saw his panties.
You saw his panties.
No, I didn't. He was downstairs.
Don't lie. You were looking for Jabba.
You were annoyed that the 3 of them were yapping all night.
No, first of all, I fell asleep before everybody because everybody was just yapping.
It wasn't me. I wasn't there.
You were downstairs
No,
working.
I wasn't.
Where were you?
Yeah, I was. I was in.
I went to bed pretty quick. I went to bed at I think it was 11 o'clock because I was tired because I did a lot of the interviewing. And then I went to bed, and then you were downstairs yapping. I heard you yapping.
I was not talking really much at all.
Yes, you were. You all were yapping about
I was
garbage.
talking to Goody mostly and Tommy. To Goody and Tommy.
But Speedy was involved in the
remember
conversation.
Great
Not really.
conversations. You just missed out on it.
No, I don't need to be in
got
those
Speedy
conversations.
here
All right, let's
to
go.
take us on Tic-Tac-No for a ride. Speedy, we have to defeat you once again, but
Blow my
let's
back
see what
out.
you got tonight.
All right,
What do
so
you got, Speedy?
we'll start in the NBA Finals.
Is that your cucumber, or are you happy to see me?
So obviously the OKC Thunder are in the finals, obviously going by a different name, the Seattle Supersonics back then. In the 1970s, they played another team back-to-back in the NBA Finals that also now has a different name in their current team. So who did they play?
Say that one more time, please.
So it's another team that changed their name. It was a different name when they played in the 70s, and now they go by... It's the same city, different name.
The Bullets?
It is the Bullets. That's correct. So those are their only two championships for both teams. The Bullets won the first round in 1978.
I think I was watching the Celtic City, and that was brought up about nobody even remembers who was in the finals those years, the Supersonics and the Bullets, because they were the NBA wasn't even that popular at that time. So
They didn't even air the finals until a few days later.
Yeah, I
after
was
everybody knew what
watching.
happened.
That's what they said. That's probably where you got that, didn't you, Coach Fish?
Actually, no, I haven't watched it because
It's great.
F the
I'm not
Celtics.
done. I'm watching. I'm in. I think I'm in episode 5. It's really good. I hate the Celtics too, but it's fantastic. It's really, really good. So just to let you guys know.
All right, let's go to some hockey.
All right, well, I took the center. Go ahead, Speedy.
Yep, so we'll go to some hockey. One of our interns was mentioning Connor McDavid being a Conn Smythe winner on a losing team. There's also been, over the last 40 years, 2 goaltenders that have been the Conn Smythe winners on losing teams. Name one of them.
One guess, right?
Yep.
Or 2 guesses.
You each can get 2 guesses.
All right.
So a goaltender?
There were 2 goaltenders.
Was Dominic Hasek one of them?
Nope.
Brodeur?
Nope.
Grand Fjord?
Nope.
I don't even know any goalies.
I got one.
Yeah.
Patrick Waugh.
No.
I'm done.
How about... I don't want to say something that's stupid.
It's probably you're probably not wrong, Fish.
I know.
I've got
Price?
one. I'll say one before.
You already said it.
I know, but after
You
you're
get
done.
2 guesses.
I'll say it after you guys are done and we lose.
Price.
Nope. Java?
All right, I'm out.
And you get it?
Shoot. I know it's not Henrik. Marc-Andre Fleury?
Nope.
Hold on. Eddie Belfour.
No.
Ah.
All right,
Thought
so
it was
one
Eddie
of them was Ron Hextall in 1987, and the other one, this was the more random one, is for Anaheim, John Sebastian Giguere.
That's I remember.
Giguere.
I remember him.
In
He took them to the
Jiggy.
finals.
Yep.
He took
In
them to the finals.
2003, they lost against Martin Brodeur and the Devils.
I remember that. Yes.
That's right. All right, so Speedy, you get this one.
All right, let's
Let's get you over
go bottom left.
All right, here we are. All right, next question.
All right, so you guys, we'll shift to some football. You guys were talking about the golf clap with the Madden and Saquon on the cover. They had John Madden on the cover for the first 10 years of that game or more. Madden 01 was the first year they had a player on the cover. Who was it?
Was it Eddie George?
It is Eddie George.
Ooh, I was
Yeah.
about to get that. All right, cool.
That's right.
Oh, Fish is hot now. All right. Play with yourself.
He's heating up.
Play with yourself.
He's on fire.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Razzle
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
dazzle. All right, I'm going to
My dog wants your pussycat.
I'll go down here. All right, let's go.
All right, so we'll shift to some baseball now. So Cal Raleigh is on a pace to hit over 40 home runs on the season right now. So the question is not who has the most for a guy that played catcher. That's Salvador Perez, but he was mostly a DH that year. So while playing the majority of his games at catcher, who has the record? Doing it with 42 home runs in 2003.
42 home runs in 2003.
Yes.
So wait, what's the? So we're saying record for catcher home runs
For catcher, if you played most of the year at catcher. So, like, Perez didn't. Perez technically has the record, but he played most of the year as a DH when he hit 48 in 2021.
3.
Yes, this guy did it in 2003, hitting 42 home runs while playing the majority of games at catcher, I think.
I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Pudge Rodriguez.
Nope.
Was Piazza done yet?
No, he was still playing. He was still playing.
So I don't think this is the right year, but didn't Todd Hundley hit 40 homers?
He did. It was not that year, though.
Damn it.
I think he had 41.
I'm just going to say it. Mike Piazza.
Nope.
No? Okay.
Who was it, Speedy?
No, Jabba's got to guess.
Oh, he's
still.
got to go?
2003? Mm-hmm. Shit, that's a year I graduated high school. Wasn't Javi Lopez. He was done. I was trying to think of power hitting catchers in 2003.
I mean, 2003, everyone was on the on the banned substance list eventually, right? So it could have been anybody, really.
Would it have been? God, I'm a brave. I think it's Javi Lopez.
It is. Very good, Jabba.
Yeah.
Oh, Jabba!
I was like,
it was your team. You're a Braves fan. I was seeing
I
you
know.
figure it out.
That's why it immediately came to my head after you said Pudge, and I was like, well, you know what? There was a year where he hit 41, then he 43. And I
43 home runs, 109 RBIs, hit 328 that year.
All right, and we win with that clinching answer, Jabba. Great job.
Jabba was trying to second guess himself and then talked himself
I
out.
100% because I was like, okay, Piazza, if he's still playing, then Scoops did it. I was like, okay, well, that year, I remember towards the end of Javi's career, he somehow, whether we know it or not, but I was like, man, I remember he hit a bunch of, I was like, I freaking was just talking about this the other day, and I was like, I tried to talk myself out of it, though. You're right.
You were awfully close. I was like, is he going to second guess his own team? You're a Braves fan. You're going to second guess your own team.
All right, we call this a call to the pen.
It's time.
Think you can throw a strike on this pitch?
It's not going to be much on it. My arm feels like jello right now.
Just get it over the plate. I want him to swing.
Last time I did that, the guy hit one that hasn't landed yet.
For a call to the pen.
All right, so here we go with a call to
Cooch.
the pen. This is our game, not in a game, but more like kind of a inside baseball as far as the experience of it. You know, not very few people were lucky enough to play professionally, even fewer for the Yankees, even fewer got to share the bullpen with Mariano Rivera. So, Jabba, I don't know how it hasn't come up yet, but I've never asked you for any Mariano Rivera stories. Oh, and you can also throw in some stories from other great relievers you've shared the pen with. Let's hear some, bud.
Oh, Mo was just, it was interesting because you've seen it from afar. And, we always, as Yankees fans, we always knew there would be one stretch of the season where he would blow one or two saves and everybody was like, oh, he's done, right? And I'll never forget, because he was a catch partner of mine as well. And playing catch, it was, hit you right in the chest, it was fine, nothing. And then I'll never forget, Hark pulls me over and he's like, hey, stand in. And Hark was our bullpen coach at the time and who's still there to this day. Mind you, he was supposed to be taken number 1 overall, and they took a dude named Ken Griffey Jr. So I love you, Hark, but I think they made the right decision. And so, I'm literally, I'm standing in, because Mo never threw flat grounds when we played catch. Usually we would spin some stuff afterwards, but Mo never did. Because he didn't really spin anything.
Right.
And so I stood in one time, and I finally realized, people don't understand. You see it on TV, but then when you're actually standing 60 feet 6 from him, the ball gets to you like this, and then just goes, boop. And it's literally coming at you, right? And then it just makes just a left hand. And I stood in right-handed and left-handed. And it just amazes me. I mean, the only dude that ever owned Mo was Marco Scudero. We all have that one dude, and Marco owned him. And so it was a Tigers series, and Victor Martinez took him deep, then Miggy took him deep, then Victor took him deep, and he blew 2 saves in a row. And so everybody thought, oh, he's done. And then finally being able to just stand in and see, like, how his ball moves when he does it, I was like, I don't know how he gives up a hit, but now I know because, you know, you get to see it from afar and as a fan, and now you're like, oh, this makes sense because there's no chance. And he would just, it was crazy how he did it because wasn't a huge workout guy. What, you know, his workouts were like basically his running was BP, catching fly balls. He loved to play center field. That's how he blew out his ACL in Kansas City. And that's why he came back, because he didn't want to go out on that, because he was going to go out that year. Right. And he was like, nope, I'm not going to do it. And, you know, it was funny, too, because Mo wasn't like the get-together. And me and Mo, like, there's a famous squabble between us and that people went crazy about, which is fine. I don't care. Like, I'm always going to be me. I'm a grown-ass man. Don't shush me as I'm talking to my family. Don't do that. I don't care if you're doing your farewell interview. I don't care. I'm talking to my family. Yeah, don't do it. I'm just going to tell you. And I was like, that's fine. I was like, I just told Mo this is exactly what was happening afterwards. Everybody blew it up, and it is what it is because it happened in front of the media, which is fine. I don't care. But it was cool, too, like, towards the end, Mo finally, like, he was like, hey, let's get together and let's do a dinner. First time he's ever done it. And I was like, all right, yeah, what do you want me to do? And he was like, we'll get everybody together. I go, Mo, that's your job. Like, you're the leader of this bullpen. I go, I'm here just trying to get the ball to you. That's what I'm doing. And we had great guys with us. You know, we obviously had Dini himself and David Robertson. We had Kerry Wood come over with us. You know, so we had a lot of great guys in the bullpen, and Marte, and we even had Chanho Park, who was one of the nasty. That'll be my next one, by the way. And so we're at the Westin St. Francis in San Francisco, and I know Mo's paying for it, and so I'm like, perfect. So we get in. And the restaurants I think it's a Bobby Flay restaurant or one of those famous chefs. And so we're sitting in there, and I'm like, all right, this is great. Like, this is awesome. I love this. And it was like Japanese A5 Wagyu or whatever it's called. It was like $180 an ounce. I'm like, I'll have some of that. Boone Logan was on our team. I was in his wedding. Shout out to Boone. He's one of my favorite teammates I've ever had. And we're like, hey, we're not paying for it. So we fired out 8 ounces of Japanese A5 Wagyu, and Mo was just like, here you go.
It's $185 to Mariano Rivera. I mean,
it's $1,000 steak.
Yeah, it was $1,000 steak.
That don't mean anything to him. That guy was making millions and millions. I mean, at one point, Mariano was making
$1,000 steaks. $1,000 steak,
dude.
Hey, and then I became like the old guy. And then it was like I took everybody out. I think the biggest one that I took out with our bullpen guys, it was in Arizona, and I think it was like $9,800 because they're just ordering whatever. And at the same time, you're the old guy, right? Like You're the guy that's played for 10 years, and you know, Fogo de Chao, they got me a couple times. 7 in Minnesota, they got me a couple times, but. That's one thing too that like is a rite of passage and an honor for us in the bullpen is to take those guys out. And like A-Rod bought my first suits, and then when I would get young guys in the bullpen, I'd be like, hey, I'm going to buy you your first 2 suits. And it was just something that was passed on, and it was something that I loved about the game. And how everybody asked me, do you miss it? I go, I don't miss the game per se. I don't miss the game. I miss the camaraderie and the things that you do for one another, and being able to, you know, make a difference and know that means something to those kids.
You know,
And
every former athlete that you hear that, you know, they all say, I miss being in the locker room. I miss being with the guys.
Yep.
It's not that I miss the game. Like Tom
No.
Brady, even Tom Brady just famously goes, you know, I just miss being around the guys when he talks about it. Of course, he probably could come back and still be better than half the quarterbs in the league.
Stop.
But, you know,
Stop.
Don't you think?
No,
like,
I
there's
don't
good
think he
10
could come back.
quarterbacks he'd
No.
be better than?
No, not anymore.
he could.
When you step away from football for this amount of time, I don't think you can come back and do that.
Well, I mean, Michael Jordan used to kill. You know,
Michael
what's
Jordan.
his face in
Why does
Bobcat
everybody
practice.
stop comparing Michael Jordan to
Kwame
anybody? Michael Jordan is a different type
Tom Brady
of player.
is the guy you would say for football. though.
I just think quarterback is different than playing the game of basketball, and Michael Jordan is a specific player, you know, that dominated his sport. It's like saying Muhammad Ali. Remember when he
but
left?
Michael Jordan couldn't play baseball.
Just remember this: Muhammad Ali stepped away from boxing for 5 years. Remember that? He came back. He wasn't the same boxer. He really wasn't. He wasn't the same
But
dominant boxer.
you've seen a lot of guys play baseball that went to the military, come back, and still do the same thing that they did.
Well,
What
I
timing
mean,
we have here.
I mean, you want to argue that, we can argue that, but I don't think you're wrong. But I just think when you look at the fact of Michael Jordan and you're comparing Michael Jordan to Tom Brady, I would never do that. And Tom Brady is also 40-something years old.
But how can you even compare that though? Honestly, because they're two multifaceted sports, right?
Mhm.
In different skill sets.
Mhm.
That's the same reason Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player, but then you put him on a baseball field. Look what happened.
Well,
Yeah, so you said. I'm sorry, we got Nick Goody just struggling to get in with a little bit of connection. He's going to be in here in a second to comment back on it. But Jabba, quickly, you had something about Chan-Ho Park you wanted to get off your chest.
Oh, this nasty human being. He would legitimately. It was gross. Like great teammate.
What, did he eat his own snot or something? I mean, I've heard.
No,
crazier things.
he would literally like. So Goody will know this. Like in the back side of our bullpen in the new stadium, they would always stack the Gatorade towels, and like the gum and all the other stuff. Chan-Ho would literally get in there early, would blow his nose in a towel, and wait for somebody to like try and warm up, and like grab a towel.
Oh, that's disgusting.
And it would like and he would do it. He would snot rocket it.
That's how COVID started.
Yeah, it's Korean, not Chinese. Stupid.
It's a little different.
And then he had this like, it was like before Invisalign, but like this little chomper that he had, and he would like eat with it, and then he would take it out, then eat more, and then put it back in. Like didn't brush his teeth, didn't do anything. It'd be like in the pen, and then
oh God,
Roman, our bullpen catcher, he's the best. Love him. He's awesome. He's a scout now. But literally, Chan-Ho would throw. He would snot rocket on his hand and rub up the baseball.
Oh, disgusting.
And then he would try to throw it to Roman, and Roman would just lean out of the way. And he'd be like, "Need a new one. Need a new one." He wouldn't catch it. Chan-Ho was a, like, if you ever look up,
I don't ever want to meet him or shake his hands because he probably.
I had no idea it was going to be that disgusting.
Fish, look up, like, this is Chan-Ho to a T. Look up the interview of him at Fenway and why he missed. Because he literally is doing an interview and he goes, "I have a lot of diarrhea." And I am laughing in the background. You see Mo's face in the background laughing because he doesn't say it just once. He says it like 3 times. I'm the one in the back horse laughing. And it is the funniest. I was like, did he just say that? Like, he just said he had diarrhea 3 times. Like, and George King, who I love, wrote for the Post forever. And was like, yeah, they said you had a stomach ache. And he goes, yeah, I had a lot of diarrhea. And I'm like, did he just say that? Hold on. And I'm like 3 lockers away. And Fenway, let's just say, Fenway, you're nuts to... The lockers are very small. They're very close. So you're all right there.
It's
And
nuts.
pulled it out of my ass.
Fenway, dog.
And then he literally keeps saying it. And if you watch it on YouTube, I horse laugh in the background. And they're like, who is that?
Could you give me your horse laugh? Could I hear your horse laugh?
No, you'll watch it because it has to be authentic. It can't be fake. This makes my pecker hard. But no, he was great. Other one I want to go before Goody does that I have to give a shout out to of being one of the best I've ever. Woody is one, Kerry Wood, and Joe Nathan. Joe Nathan was very underappreciated for the run that he had just because he was with the Twins and he never beat the Yankees. But if you look at a 10-year run that Joe Nathan had compared to Moe's, it's very, very similar. And he deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. I don't know if he's going to get in because he doesn't have enough saves, but man, he's a Hall of Famer to me and my family, and one of the best people that you could ride or die with in every aspect.
All right, so let's move on. Goody, welcome back, bro. Got vacation in the DR. Heard you're coaching.
You just made my nipples
looks
hard.
right now.
I just got my first coaching win.
Nice.
Oh, you got your first dub?
First dub as a coach. 17 strikeouts, 4 walks.
What a threesome.
big.
It's pretty good. Pretty
Hey,
damn
first
good.
of all, before we get into it though, how was vacation, dog?
Awesome. I almost didn't come back.
I farted.
almost just stayed
You
down
said,
there.
"Damn these kids, we're out."
Yeah. And then on my way back, my boarding pass got flagged with like 4 S's, which is like selective security search or something. And I was like, damn, I'm really not coming back.
Smell my ass.
And then after the cavity search, it was all good. They didn't find anything. I felt great after that. And now I'm back home.
Smell my ass.
Here we are.
They rubber gloved you?
Butt plug.
Yeah.
Bro.
I told them, no lube.
Yum yum.
Get in there.
Wow.
Bagel hole.
That
said,
sounds
wow,
like
this
something
guy's-
that might have happened on
Goody
last
has
week's
no
episode of
Woody.
Analytics.
Analytics? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sure. I missed it. I was in the
I have
Dominican.
no sack.
So Goody, just call it a pen. We're just going to wrap it up with your story. If you have any Mariano Rivera stories, we were going to share some of those, or any other great relievers you shared the pen with, just for tonight.
I have no sack.
Okay.
Yeah, that one. He was good.
Yeah, he was all right. My first spring training with Mariano. Let's see. I just had gotten drafted. Never went to minor league camp. Went straight to major league camp. No big.
Yeah, because they did that back then. I didn't get to go.
They didn't do that. I was like the only guy to do that in our draft class because I jumped 3 levels in like a month, and the World Baseball Classic was happening around that time. So a lot of our players went to go play in it. So I ended up getting put on. Long story short, before like the first game, I get in a car accident, shred my ankle up. This was when Mariano was coming back from his knee injury. So we spent a lot of time rehabbing together and got to know him pretty well. Awesome guy. Like 2 years later, I was in AA. He had already retired. And he came out to throw the first pitch in Trenton. And I remember walking up to him after the game or before the game or something. And I was like, "Hey, Mo," I was like, I don't know if you remember me. And he's like, "Oh, Nick, what's up? Nick Goody." Yeah. He's like, "How's your ankle doing?" And I'm like, "Dude, what?" And like, just left an impression on me. I'm like, this guy is an absolute legend. Like, just like I was some minor league guy who was rehabbing my ankle. And he just happened to remember me 2 years later when I hadn't seen him. And I couldn't tell you how long. Jeter was the same way, though. Jeter was the same way. Like, they just knew guys, and they got it. They really did.
Who was the first big leaguer to say hi to you?
That's a good question. I don't remember. It was probably
This is
Jeter
a grumpy
coming
old
to the
man.
locker room. Probably Jeter.
Mine was when I was signing, and it's not a super popular name by any means, but had a great career. Miguel Cairo.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yep.
Hey, who was the Mexican pitcher that pitched for the Yankees and for Boston? Crazy dude. You're telling crazy stories. I can't remember his name.
I gotta
But I
go
remember
back
his-
off now.
Alfredo Aceves.
Aceves,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, I remember that name.
Bro, I'm rehabbing my elbow.
Nobody sweats more than that guy. It's
You wanna know why?
You would have it literally dripping. It's unbelievable. Bartolo had his pinky nail.
Yeah, well, Alfredo Aceves, I remember. They're like
He was a mercenary too, by the way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, he killed people for sure, probably. Actually, I don't know if I can say that or not. Don't know. But, whatever. But I remember coming in spring training. He was down there either signing or rehabbing or doing something. And I walk into the food room, and he's the only one in there. And I'm like, this is questionable. So I walk in, get my food. He's sitting there. He has his cereal, which is like those pops, those pops, POPS, like nobody eats those. They're disgusting. They're like just all filled with all the bullshit. And he's sitting there eating his pops, and he has a carton of egg whites, and he's dumping the egg whites into his pops and eating them like that. Yeah, of course, Poops would like that because it's whatever. But I'm like, dude, hey, man, those are huevos. He's like, he just kind of like looks at me and he's like, I'm like, oh my God, I gotta get out of this place. This guy's psycho.
Don't me.
He was a different human.
Psycho.
That's the kind of stories we learn.
I
when
have
we get into
no
some of this
Woody.
pen business here, and a call to the pen. Another great rendition. Some inside baseball stories.
I like anal.
All right, let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we got a couple more segments. We have Sound It Out. We're going to get into the Yankees and Dodgers rematch, which was back in, really wasn't much of a series. I could say that. The Yankees obviously won Game 3, but it was just absolutely horrible, especially Saturday, getting their butts reamed. It was just happened. But the return of DJ LeMahieu, he actually showed up in a game. So we'll get into that when we come back. But first, our Sports Minute, as we always do.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here once again with your Sports Minute. Going to go through a few stories before we get into tonight's scores. Ellie Dela Cruz played Sunday at his own insistence after learning that his older sister tragically passed away. When he played, he hit a 423-foot home run. He takes so much pride in being available, manager Terry Francona said. Guys like that, Carlos Santana in Cleveland was very similar. And for a kid that's that young, that's an admirable trait. The Reds cited Dela Cruz's privacy for his lack of speaking to reporters or giving a statement after the game. Dela Cruz is one of baseball's brightest young stars. Sending thoughts and prayers to his family from ours here at the show. Lions, 4-time Pro Bowl center Frank Ragnow has informed the team that he is retiring. These past couple of months have been very trying as I've come to the realization that my football journey is ending and I'm officially retiring from the NFL. This was in a post on Instagram. I've tried to convince myself that I'm feeling good, but I'm not, and it's time to prioritize my health and my family's future. I've given this team everything I have, and I thought I had more to give, but the reality is I simply don't. I have to listen to my body, and this has been one of the hardest decisions of my life. The Lions organization has been absolutely incredible throughout this process, and I can't emphasize enough how grateful I am for the team and all the fans. It was an absolute honor going to battle for you all. Ragnow, who has been a second-team All-Pro for the last 2 seasons and 3 out of the last 4, will be hard to replace for the Lions, who are currently playing rookie second-round pick Tate Ratledge at center after playing guard at Georgia. The Lions, whose identity has been on the ground, will miss Ragnow this year, a year where both of their coordinators became head coaches, taking some staff with them. Despite having a still excellent roster, head coach Dan Campbell is going to have his work cut out for him in 2025. And finally, the Seattle Mariners have decided to retire a new number twice. Seattle announced they're going to retire number 51, worn by both Hall of Famers Ichiro Suzuki and Randy Johnson as Mariners. While Ichiro will have his number retired this summer on August 9th in a ceremony, it was announced a separate ceremony will take place in the 2026 season for Randy Johnson. I'm happy that my contributions over the 10 years that I was there are being acknowledged now, Johnson said in a Zoom. It's been a long time, that's for sure. Always the happy camper. Randy Johnson, the all-time leading strikeout pitcher for left-handers with 4,875. Also played for the Expos, Astros, Diamondbacks, Yankees, and Giants in his career, while Ichiro only played for the Mariners after coming over from Japan. Jabba and the Mouth fans. As always, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos that you see from us throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our next segment on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? We're back. This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Do you know a rooster is a cock? What do you think he jerks off with?
To Mario.
Are you a meat bender? The harder the better, right?
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, Speedy Petey, executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman, our other guest, as always, and a part of the show, Mr. Nick, the man Goody, or Woody Goody, or whatever you want to call him. Our producer, the one and only Mr. Tommy Poops, as he's letting one go as we speak right now, and he's sitting right there at the desk. And now, ladies and gentlemen,
pooping again?
Yeah, no, he's here. I'm just messing around with him. I just want to give a shout out to there was something announced, and Jalen Hurts is expecting his first baby. So congratulations to the Hurts family. Him and his fiance, Mrs. Burrow, who's going to be Mrs. Hurts very soon. Congratulations to the Hurts family on his upcoming baby. So good for him. Congratulations to him. Oh, man, it's been a crazy one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we call this segment Sound It Out.
Say whoa here. Jay Quellen. Where's Jay Quellen at? No Jay Quellen here?
Do you mean Jacqueline?
Let's sound it out.
What you call me?
Sound it out.
Out. Oh, wonderful. I can't wait for this one.
We're back, Errol, for your favorite segment.
Yeah,
Sound
it's great.
It out.
Makes me look like a fool. Let's go.
No, you've been doing pretty well recently. I would say your batting average in this is over 300. That's all-star caliber.
What are you eating, Goody? What are you eating over there? I think you went from a bowl
Goody's
of cereal.
been crushing food.
A bowl of cereal to what? What are you having over? Laffy Taffy over there? What is that?
One thing I didn't know in this league is there's no visitors clubhouses and there's no post-game spread. So, 3 o'clock, I'm crushing,
yeah.
or 11 o'clock, 10:40, I'm crushing my wife's rice and sausage.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Speedy likes the sausage, right, Speedy?
That does sound good. Rice and sausage.
It is good sausage, Speedster.
The best thing your wife cooks, Goody. Is she a baker or a cooker?
Dude, when I met her, she could do a mean bowl of cereal. Now she can whip up anything, bro.
A mean bowl of cereal.
With rice and like Cajun, it was like a Cajun pot, like a Cajun sausage pasta. She does like chicken and like roasted vegetables. Really, really good. Like clean. She cooks clean. That's why I'm shredded.
Yeah, there's like 2 things, but she sticks to the baking side. Like I'll cook, but there's a couple things that's okay.
Yeah, well, when I met her, she never had steak. Now she eats steak. Crazy. I know.
Well, how about that?
Where's she from?
5 minutes from my house.
Oh.
We grew up 8 minutes apart.
Spank that ass. Spank that ass.
Huh?
You never met before?
Yeah, we're high school sweethearts.
Slap that
we
ass.
went to the same daycare.
Slap that ass. Spank it.
All right, so we're going to stay in this baseball theme, Errol, for Sound It Out. This is the one where we give some hard-to-pronounce athletes' names to Errol, and he's got to sound them out.
Would you stick a finger in his
So here
ass?
we go, Errol. First one. We're staying baseball the whole time. Here we go. Sound it out.
Corey Lubicki.
That's really close.
Lupke.
I am
Lupke.
going to give you credit for it. Lubecki is more like what it is, but we'll give you Corey Lubecki. 1 for 1, Errol Marks.
All right.
Nice
That's
start.
Not bad.
I think you're going to do well on this one tonight.
I don't know about that.
So we got them. All right, here we go. Going on to our second one. Let's see if you can keep the streak alive.
Oh, shoot.
Sound it out.
That's a name I haven't seen in a while.
Justin Duscher. Duchera.
Oh, he knew it. He's right. 2 in a row.
Oh, man.
Duscher. Not Doucherer. Duscher.
Have you ever sniffed lines?
I thought you'd appreciate the way it's pronounced. Doucher.
I want you to trim fish.
That's 2 for 2, Errol.
Oh man, I'm
Does it
this
go the
might
right
be
way or
the
the left
best
way?
you've done ever. Can you sweep?
I doubt
Sound it out for the first time ever. Here we go.
I wanna do a
the
whopper.
last one, and this is one of my all-time favorites. Errol, he's a Kansas City coach now. Sound it out.
I was with him, by the way.
Rusty Kuntz.
Hey! The clean sweep for Errol Marks.
It's a miracle.
Are you a meat bender?
What a job! Yes, Rusty Kuntz, spelled slightly differently than how it sounds.
Pulled it out of my
Thought
ass.
get a kick out of that. A perfect
As
score.
long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my 2-hole, I'm good. he
That's been
by
sounded
far
out.
is one of my favorite coaches. Rusty was awesome.
Rusty.
Yeah, I saw him in the news.
I know
today,
what
so
you
put him
thought
in
I
there
was
'cause
gonna
he was with
say.
Jack Hagliano.
I know what you thought I was going to say.
On his way up. So teaching him outfield. So guys, that's been sounded out.
Wow, 3 for 3. Oh man,
That's the first time ever. Great
I'm
job.
hitting over 1,000, baby. Next week will probably be worse.
1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't go over 1,000.
Well, 1,001. How's that? Anyways, speaking of not hitting over 1,000, the Dodgers took 2 out of 3 games against the Yankees this weekend in their first series since the World Series last year. Aaron Judge hit his 21st home run of the season Friday night. Ohtani hit 2 in that game to give him 22 for the year. The Dodgers blew out the Yankees 18-2 in Saturday's game, including 2 home runs and 7 RBIs by Mr. Max Muncy. The Yankees avoided the sweep with a 7-3 win on Sunday's game, led by DJ LeMahieu, who had 4 hits and 2 RBIs in the game. The Yankees are one of 3 teams, along with the Reds and the Mets, that haven't been swept this season. Both the Yankees and the Dodgers now have 36 wins following this series, tied for the 3rd best record in baseball. First of all, the Yankees looked horrible in game number 2 against the Dodgers. They were absolutely putrid. The pitching was horrible, and Max Fried had his first loss on Friday, so it didn't look good, and I'm not taking shots at Max.
It wasn't because he pitched bad.
No, but he gave up 6 earned runs in that game. So, again, going back to looking at what the Dodgers have done to the Yankees over the last 2 years, it doesn't look good. Now, hopefully, if they meet up in the World Series again, the Yankees will have a better chance of winning. Rondon has played fantastic all season. I think his ERA is 2.67. He's been sensational. With Max Fried, with his ERA at 1.97, I mean, they've been a good 1-2 punch. Could you imagine if Garrett Cole was a part of this rotation? This would be the best rotation in baseball. You can't even argue that. But the Yankees, if Aaron Judge doesn't hit, this team has had a lack of offense. Now, Giancarlo, obviously, this team, when he actually heats up and he gets fully back into this lineup, hopefully this lineup looks a little bit better. And Bellinger was on a 13 game hitting streak. Maybe his back comes alive. But Goldschmidt has been sensational. But against the Dodgers, they can't hit against them. And again, you're going to have to show up against Yamamoto like they did on Sunday. If they do that, and Ohtani should be back on the mound in the second half of the season, you're going to have to contend with that as well. So I do believe the Yankees are better than they were this past weekend, but you don't go out against the Dodgers and give up 18 runs. That was embarrassing. I know it was in LA, but it's embarrassing when you don't show up in a game and in a series that you expect the Yankees to remember what happened last year, especially in game 1 when they were up 6-5 going into the 9th inning and a bad blunder deciding to bring in Nestor Cortez, which cost them really the series, because maybe if the Yankees win that game and they're up 1-0 and they win game 2, they're up 2-0, maybe it's a different series. But the Dodgers are the best all-around team in baseball when healthy. They didn't have Mookie Betts. When Mookie Betts gets healthy, the Yankees are going to have to contend with that. But The Dodgers are going to pick up the slack. They were never going to be as bad as they were in the beginning of the season. This is too good of a lineup. Freddie Freeman is one of the best players in baseball when he's 100% healthy, and they have a tremendous lineup. Just think about this. They have 3 MVPs when healthy in their lineup. They have Mookie Betts, they have Friedman, and they have Ohtani. Just think about that. The Yankees do too. If you really look at it, they do too. Goldschmidt, Giancarlo, and Aaron Judge. But I think obviously the better 3 and the better duo or the trio, I would go with the Dodgers because Mookie Betts, you can argue, is one of the top 5 best players in the league. Freeman, you can argue when healthy, he's a top 10 player. And then Ohtani, you can argue.
Ever win an MVP?
Yes, he did. Bellinger won an MVP.
Yeah, he did. But I also look at Bellinger. It's consistency, and Bellinger did win an MVP, but nobody even remembers when he.
And I think
won
also,
with the Dodgers.
I also looking at the stats too. Like if Yelich doesn't get hurt, he probably wins the MVP. I think he got hurt in the last month of the season.
I think obviously the Yankees lineup is very important this year, and they're going to have to show up against these teams, especially against the Dodgers, if they expect to win. I think they have more depth. Definitely losing Juan Soto. Juan Soto's doing nothing right now with the Mets. I know everybody's going to say, what do you mean? He has 10 home runs. But he's batting .233.
And he already hit a double play tonight.
Yeah, he's batting .233. The Yankees aren't missing him when they added Max Free, and they have Goldschmidt, who's batting .344, .340 right now. And then Bellinger, at one point, was batting .197, and now he's batting in the .250s. So I think if Bellinger brings up his batting average to .270, this lineup could be very potent. And we haven't seen this lineup at a full strength. We have the Jism man, who hasn't been 100% healthy. Giancarlo has really not been in this lineup. So we'll see what this lineup is going to be at full strength. And by the way, the Yankees bullpen has been one of the more underrated bullpens in all of baseball. And Devin Williams is actually back. He's actually shown up over the last couple of weeks and pitched very well in this bullpen. So if Devin Williams is at full strength and this bullpen plays on all cylinders and obviously doesn't die down in the second half like we've seen many Aaron Boone bullpens have done over the last couple of years, I think the Yankees could be a very dangerous team in the playoffs.
Yeah, the difference, I think, with this bullpen, though, it's younger. Like, a lot of the times it was the veterans that died out, and they either got hurt or they just got too worn down. But now they have younger pitchers they can use in those roles, too.
Weaver's been unbelievable again.
Weaver's been very good. Clark Schmidt, when he's healthy, has been good.
He's out now.
Yeah, Weaver's out a month and a half.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn.
That doesn't matter. We need him for the playoffs.
Right.
We need him for the playoffs.
And that's where it looks like the organizational depth's a little better.
They're fine.
And I think the hitting-wise, too, it's the same kind of thing. Like, the Yankees were always just considered top-heavy. Now they have the assets, both with the veterans, like you were saying, with Goldschmidt and Bellinger, and the youngsters, Wells hitting at certain points, Ben Wright's at the beginning of the season at certain points, too. So it's just a difference. But the Dodgers still have the model right now, and it's showing. I think they have 11 pitchers hurt, and they're still not missing a beat.
Can I give you some Dodgers injuries? Because we were talking about the Yankees not.
Like I said, I think they have 11 pitchers hurt or something like that.
It's way worse for the Dodgers.
I predicted this to happen. So Mookie Betts has a broken ring toe on his left foot. So it's just a pain tolerance.
It's from all the bowling he does.
Well, whatever it is the tip of his ring toe. So
you can't do anything for that, by the way. There's nothing you can do besides you just have to let it heal.
It just hurts, and you just got to deal with it. Glasnow, and we all knew he was going to be on and off the IL this year. Blake Snell hasn't really done anything yet this year. He's starting to throw right now. He had a setback. Not everybody remembers Michael Kopech is on the Dodgers. Kopech, and he should be back this week. So that's another guy that I've seen touch in the high 90s that they'll get. Kirby Yates should be back at the end of the week as well. So that's another high-end reliever. They lost Sheehan. They lost some other guys I haven't really heard of. Obviously, Roki Sasaki went down. Right. He didn't pan out this year. It's probably not going to be much of a thing for this year. Trinan's still in their pen. He's starting up a progression. They are Gratterall. He might come back later in this, late season. These are names, real legit names that they just aren't even playing yet because they have so much money and so much depth because of the money. They built a team to last. So even though these guys are out, they're still the best team in the league.
I will say this.
They are.
DJ LeMahieu plays a big part in this lineup for the Yankees. If he comes back even half at full strength and he plays and he's healthy, He adds a third base glove that the Yankees have been missing, and he gives you a switch hitting, a guy that, as far as I'm concerned, could play a big part. This is a guy that won a batting title in the National League and the American League. How many players have done that before? So this is a guy. I'm not saying that we need the old DJ LeMahieu that wins batting titles. You just need him to be a 270, 276 hitter. If he gives you that, I mean, the Yankees, their lineup is potent. It could be really, really potent. DJ LeMahieu was a loss all season last year, practically up and down, and even in the playoffs. Where was DJ LeMahieu? He didn't even play in the playoffs. No. So they need DJ LeMahieu to stay healthy. If he can stay healthy, this lineup from top to bottom. Jabba, you've been saying this over and over and over again. Remember when we started this and we started doing like a little podcast show after, during the playoffs? What did we talk about? The reason why the Yankees were going to have a problem with winning against, maybe the Dodgers or whoever comes out of the National League is they don't have a potent lineup from 1 to 9. Now you get rid of Soto and you add Bellinger, you have a healthy DJ LeMahieu, Giancarlo Stanton, and then you have Goldschmidt. This is a potent lineup from 1 to 9. This is a different team than the Yankees were last year.
Yeah, I think it's different in a way where there's a little bit more diversity in the fact of they can do a lot of different things. They're not going to rely on one certain thing. Obviously, we've seen what Stanton can do in the playoffs, and and that's why I'm not like too worried about him getting back anytime soon because he's proven what he can do in the playoffs. I think with LeMahieu, I think you're 100%. We're not going to get the batting title winner. We're not, and that's okay because Father Time wins everything, as we've said on the show before. But if we can get half to 3/4, I mean, he brings great value to what they are, and what I love too about things that they have done, and where I don't like. Obviously, they're the same record as the Dodgers right now, and nobody would have thought the Tigers would have the best record in baseball right now. Nobody would have thought that here as we sit in the beginning of June. But being able to have those guys and then bring them back at some point, it's kind of like you get a free agent. I would like them to see them do something at the deadline. I don't know what they're going to do or what they're willing to give up. We'll have to have, Brian come back on and give us a little insight on that once we get closer to the deadline. But I think with this lineup, it has guys that have won before and know how to win. And they may have had off years, but they know how to win. They've been in the situation before. And as you know, in a clubhouse, like when guys don't panic, because it's like, we're going to go through a bad stretch maybe. But if you have guys that know how to win and know how to just like, hey, you know what? It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And I think that's really how this lineup got even better. Mind you, losing a Soto is you're losing a Soto. Yeah, you're looking at his year and seeing what he's hitting. Yes, but it still sucks to lose a caliber.
Bellinger's having a better year than Soto is right now.
I know. Yeah. But I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that we have Cody. Mm-hmm. But it's also, what we do, and we didn't lose anything from the maturation side. Think about this. Soto has 1-2 as a young guy, but so has Belly. But Belly also grew up around the game and knows what it takes and knows that there's no panic because his dad played for the Yankees. And I don't ever give Cash credit because I wouldn't piss on him if he was on fire.
That's a good line.
But I think he did a great job of bringing the right guys in that have the mentality of how to win and not panic and not like take it too much into their own dome. Be like, well, if we don't win, we don't win. Well, no, we don't have to win right now. Let's just be the last one standing. And I think he brought really, really, really good guys in that understand that mentality, why I think this team is better. And even without our best pitcher, but yes, did we bring in a guy? But have we seen what Max Fried has done in the playoffs too? Yes. So it's going to be kind of up for debate. But I love that.
He's also had problems against the Dodgers. If you look at Max Fried, right, his record against the Dodgers, it's not good. And he's actually, the Dodgers have been his kryptonite. So
them and the Phillies,
yeah. He's been his kryptonite. So,
yeah. Yeah, they do have a good they have a good mix of veterans and younger players. I'm just looking at their roster: Carrasco, veteran; Freed, veteran; Hamilton, probably in that 3 to 4 range; Mark Leiter Jr., veteran; Loizaga, veteran; Rodon, veteran; Smitty, Will Warren, young guy; Devin Williams, they brought him in, veteran, back into the pen. Obviously struggled a lot this year, but has gotten better. Their catchers
couldn't get worse.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, well,
Jesus.
can always get worse.
I don't think so. I think his ERA was at 9 before he lost his job. It was bad.
No, it was 11.
Really? I thought it was at 9.
Double
So.
digits.
Small samples you only get in the first month of the season.
Goldschmidt, veteran; LeMahieu, veteran; Peraza, young guy. Still has got some time. Ben Rice, young guy. Yorbit Vivas, young guy. Volpe, still young. Still trying to get his bearings in the big leagues, right? Bellinger, veteran. Dominguez, young guy. It's a good mix. Obviously, Judge, veteran. Like, you have a very good mix. And I think the best teams in baseball are the teams that can mix older guys, 35-year-olds, 33-year-olds, guys who are ancient, and pair them with younger guys that are coming up. And it gives a good, role model, or it's a good visual to see, as you're saying, Jabba, like, all right, shit, we just lost the series. We got swept, whatever. And you know, some of the younger guys are like, oh, am I going to get sent down? Am I going to get optioned? Da-da-da-da. And you see the veterans just are even kill the entire time because they know, like, all right, we lost the series. So what? We'll make it up on the back end, or we'll pick it up here and there. And some of the best teams that I've been on have been just like that. And they're the most fun, too, because you're rubbing elbows with guys who have been in the show for 8 to 10 years, guys that I grew up watching. And now I'm getting to watch them on the field and off the field and calling my teammates. And it's a really good atmosphere. And then on the contrary, you could be like the Rockies and be 10-50?
They just got the double-digit wins, dog.
There you go.
Finally surpassed the Broncos win total.
What a joke of an organization. They have been a joke.
My point being, they're just all young, so they don't know how to handle failure. Now, with that being said, later on in their career, if those guys pan out and they have decent careers, they'll know how to handle failure. So
I don't know how many of those guys are panning out in that Colorado team, but that's a whole nother
How many
story.
first-round draft picks do they have in that lineup? I mean, seriously, it's horrible to watch. They're really bad. They're really, really
guys
bad.
that they were depending on, like that they thought were breaking out this year. This Michael Toglia, they had to send him down to AAA. He was a first baseman, didn't work. Ryan McMahon's supposed to be their all-star. He's still batting .200, doing nothing. They've got nothing going on. Is it probably Tovar is their most consistent player?
The shortstop, right? Yeah,
the shortstop. Mm-hmm. Probably their most consistent hitter.
Well, at the same time, they paid all that money for Chris Bryant, and it sucks because I know Chris isn't trying to be hurt and doing all that stuff, but you know, you give him all that money, and then he hasn't even played 100 games in the career that he's been with the Rockies, and it sucks because it's not like he's trying to get hurt. It's not like and honestly, I don't know Anthony Rendon, and so I may be speaking out of my ass on this one, but it just doesn't feel like he wants pulled to it out of play, my like ass. He took the money, and I know Chris Bryant's been trying, like, you know, he was rehabbing in AAA, trying to do all this stuff. It just, when you get to that point, like as Goody was saying, those are the most fun teams because it's like, yeah, I've been on teams that suck, and I know how to handle the failure, and it makes it fun when you get to get some older guys in, and you know, I remember when Ichiro came over, and I got to ask him, I go, I hated facing you, sucked, like it was terrible, because they don't strike out. It's going to be a long ass at bat. I'm like, okay, let me just throw the kitchen sink at you. And so when you get those guys like that, and I think but why are the Dodgers so great too in the same aspect? They have a great manager, first and foremost. He knows how to manage the team, but he's also a player's manager.
He's so bad.
Where he lets those guys manage the team.
I hate him. Oh, my God. I absolutely despise him. I remember as a Boston Red Sox, I remember he was the guy that stole that base that really cost the Yankees that series. I mean, I couldn't stand him as a player, and I can't stand him as a manager. So anybody can manage that team. You can manage that team. Goody can manage that team. Speedy can manage that
Goody's
team.
holding out for the Reds job.
I mean, listen, I'm sorry, and as much as everybody wants to give him all the credit in the world.
You're talking about, are you talking about managing the team as far as because they have talent?
Yeah.
Like, there's more that goes into managing
I'm sure.
a team than just the numbers.
I'm sure. But you have the executives, you have all, what do they call them? The
analytics department.
Analytics department. They have all these guys that are like probably economic majors that'll give you the mathematical equation on what to throw at every single pitch and every single inning.
All the MIT guys, according to Fish.
It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Before we move on to dial it up, it just occurred to me that Anthony Rendon is the real life Roger Dorn from Major League.
Love that movie, by the way.
Does not want to get himself hurt. Doesn't want to get dirty anymore. That had, obviously in the movie he comes around to an extent, right? And then I realized as I was writing out Roger Dorn on my paper that if you rearrange the letters, you can spell Rendon from Roger.
I will say this: Roger Dorn's wife in the movie, she's got a mean body. Man. She's got a mean body.
Great movie, man. One of the best movies.
She looked good.
She gets her revenge on Roger.
She looked good in the 80s. That's all I'm going to say about that.
It's a long time ago.
Nice piece of ass. Anyways.
Olay shit, Dorn.
I know. Goody can't say it, but I know he's looking at us. Anyways, we call this Dial It Up.
We interrupt this regularly scheduled hot mix to bring you an important news bulletin.
We got a big broadcast to do here. We're about to dial it up.
Welcome to Dial It Up, everybody. This is our lightning round segment where Errol gets a bunch of stories he hasn't seen and has to do a lightning round take on it. Tonight, we start with the final episode of Inside the NBA on TNT. Yes, with the Knicks' loss to the Pacers, that is the last broadcast of the year and of all time for the TNT version, at least, of Inside the NBA. If you don't know the show, it's the one with Shaq, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Ernie Johnson. Ernie Johnson's actually been hosting the show since 1990, which is before these guys were on it. Kenny joined in 98, Barkley in 2000, and Shaq more recently, still 14 years ago, in 2011. TNT gave up the media rights to the NBA, which is why the show is moving. ESPN is not stupid. They are going to try to continue the show with the same four guys, at least to start. Errol, dial it up!
It's pretty fair that these four guys are sensational together, but I expect Stephen A. Smith to be a part of this. I expect Kendrick Perkins to be a part of it. I expect all those clowns to be a part of this show. It's going to ruin the show. They have a great fabric of talent on the show as it is they're together for over all these years. Shaquille O'Neal actually joined the show, but it was really Charles Barkley and Kenny and Ernie Johnson. They were sensational. And then added Shaq, the personality that he is and what he brings to the table. It just gives a different dynamic to the show. It's a shame that TNT couldn't hold on to it. And honestly, when you look at the game as a whole and the NBA and what TNT brings to the NBA, it's so much better than ESPN. Watching it on ESPN is pathetic. And even watching it on ABC, which is owned by ESPN, it's horrible. I like the way they produce and they bring the product to the forefront on TNT. It's horrible that Turner TV took it away, and I think Turner TV should have fixed this and try to renegotiate the deal. But the NBA did not want to be on TNT anymore. They wanted it all on ESPN. It figures, I'll say this again. LeBron James Association has been like this for a long, long time, and now LeBron got what he wanted on ESPN. So good for him. Congratulations.
I'm 100% there on it. Looking at this entire panel, this entire crew on for as long as I've been watching basketball for, there's nothing more entertaining than watching these four, honestly, not even barely talk about basketball, but when they honestly did talk about basketball, very entertaining. But ESPN, it will not be the same on ESPN, and not only for that fact, but it's also... Everybody also looks at ESPN as sort of it is owned as a Disney sort of owned piece of network, so it's honestly going to be very censored, very, I guess, dumbed down in the sense that it's definitely not going to be the same, so it's really the end of an era because it's definitely not going to be the same NBA on TNT or the Inside the NBA that I grew up watching, so it's pretty heartbreaking.
It does feel like it's the type of show ESPN's going to screw up. It feels like it to me, but we'll see. I hope it's still good as we move forwards with those guys. Shaq was my all-time favorite non-Knick. Let's move on to the next one. We're going to go to baseball, and Lou Gehrig's day is today. So during last night's game, Carl Ravitch, who was calling the game for ESPN, back in the day did Baseball Tonight Forever. Now he's doing play-by-play. Was calling the game, took a break from the action to present a video package about Lou Gehrig and ALS, the disease more commonly known as Lou Gehrig's disease. ESPN played a short video package during the broadcast featuring an AI voice of Sarah Langs, a longtime baseball statistician and reporter who's afflicted with ALS. Lang's voice has been significantly impacted by the disease, so the AI was really the first time we've gotten to hear her voice the way it was in a long time, including her. She had a very touching, she was very touched on social media and shared it out to everyone. She stays relevant to the game with her continued contributions with some of the greatest stats. Sometimes I take them. I know, Jabba, you reference them sometimes as well on social media while fighting, literally the most uphill battle that there is. Teams will wear tonight. I mean, they must have been wearing it all night tonight. Red wristbands that say "for ALS" on them for support. Errol, dial it up.
Oh my God! This is a horrible, horrible story, but it also brings such a light to what Lou Gehrig's disease is. It's a horrible disease, one of the worst diseases you could ever imagine to have, and it pretty much kills you. It takes everything away, and it's a horrible story. But again, what the MLB is doing for this young lady, and what AI could really change when it comes to the things that it can deliver in many different ways to a lot of sickly people. We've seen so many sick people over the last couple of years with so many different diseases and sicknesses, and they can't speak, and now they have all different machines and things that they can bring to the forefront to help these sick and obviously unfamiliar diseases to the forefront. It is a sad story, but Lou Gehrig is one of the greatest baseball players of all time, and he could have had a longer career. I mean, he could have played another 5, 6, maybe even 7 years at the top of his game and probably would have broke more records. And it's a shame because this disease came to the forefront. And this guy, one of the most sad speeches you'll ever see a New York Yankee. Has anybody seen the movie, the Lou Gehrig movie? I forget what it was called. It's that movie and that speech was probably one of the greatest speeches in sports, TV or movie history. And it really said a lot about who Lou Gehrig is and really how it really took his life. So it's a sad story, but it brings it to light. And obviously what, baseball is trying to do with the Lou Gehrig disease and trying to help in many different ways. It's a good story as well. So
Pride of the Yankees is the movie.
Yeah.
From
Pride of the Yankees, that's right.
1942 that movie came out. Gary Cooper played.
He looked just like Lou Gehrig, too, by the way. Looked just like Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, no, you know what? I got to shout out Sarah. She is an absolute monster. One of the best in the business. And shout out to you, Sarah. And we've obviously had anything that I need, like when it comes to like research or something, if I need to sign something or figure something out, I holler at her and it'll be back with me in a couple minutes. And you know what? She is a great aficionado for this terrible disease, but also in the way she looks at it and how she's approached it and how she still stays relevant. And just so proud of her and always thinking about her and the things that she has done. And, it is crazy. It became Lou Gehrig's disease. It's amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is what it really is. And,
don't ask me to say that. That's not going to be good for me.
Yeah.
Right?
And it's for me, my dad, obviously, getting the epidemic and polio, like everything, like all these things are very, very important to me. And, when you have these things and you see what it is, Lou Gehrig's the only exception they've ever made in the Hall of Fame. He didn't have to wait 7 years because he wasn't going to get the opportunity because they didn't have what they had. Right. Mm-hmm. And so I actually have a buddy of mine. He got it when he was 30. Mm-hmm. And, he was my catch partner when I was playing, and shout out Scotty. Love you, man. And so it's debilitating. It's crazy. But the one thing it doesn't get you, it doesn't get their mind. It takes their body, but it doesn't get their mind. And that's the coolest thing to be able to, we're going to have one of the greatest minds in baseball as what Sarah does. And all the people, showing, their forefront of it. And I just saw a tweet with Mark Kotze from the A's and how Boog Shambi is bringing it to the forefront. And, it's named after a baseball player. There's a lot of people that deal with it. And we've seen it in multiple facets of this sports world of people that have ALS. And, the more that we can get to know about it, but at the same time, they're still here. They're still doing their thing. And you know what? I'm so damn proud to have Sarah as a colleague from the baseball side of it. And just for her to still be with us and share the moments that she is going to continue to share with us until she's gonna fight as hard as she can. And we know this if you know Sarah. And so it's just really cool to see.
Yeah. So, just one last time, shout out to Sarah Langs. Isn't baseball just the best? All right, moving on to the next one. This is something Errol and I had a discussion about the other night.
Yep.
And we got to get into it. The NFL Hall of Fame debate. In 2004, 3 great quarterbacks came into the league at the same draft, and we know who they are. It was Phillip Rivers, Eli Manning, and Big Ben Roethlisberger. So all 3 of them came in same year. They're all up for induction this year. Eli was up last year, as we know, did not get inducted, even though he was a finalist. And the question is, are these other 2 going to get inducted as first ballot? Are they going to get inducted before Eli or at the same time? Errol, dial it up!
If you look at Rivers really has the best numbers out of both quarterbacks, all 3 quarterbacks. Now, Rivers never won a championship. Eli won 2. Ben Roethlisberger won 2. Ben won his first, and he barely actually was even good. Okay? Now, Ben actually has almost identical numbers as Phillip Rivers. But out of all 3 quarterbacks, Phillip Rivers has the best numbers. And again, I look at all 3 quarterbacks. They're all Hall of Famers. Eli didn't go in as a first ballot Hall of Famer. He'll go in this coming year. He deserves it. But I think Phillip Rivers is absolutely a first ballot Hall of Famer. Now, you're going to go back and forth with me, and I know what you're going to say, Fish. He never won a championship, and he played on great teams. As great as his teams were, none of those guys ever won a championship when they left the team. LaDainian Tomlinson went to the Jets. He sucked. Gates was still there. And Gates wouldn't have been the same player he became if it wasn't for Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers never had a star wide receiver besides Antonio Gates. If you go back and you look at guys like Eli Manning had a pretty good roster. I mean, they were at least, the wide receivers over there were better than what Phillip Rivers had. And again, Ben Roethlisberger had sensational. Hines Ward. I could go up and down some of the good wide receivers he had. I just think when you look at statistically and you compare and contrast all 3 of these quarterbacks, Phillip Rivers is the best one out of all of them and the most accurate one out of all of them. And honestly, it's by like 3%. I think he was career 67% completion percentage. Eli Manning was like 62.
Eli was 60.3. Phillip Rivers was 64.9.
Yeah. So and Phillip Rivers was, to me, the most accurate quarterback out of all 3 of them. He just was unlucky. He played for the Chargers. And by the way, Eli Manning had a great coach. Tom Coughlin's one of the most underrated coaches of all time. Very successful. Then you go over Ben Roethlisberger. Coward is one of the more underrated coaches, too. Another great coach. And then had Mike Tomlin, a winning coach for his whole career over there in Pittsburgh. Who did he have? Marty Schottenheimer? The guy was a loser. Okay, then you go over there to North Turner. Horrible. I don't care how great of an offensive coordinator he was. He wasn't a good coach. He was horrible everywhere he went. So stop. This guy is one of the most underrated quarterbacks and one of the greatest quarterbacks when you compare his numbers to all the great ones. Top 5 in almost every single statistic. He is absolutely, and yes, Steve Weich, eat your heart out because you're going to owe me a nice steak. Hall of Famer. He had Matthew Stafford over this guy. What are you, nuts? You're on drugs. I don't want to hear about Matthew Stafford. This guy had 5,000 yards 3 times, I think, in his career, if I'm not mistaken. He's a sensational quarterback. Take it away, baby. That's all I'm going to say.
Are you done being wrong yet?
No, I'm not.
Because I got
You're
the
wrong.
stats up here to back up my point.
You're wrong.
Which is very simple.
Wrong.
Eli Manning was significantly better than Phillip Rivers in the postseason.
Why are you
Take
going
a
to
look at the two
Stop.
boxes of stats
Stop
here.
with the postseason.
Phillip Rivers, who
Stop
had
with the
such a
postseason.
great completion percentage, according to you, actually only completed 59.
Why are you looking at the postseason? We're talking about the
Because
regular
that's all that
season.
matters in
Peyton
football.
really?
Nothing else matters.
Really? Peyton Manning was horrible. And you
As
said Peyton
Metallica
Manning is
said,
one of the greatest of
nothing
all
else
time.
matters.
Stop. You said Peyton Manning's one of the greatest
Okay,
quarterbacks
fine.
of all
Let's
time.
look at the
He was
regular
horrible.
season as well
He
and
was
decipher
horrible.
how your
Stop with
numbers
this
are
garbage.
wrong.
My numbers are wrong? You're going to
Errol.
tell me Phillip Rivers
Yeah.
doesn't have better numbers than Eli Manning and Ben
No.
Roethlisberger in the regular season? He does. He does. Stop with your
First off, he has
calculating.
about the exact same numbers as Roethlisberger.
Again.
But
And Ben played on a better team.
Well, you seem to forget a lot about how great those teams were. I didn't realize the late Vincent Jackson, wasn't an all-pro receiver. I didn't realize that Keenan Allen, who's like 35 and still playing, wasn't an all-pro receiver.
Yeah, who made him an all-pro receiver? Who made him an
Gates. So
all-pro
that's two
receiver?
stud receivers.
Who made him an all-pro
Two stud-
receiver?
Errol, he had two stud receivers.
Who
a
made
Hall of
him?
Fame running back
When-
and a Hall of Fame tight
When
end.
Jackson
Stop
left,
acting like
when
Eli
Jackson
had more
left,
than him.
when Jackson left, what did he do? What did he do? What did he
Went to
do?
Tampa and was
Yeah,
good.
What did he do? Yeah, he went to Tampa. He was good. No, he wasn't. He was a second-tier wide
was.
receiver. No, he wasn't. Stop with this garbage. You're going to sit here and
Look,
honestly
when he
argue
was with him.
Stop, Fish.
Errol,
you're so
look,
you're so
not-
obviously
not-
over
I don't
there.
know how you can write off the fact that Rivers was bad in the postseason.
So is
He
Peyton
had
Manning.
bad. His numbers
So is
are
Peyton Manning.
lower. Look at his quarterback rating. It drops 10
Ben
points.
Roethlisberger wasn't really good in the
10.4
playoffs
points. Ben Roethlisberger was worse than both of them in the playoffs if you look at the overall numbers. Look at Ben, 36 touchdowns, 28 picks. He also was sacked twice as many times as both Eli and Rivers. But Eli, in case you don't remember,
Kiss his
has
ass.
two Super
Kiss
Bowl
his ass.
MVPs.
Good for him.
Two
Good for him.
Super Bowl MVPs. How many does Phillip Rivers
And an
have?
elite
Roethlisberger
defense.
wouldn't get the
Phillip
MVP
Rivers
that year
never
either.
had an elite defense like that, okay? Give me a break. Stop with this
The
garbage.
Giants were not elite.
They
heading
were
into that
elite.
game.
They
Now,
were
they had
elite.
an elite pass rush, but they weren't ranked that high, especially in 2011.
In
that
this-
defense
Yeah, they were
wasn't
league
ranked all
average.
that high.
In
They
the
were league
playoffs,
average at best.
in the playoffs, you're
Eli
going to tell
Manning
me.
had a perfect
So you're going
playoffs
to
in
tell me right
2011.
now. You're going to tell me right now. Eli Manning was the reason why they won their Super Bowls. Get off it.
In
It was their
2011,
defense.
100%
It was
Eli
their
Manning was the
defense in
reason
their
why they
running
won that
game.
Super Bowl.
It was their defense in their running game.
Not
That's
in
what it was.
2011.
It was.
No way.
It was.
No way. Eli was amazing. And let me talk about the completion percentage a little bit, because that is a misnomer as well. Eli's offense was a Kevin Gilbride offense. And if you know a little about Kevin Gilbride, go back to the Tennessee Titans, Warren Moon, and the run-and-shoot offense. What Victor Cruz was doing in his routes is he's looking at where the safeties and corners are positioned.
Typical
and he's
Giant
trying to
fan.
take the top off of the defense. He's going on 10 to
Typical.
15 to 20-yard routes, and Eli's not going to be 67% when he's throwing it downfield like that. Eli had way more air yards per pass than sidearm throwing Phillip Rivers. Phillip Rivers didn't have to because he had guys he can throw short to with the best tight end and running back, that receiving running back out of the backfield. So it's not like he didn't have to do it. But Eli, his completion percentage is down because that type of offense doesn't lend itself to a high completion percentage. It takes shots. And the Giants took lots of shots with Eli until those last few years. All those guys the last few years, Roethlisberger was probably the worst in the last few years of the all three. Eli wasn't very good, and Rivers probably was better than the other two the last couple of years he was in the league. But they all weren't great. At the heights, though, none of them were better than Eli.
You're
I'm
out of your
sorry.
mind.
No
the
way.
fact that you're
No
coming
one
out.
else has a Super Bowl MVP,
Stop with
let
the
alone
Super
two.
Bowls. It takes a team to win championships. Stop with this garbage. In the
Only
regular
one guy gets
season,
MVP.
first of all, Phillip Rivers has better numbers than Eli Manning all together in their careers. I don't care about the
They're
Super
right
Bowls.
there on the
And
screen.
stop.
Eli was much better in the playoffs.
No, again, you're going to the playoffs. In their full careers, I'm taking Phillip Rivers out of both of those quarterbacks. And again, you want to say that? You want to go back in the playoffs and talk about what he won as an MVP? I'm not MVP of the playoffs. Again, Phillip Rivers, when you look at what he had as a coach and you look at both guys, those guys had Coward could have probably won those probably 3 Super Bowls with Ben Roethlisberger. And then you have Tom Coughlin. Tom Coughlin is the only one that beat Bill Belichick twice twice in the Super Bowl. Stop with this garbage. If you told that to anybody, if you sat down with people right now and you say, out of all three quarterbacks, who's the best one out of all of them? If you look at straight up numbers throughout their career, regular season, and even in the playoffs, Phillip Rivers has the best numbers. I don't care what you say.
Well, look, we'll see how they go in. I would be shocked if Eli doesn't go in before both of them because of the MVPs.
All together.
People care about
They
winning
should all
when they
go.
vote.
They should all go.
Now, Roethlisberger, I think, is going to get punished for some of those extracurricular problems he was having on some college campuses with some females earlier in his career. And I don't think they're going to put him in as fast. And Rivers didn't win, so I think he's going to have to wait as well. There's a lot of other quarterbacks like Drew Brees, other guys that, are above these guys that are going to be talked about before Roethlisberger and Rivers. Probably Rivers last. I bet Aaron Rodgers gets in before Phillip Rivers.
You're out of your mind. You're out of your mind.
I think it's going to take Rivers over 5 years.
You're out of your mind. You've lost your mind because he's got
Maybe
better
I
numbers.
have.
He's got better
Maybe
numbers.
I have, but let's keep dialing it up. This was a good one. I think we're going to revisit this at some point. Next one, we're going to college baseball. The top two seeds in College World Series, Vanderbilt and Texas, have been eliminated. A couple other high seeds also gone. They were knocked out in their regional tournaments. This is the second time since seeding began in 1999 that the top two seeds didn't make it past regionals. In fact, Vandy didn't even make it to their regional final. They lost in the regional semi to a team who then got blasted in the regional final. So Vandy lost to Wright State, and Texas lost in their regional final to UTSA. Guys, I know you're not a big college baseball guy, Errol.
No, I'm not.
But I'll tell you what, when you see high seeds go down way ahead of time, it's got to be exciting. So I want you to dial it up.
Well, college baseball is so interesting because once the World Series comes around and College World Series, you're talking about all these different teams. I remember Stony Brook, when they went to the College World Series, everybody was talking about it here. It was the biggest story. They didn't care about the Jets. They didn't care about the Giants or anything that happened through that season. It was the Stony Brook went to the College World Series. So it's a cool story. I mean, I don't know much about Vanderbilt. I don't know much about their players. I'm looking at R.J. Hamilton and Jaden Davis. I don't know anything about these guys, so I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to lie to you on what I know and what I don't know. What I do know is this is a good time to watch, who and what type of players are going to go and be a draft, be a high draft pick and where they're going to go in the draft and what type of player is going to show up in the big game and in this, in this College World Series. So it's fun. Obviously, Vanderbilt. I don't know nothing about Vanderbilt baseball, but it's a cool story that Vanderbilt is moving along. So good story.
No, Vanderbilt got knocked out.
Well, I'm sorry, got knocked out, but they made it. They made it to the college playoffs. So whatever. I don't know much about this stuff. So you're asking the wrong guy when it comes to college.
Traditionally a very good baseball school.
See, I don't know.
As every SEC
I don't know why you
school.
would bring this up and ask me because you should have told me, Fish, we were talking about it so I can investigate.
Wright State eliminates number 1 Vanderbilt. All right, UTSA eliminated number 2 Texas. Murray State upsets Ole Miss. Oklahoma State eliminates Georgia, walk-off homer. St. Mary's defeats Oregon State. St. Mary's basketball school.
Yeah.
Columbia
I know
upsets
that.
Southern Miss. Utah Valley eliminates Oregon. Eastern Carolina rips North Florida, which I got a what's that smell for that. Cincinnati over Wake Forest. And right now, I don't know what the score is for LSU, but
they're losing, I think.
They're down 1.
We're down 1 to freaking Little Rock.
The Tigers going down.
Come on, go Tigers.
What are we doing? And to me, I was talking to somebody on the way home from the game. It's like NIL doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because if you can't get it done in the postseason, you get paid all this money. But if you can't win in the postseason, what is all that money good for? School's not going to get more money. School gets more money when they win. So it's crazy. It's crazy seeing all these teams just go on and collapse.
6-5 now.
Do you think like the splits with the NIL being that baseball's not the prominent sport for a lot of those schools? Maybe that's why it's not as big drastic yet, like you saw in basketball.
I think the world's watching the playoffs. If I'm going to tune in and when the College World Series comes around, I want to see who's in the game because some of these guys could be top draft picks.
Yeah, but what you're watching right now, like Murray State, they might have maybe 1 or 2 guys drafted. I don't know. I haven't watched them. But like Texas is probably going to have half their team drafted. So, and they just got eliminated. So like you're going to watch, like that's why baseball is the greatest sport, because you can can have upsets like this all the time. It's insane.
Ole Miss when they won 2 years ago with an 8 seed. Yeah.
Jimmy Moore pitches at when he's 75 years old.
See, ladies and gentlemen, he had to throw that out there. Baseball's the best sport.
It is, because it's literally the pitcher could go out and just have the game of his life, like Dallas Braden, like perfect game, like that's what he's known for. And now he commentates for the A's, but it's like that's what he's known for.
But if you look at his career, he was trash.
He underperformed. Let's just say that. I like that. But yes, it's like it's something like that. It's just at any given time. It's not like like the Little Giants. They just show up and anybody can show up and win. But
that's a good move.
College baseball to me is so much fun to watch because of stuff like this. Now, I was a part of that LSU team that did lose to Stony Brook. So that really sucked.
It was a good time. Good time over here in Long Island.
Did you ever make the World Series?
No. We lost to Stony Brook my 1 year. But my point being is, how many guys on Stony Brook were in the big leagues?
All right, one actually. One.
They're all how many guys?
Any won a World Series, buddy. Any won a World Series with Texas.
I know, but how many guys were in the big leagues from my LSU
Not
team?
many. I understand. I got it.
We had 8 guys.
I got it.
So it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy. You want to watch college baseball? Like, regionals are time to watch it. Super regionals. College baseball is epic. Yeah. Absolutely epic.
Speaking of Joe Nathan earlier, though, Stony Brook.
I know.
Stony Brook from Joe Nathan?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He built the field over there. It's beautiful. It's beautiful over there.
Last one, boys.
He went as a shortstop.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. Zion Williamson, accused of rape and other sexual offenses. So,
interesting.
Pelicans forward Zion Williamson was accused of rape, sexual, physical, emotional, and financial abuse from 2018 to 2023. A woman identified as Jane Doe is accusing Williamson of abusive, controlling, and threatening behavior starting at Duke his freshman year. 2 instances of rape are part of the lawsuit, both in 2020. And the woman is seeking anywhere between $18 and $50 million. Here's the quote from the lawyer. "We take these allegations with the utmost seriousness, and we unequivocally deny them." This is from his attorneys at Barrasso, Usdin, Kupperman, Freeman, and Sarver LLC. "The allegations contained in the complaint are categorically false and reckless. This appears to be an attempt to exploit a professional athlete driven by a financial motive rather than any legitimate grievance." Errol, dial it up.
It's definitely a financial motive. I don't care what anybody says. Now, obviously, you're asking for between $20 and $50 million. You're asking for a lot of money. And I'm not saying that somebody like Williamson wouldn't do this, but there has to be physical proof. If they don't have physical proof, that's why it's only a civil case. It's not something that's going to... If it was me and you, or if it was anybody else on this show, maybe not Jabba or Nick, but any one of us, we're going to jail for life, okay? Because there's no way we're going to be able to protect ourselves. We're not in the public eye. We're really not superstar, big-name players like Williamson, and maybe we are. But the fact is, when you hear a story like this, you know it's money-driven. It's always money-driven, and they're trying to, take money from a superstar player that has a ton of it. Now, Williamson has been doing a lot of different things on the basketball court and off the basketball court. He's hanging out with porno stars and all these different things that you're hearing stories over the last couple of years. So we all know Williamson likes the sexy, big boob, big ass type of girls. He goes to a bunch of different places I'm not going to mention off the basketball court. So we know Zion Williamson likes to party. But and by the way, he likes to do drugs too, because there's stories about that as well. But I don't know if I think somebody is trying to get some money from him, and obviously being that he is a name and he's got millions and millions of dollars and what he has done off the court over the last couple of years, they're trying now all of a sudden to draw something or try to take something from him that he probably hasn't done. I don't believe this story unless proven guilty. And there's nothing that I've heard through this story that they have any proof that he did any of this. So this is just like somebody from baseball that was accused of something and probably will never play in the major leagues again. Zion Williamson and the NBA is different because guess what? It's the LeBron James Association. So they get away with everything. So, but I do not believe there's any truth to these stories.
Yeah, it's a complex case from what it seems like. Obviously, we know Zion Williamson was dealing with in college as well, and off the court issues that's like both outspoken stuff and like you were saying, all this stuff.
There's no proof.
Yeah,
there's nothing.
Right now, it's very layered. Like, I mean, it's tough to tell how much you're going to get the benefit of the doubt.
They say
for the
they
time
have
being.
Texas, and Texas could be very weird. You know how you use your words. So Texas don't sell anything to the judge and the jury. So, and if it was, he'd be going to jail for this.
Right. And that's what's difficult when you're judging something like this, like how many different elements of what he's done, Zion Williamson. I don't know if I necessarily want to give the benefit of the doubt, but like you were talking about with the Trevor Bauer case, Lindsey Hill and I think there were two others that didn't reveal their names in the process.
Texas.
And it made it seem very vague as them being the source of it. So that's what maybe would give him a little bit of it, like her not revealing her name as it was. I don't really trust him that he wouldn't have made that kind of decision, especially at that age in college, too. For playing for Duke, he has all this hype around him. Probably outside of LeBron and Wemby, the most hype we've seen of a prospect.
It's money-driven.
Of
This
course,
is all money-driven.
everything is going to be entertainment and money and all the stuff that he's done off the court.
Everything's going on right now with P. Diddy and all these other guys that are getting in trouble. And P. Diddy is a disgusting piece of crap, okay? But Zion Williamson, there is more than enough proof and video proof of what P. Diddy did. There is nothing, no information besides a couple of texts that have any thought or proof that Zion Williamson did any of these things to this young lady. Now, I'm not saying she's lying, but it's always money-driven. And I think it's despicable that because they're athletes and they have a ton of money and because of what he's done off the court over the last couple of years, they're trying to bring this story to the forefront and take money away from this kid. So, I don't know. I think this is a bunch of crud, and I think he's going to get off on it.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about it in the NBA, too. Like, they've been a lot more lenient. There's a whole situation with Miles Bridges a while ago, and I think he ended up getting to play again. And domestic violence.
But there was proof with Miles Bridges.
Yeah, no, I understand.
There was a lot more proof with Miles Bridges. There is no proof with any of this and what this story is coming out to the forefront. In Duke, there's nothing. There's no proof. So a couple of texts. Give me a break.
Yeah, and again, we've talked about it with other athletic programs too in college. Like, those are the things that they like to cover up just to get those types of players as well in there. And money, like you said, money driven.
It's
I'm
all
sure
money.
Paid under the table, like you're Duke.
And
Like
he's going to probably pay her off. She's not going to get as much money. He's just going to pay her off and move on and try to just completely wash this away.
Right.
But it's going to hurt Zion Williamson's trade, the trade options, because nobody's going to take on a guy that is involved with all these extracurricular activities off the court, which is a lot.
Which is already a lot of baggage as it was. Now, I defended him a little bit when I think people were too insulting of him with the whole weight thing, but everything else has been a lot of self-inflicted stuff with him and some of the stuff he says, and obviously he's just injury
Just think about it. In the top of that draft, you have Williamson, Ja Morant, and R.J. Barrett. And R.J. Barrett is the only good one out of both of them.
And I would say R.J. Barrett isn't the one with all the distractions either.
Ja Morant and Williamson, all these stuff off the court, it's terrible. It's terrible. And these guys are two superstars in the league. It's a horrible story.
And Zion had all that hype at the time, too, and let it get to him, and it just added up for a while. And I didn't realize it was really that extreme.
What it would cost to get Zion these days, guys?
You don't want him.
Yeah, I don't want him.
You don't want him.
I didn't want him
I
2 years ago.
We do, but probably good price. Probably wouldn't be that hard to get him right now.
Well, it was interesting because Errol and I were discussing before, like 2 or 3 years ago, and before you guys joined us, like pairing Barrett with Zion Williamson at the time because he wanted out of the Pelicans.
And he wanted to play with RJ.
That was before he signed that insane contract that he signed at the time.
I think it makes a lot of sense for the Raptors to go after a guy like Williamson to play with RJ Barrett. They're good friends, and I think that makes a lot of sense. It would. It would make a lot of sense, and they don't have to give up much to get him. So I could see something like that happening. But the Knicks, stay the hell away from Williamson. You do not want Zion Williamson a part of this organization, Madison Square Garden, with the press and all that garbage that you know this Jabba, you know this Goody. In New York, you do not want to deal with that press when you hear all these stories and the backlash over the last couple of years with Zion Williamson on and off the court. Not a good sign. Not a good sign for the Knicks to sign or make a trade for him.
Not a
That's
good
why.
sign.
That's why he just hides under kind of like the radar. Like obviously this came out, but even with him being hurt all the time, and like, could you imagine if that did happen in like the media market of New York? Like, with the expectations, like you guys said, like coming into it, like one of the most hyped guys probably since LeBron.
Yeah, that's what I
And
said
now-
before. It's probably LeBron, Wemby, and then him.
Just
like,
think about it.
hype
The
as
last time that the Knicks brought in a player of this magnitude, well, he's not even at this match. Remember Raymond Felton with the gun charges that he had in the offseason? I remember that. That was horrible. And the Knicks had to deal with it because Raymond Felton was one of their best players. He really was the second best player on that roster. Yeah. We call him Fatten. That's what we called him. So, because he was always fat, so... But
he played himself into shape, though.
Yeah, he's an idiot. Raymond Felton was an idiot. I actually met Raymond Felton. That was a couple of years ago. He got so fat. And I saw, if Ray, I know you're probably not listening to the show, but anybody that knows Raymond Felton, he got really, really overweight. He looks horrible right now. And unfortunately, I just remember, the time. He was always a ball hog, and he always went left on you, never went right. Always went left on you. So I hated him. That's all I'm going to say.
One of those guys.
Yeah, I didn't like him. I never liked Raymond Felton.
You don't know anything about that, Goody, so.
Yeah.
Timothy Mozgov. I remember that trade when Raymond Felton, Timothy Mozgov, and all those guys went for, Mr. Carmelo Anthony. I remember that. It was one it was one of the worst trades I could remember the Knicks make, and honestly came out to be not that bad because they gave up 6 guys for one. 6 guys.
I actually was mad at the time that they gave up Wilson Chandler in that deal, which was so funny thinking back on it.
He was good. Wilson Chandler
he was
with the
good
Knicks
for
was
the
good,
Knicks.
yeah.
He was fine.
Yeah, he was good.
I mean, he's not someone that you don't give up in a deal like that.
No, Wilson Chandler. Oh God. Oh my God! I remember when the Knicks drafted him in the second round. But the Knicks have always been bad when it comes to drafting people. So I will say Leon Rose has been pretty on top. I mean, Toppin's been a pretty good NBA player. Quigley's a great NBA player. R.J. Barrett's a pretty good player. I mean, McBride is a good NBA player. I think Kolek's going to be a good NBA player. So we've seen that. It's been pretty good to watch. So we'll see. This coming year, though the Knicks don't have a first-round draft pick this year. They got 2 next year. So we'll see. The Knicks are going to probably trade those things off in the offseason if they expect to get a big name and add 2 of those picks into the draft next year. So we'll see. Anyways, we call the next segment and the final segment, as we do this every single week, What's That Smell?
Hold up. What is that smell?
What's that smell?
Wow, you don't see that every day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do this every single week. It's pretty simple, and it's going to be pretty quick. So it's definitely a segment you're probably going to love or like if you've never seen it. It's pretty simple. We give you a story, and we tell you what it smells like. So tonight, we're going to do it this way. We're going to go Scoops, Speedy, Fish, Goody, Jabba, me. Here we go.
All right. Basically, everybody might know that I'm a pretty big WWE fan, pretty big wrestling guy, and a hater over there. But anyways, yesterday, the wrestling world was kind of hit with some big news that Ron the Killings R-Truth, basically Ron Killings, his real name, known as R-Truth, basically got released. Got released from the
Tupac's
WWE.
old friend.
Tupac's old friend. He has a picture with him. Used to be an opener actually for him a couple of times, and actually has a pretty cool iconic picture
and stuff like that.
He did, yeah. So he has a pretty cool picture with him and everything. Basically, 17-year veteran is getting released from WWE, and took the time to go on Twitter to send a heartfelt message to not only the fans but all the WWE people that he's worked with and everybody that supported him. To where I am honestly heartbroken for the fact that this dude growing up was such a great guy. Everybody used to love singing his theme song, "What's Up?" But if you know, you know. Basically, not only that, but he was one of the most loved persons in the backstage. A couple years ago, I remember when WWE Network became a thing, it was a thing where everybody remember watching him. It was his birthday on one of the episodes, and everybody came out sang him happy birthday, and the entire locker room came out, whether they were a heel, face. The dude is so loved backstage, and I don't want to take shots because I don't know what
If
happened.
he was so loved, they would have given him another contract.
I'm hearing that he doesn't want to have his contract renewed. That's the situation that's going on.
I'm sure that's what everybody wants
Hey,
to see.
I don't know what's happening between backstage or whatnot. I'm not going to get into the too nitty-gritty or whatnot. But the sake of him leaving just smells like the one and only, the biggest ass in the WWE, Rikishi Stinkface after having a Mexican burrito. So, yeah, that's what we're working with.
All right.
That's a good one.
Mexican burrito.
All right, so I'm going to go to a little hockey. So the Capitals sent an email to season ticket holders that this would be Alex Ovechkin's final season, and then it was revealed, I think it was on Friday, that that email was actually false, and Alex Ovechkin said he's just returning next season. He did not say that would be his final season, but the Capitals tried to make a stir of it, and they said the email was sent by accident. So, Fish, you'll like this one. Apparently there's a crypt. There's a crypt under the Capitol building. So what does it smell like? It smells like a bunch of mummies rising from the Capitol building, fighting Tom Wilson, and then all the blood, sweat, and guts that emerge from that.
I hope they take Tom Wilson out.
I'm sure you do.
I got one for you.
I like Tom Wilson. I don't know why you hate him.
Why? Because
he's the best part of hockey. You have a villain.
You love him. If he's not on your team,
stop.
Yeah.
I love him, and he's not a part of my team. He's a villain.
That's
like
because
villains.
you like bullies.
That's what's great about hockey.
Because when you were younger, you beat up like 11-year-old Sidney Crosby when you played against him.
First of all, he was 12, yes, and I gave him a nice little nudge.
Did you give him noogies and stuff?
No.
Like against the ice?
No, I'll never forget. I'll tell you guys quickly. I'll never forget when I hit him in a tournament, and he turned around. His father was standing up right by the rafters calling me a son of a you-know-what and all this other stuff. And when I turned around and I got on the bench, I gave him the 2 fingers, and I told him to kiss my ass. I told his father to kiss my ass. So, true story on that. I taught him a lesson. And he was a shit talker then. He's a shit talker now. So, he talked a lot of crap. He's a great player.
I'll never forgive those cheating bastards in Houston for 2017. So when you see a story like their best hitter being rushed back too soon before the imaging revealed a broken bone in his hand, it just warms my heart. Yes, you're Don Alvarez. The Karma Police have come for the Houston Astros. He was missing time with hand inflammation, which is a very irregular name for an injury. They thought he was coming back any day now, and now that the swelling's down, it reveals he's got a broken bone in his hand. They thought it was just a muscle strain. He's out indefinitely. We'll see when he can come back, but usually hand injuries sap power from power hitters, and he's their power hitter. Couldn't happen to a better team. It smells like rotten eggs all over the Astros' faces.
Ooh.
I like rotten eggs.
Nice. Well, prior to yesterday's NCAA tournament game, this is coming from Coach Kevin O'Sullivan, head coach of the Florida Gators. This is his apology statement. Prior to yesterday's NCAA tournament game against Eastern Carolina, I let my emotions get the best of me and channeled that energy in a way I should not have. I want to sincerely apologize for my actions and behavior to the entire NCAA regional field of Coastal Carolina, East Carolina, and Fairfield. The NCAA, including the site representatives Rick French and Mark Scaff, as well as all of Gator Nation. I did not represent the University of Florida to appropriate standard yesterday and take full responsibility for that. And promise to learn from this experience and be better moving forward. I appreciate all the tireless effort on behalf of host Coastal Carolina, their tournament director, Brian Stiles, and the NCAA over the course of the NCAA regionals. And I'm sorry for allowing this instance to get in the way of an otherwise great weekend of postseason baseball. You know what it sounds like? It sounds like Coach Kevin O'Sullivan was on ChatGPT till 10 o'clock last night after he got his ass whooped in the regional, asking them, hey, I need an apology message for Eastern Carolina, Coastal Carolina, all the site representatives, and the entire NCAA. Send. Smells like bullshit.
I mean, the fingers were fingering right there, Gilly.
I need a magnifying glass.
That was what he was doing.
Did he have a magnifying glass when he was on ChatGPT?
2 in the pink and 1 in the stink.
Make this sound good. And since I want this to sound good and sensitive. I want them to understand.
Can I slap your
It
ass?
has to go through NCAA rules, Goody.
Yeah.
I shut up on your face.
It felt like ChatGPT and Grok were working extra hard last night.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. Mine is gonna be with the WNBA and the Caitlin Clark shit again.
How wonderful!
And
Always good.
They were gonna play the Chicago Sky, and it was gonna be at the United Center. And I think it's come out, and we've all read that the Indiana Fever are gonna protect Caitlin Clark if the WNBA doesn't. And you know what else happened? Those ticket prices went down over 40% because they knew Caitlin Clark wasn't playing. So I don't care what Angel Reese says. Nobody's watching her play and get her me bounds. I ordered a me bound shirt, by the way. I did. And
did you see, Jabba? There's like this betting website that tweets that like they're betting on her missing her first shot in the game.
Oh, yeah.
And it's been like 7 games in a row that she's missed her first shot.
And there's been a bunch of people that have won big, too. She's shooting
It's the
less.
WNBA.
I know. But at the same time, it's Caitlin. So Errol calls it the LeBron James Association. So are we?
Caitlin Clark Association.
Yeah. So is it the CCA?
Not
Yeah.
yet. Not
Not
yet.
yet?
I don't think.
No,
It
it
should.
is.
It should
It
be.
is.
It should be.
It is.
Well, there's a
But
lot.
I will say it smells like absolute hot garbage with 3-day Fermunda cheese on your nutsack on a hike.
No,
That
sounds tasty.
the WNBA will not protect Caitlin Clark.
That's stinky.
All right. The final.
Yeah, follow that up, Errol. Follow that up.
The final What's That Smell goes to the San Francisco 49ers. As they make a trade yesterday, Bryce Huff is joining a new team for the second straight year. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded Bryce Huff to the San Francisco 49ers in exchange for a 2026 mid-round draft pick. Pending physical, the physical on Monday, it seems like that's where Bryce Huff is going. I will say this. The only reason why he's going over there to the 49ers is because of Bambi. Bambi coached him over there with the New York Jets. He had a pretty good season before he decided to part ways. Well, the Jets decided to part ways with him. He goes to free agency. He goes to Philadelphia. He plays 1 year. He didn't work in Fangio's defense. It didn't work out over there. As a matter of fact, he lost his job in the middle of the season. And now he heads over there to San Francisco. It's not going to work out over there. You know what it smells like? It smells like, Mike Shanahan when he's jerking off and he sticks a sausage up his ass. So that's Mike, not Kyle. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Spicy or regular?
I have no idea. Speedy, what would you rather?
Jabba, why don't you ask Owen? That's his team.
But Mike Shanahan, he's retired. He's like 80 years old now. I mean,
he's older. He probably can't have that kind of spice level these days.
Don't worry.
He's got diverticulitis.
Whatever does happen with whatever Mike Shanahan does,
Spit it out,
we know Robert Saleh can keep receipts.
Well, I will say this. Bryce Huff has been an absolute joke, and I think the Jets were very lucky not to give him an extended contract because it hasn't worked out since he's left. Now, again, he's going to Robert Saleh, and he's going to the 49ers, and he gets to play with Nick Bosa, who's one of the more prolific defensive linemen we've seen in a very long time. But I don't know how this is going to work over there. But I believe Kyle Shanahan will be fired at the end of this year. Mark my words. Remember I said this.
Does Bambi take over as interim head coach?
No. They're going to bring in a new coach.
Oh, my God. No, it would be him as the interim coach.
No, I don't think he's going to get fired. I don't think he's going to get fired in the middle of the season. I think he'll be fired at the end of this year. I think he'll live out his contract this year. I think his contract is up after this year. I think he's done. I think he's gone. And by the way, John Lynch is going to retire after this year, as far as what I've heard. This is his final year as the GM of the 49ers. So it's all washed up. So thank you, Owen, for your 49ers garbage. You're never going to win a Super Bowl just like my New York Jets. What a joke. Another organization that's had great teams. Couldn't get over the hump because of Kyle friggin' Shanahan. Horrible game-winning coach who can't find a way to win a game at the end of a game. So that's it. That's all I'm going to say. Thank you to Joe Smith for joining us, the Beast himself. It was fun. It was great. So it was really exciting having him on. I'm sure he'll remember this interview for a very, very long time. So thank you,
and
Joe.
Nithin soundbites.
And Nithin, of course, giving us. And by the way, shout out to Nithin for getting us Joe Smith. He's working so very hard. So thank you to Nithin. I'd like to thank all the fans that are following us on, obviously, Blue Wire. We're not on Blue Wire yet, guys. So I know a lot of fans probably have gone on Blue Wire and trying to look for us. Blue Wire is working on it. I did speak to Blue Wire. It should be up in the next week or so. It usually takes a little while for it to go up on their, on their website. So just relax. It'll be up there. Again, thank you to all the fans on all our social medias. It's from Spotify Video, Apple, Twitter, TikTok, whatever the hell you call it, X, Instagram, all the social media platforms. Thank you for all the fans following us. Keep following us. And again, our YouTube channel growing as well, and we're going to be working on more of the YouTube channel over the next couple of weeks. So thank you to all the fans. And by the way, who do we have on Thursday?
All right, joining the show, 9:15, Hall of Fame safety Leroy Butler, also the guy who invented the Lambeau Leap. He was a 2022 Hall of Fame inductee. Mm-hmm. And yes, the guy who invented the Lambeau Leap in the late 90s, Super Bowl champion, a 4-time Pro Bowl safety.
And that was I was actually going to go to Ohio to watch Revis be inducted that year. And we were going to go with Josh. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
We were going to go to that Hall of Fame, and Joe Klecko and Revis went in that year. But Leroy was one of the more underrated, one of the greatest safeties ever played the game. So it's cool. It's kind of cool getting him on the show. It's going to be a great interview. And he doesn't really interview a lot. He doesn't really go on a lot of shows. So it's pretty cool that he wants to come on the show and talk about his career and being inducted to the Hall of Fame. I think there's only been 6 safeties ever been inducted into the Hall of Fame, and he's one of them. It's a pretty cool story. So it's great to have him on. I'm looking forward to getting Leroy on the show. I'm sure Jabba is. I'm sure all of you guys will be very intrigued to hear some of the stories that he has in his past and what he's doing in the future with all the different organizations he's working with. All right, that's it. Thank you, Nick. By the way, congratulations to Nick winning his first coaching job. Oh, by the way, so golf clap for old Nicky. 17 strikeouts for the old Nick boy. It wasn't him throwing the ball, that's for sure.
Are you surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. You're always trying to find a way to, stand out, and you're going to be a good coach. You're a good dude. So I don't expect anything but greatness for the old Wood boy. As we hold on, I'm going to figure.
Breaking news: Goody has no Woody.
All right, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. We'll talk to you Thursday.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.